Audiobook title: The Awakened Lady, 01-37, by Tyra. This work belongs to author, Tyra. Source: scribblehub.com. Chapter 0, Dreams. As I wait for the bus, I'm smiling. Soon, I will finally graduate from college. Even though I like my major, I am growing more tired from my studies with each day passing. Despite being only 22, I suffer daily headaches, anemia and exhaustion. This did not help me at all during my exams, of course, but I still managed to succeed, hence why I'm smiling. Seated in the back of the deserted bus, I think about the future. Whether I become an engineer or I instead work on a thesis in physics, I secured my place by creating close ties with my teachers. I am not extremely bright, although I would say I am way above average. Thanks to my hard work, my future is surely assured, or so I thought. I realized something was truly wrong with me when I collapsed from an intense headache as I returned to my apartment. I had been having enormous headaches for the last few months and had to deal with difficulties when trying to think. In denial, however, I convinced myself all this time that it was due to my lack of sleep as my exams were approaching. Still, after the headaches became constant all day long, I finally chose to take some time off to take some medical tests. The result? A freaking tumor. A grade 4 tumor in my brain, a glioblastoma. Yup, I got myself a stage 4 brain cancer. A few weeks ago, I looked up what could possibly cause my symptoms on medical forums. Surely, the brain cancer hypothesis was written on every single site I searched. Even so, I told myself these people writing these things on the internet were not doctors and that my symptoms probably had another explanation. Just before I took all these tests, I was even ready to be told I had a small tumor that could be safely removed. But a high-grade tumor? Really? So, I was gently told on top of this that my tumor was located in a high-risk area of my brain, that it couldn't be removed with surgery, and that chances were thus clearly not in my favor. After all, out of 4 people having glioblastoma, 1 statistically died within a year of being diagnosed. The odds of surviving for more than 5 years are very slight, especially when it is diagnosed so late, like mine. As such, I listened to the doctors and chose to get some drug therapy that could at the very least ease my constant pain, and I had to quit college. I managed to say goodbye to my teachers, my few friends from college, and basically all the future I had managed to build during all these years. At some point, I had to move back to my parents' place where I would spend my last few months surrounded by my family and my few childhood friends who were still there. And just like that, I met my end. That was at least what the little girl had been dreaming about for the last 3 months. Bit by bit, since she learned to read and write at the tender age of 5, she had been keeping notes of every dream she had at night. By keeping this routine, she got particularly trained at remembering an impressive amount of details of her dreams. Being 8 years old, she had slept about 1,000 times since she started writing in her notebook of dreams. Plus, since she was used to remembering 2 or 3 of her dreams every night, there should be between 2,000 and 3,000 dreams in this notebook. Well, to be fair, this was actually her 15th notebook of dreams. Anyway, the girl was fairly used to envisioning in her dreams some familiar places and some less familiar ones. For example, there were at least a few hundred dreams in which she would just be flying over neighboring kingdoms, discovering new lands, or even visiting the realm of the gods in some cases. However, I feel like every single dream I've had for the last few months is much different compared to my usual fantasy dreams from before. To begin with, these specific dreams were weird. They told the story of someone who wasn't her at all, something that rarely happened in her other dreams. They seemingly occurred in a strange foreign kingdom too, where people's behavior was different in every way imaginable from common sense, and where magic didn't even seem to be used regularly. Plus, there were all these weird means of transportation that used wheels but without any animal or even magic. These dreams seemed so foreign to the girl, and yet they felt somewhat nostalgic. The strangest thing was probably that they were incredibly detailed, to the point that all her dreams prior to 3 months before seemed like a joke. The girl remembered every single detail, even without writing anything in her notebook. On top of that, these visions took the place of all the other usual dreams, and the girl dreamt 4 or 5 times of this woman every single night. At this point, Could those even be called dreams? This kingdom is so bizarre that even the realm of the gods is ordinary by comparison. Another strange thing was that these visions were consistent with each other, even though they did not necessarily occur chronologically. For example, the young girl already had a good idea of the foreign woman's life from birth to death just with the first month of the dreams, but, since then, she had had a lot of dreams depicting additional parts of her life some years before her death or even during her childhood. This is so weird to me, though. From the moment I wake up and even months after, these dreams seem more vivid than my own memories. She was starting to be really confused about what she remembered and she was afraid for her sanity. Unfortunately, it didn't stop for quite some time. Just like that, 2 years passed. It didn't stop at all. If anything, it even worsened at some point, with a dozen dreams every single night. Through this very slow process, the girl couldn't possibly pretend that she was completely different from the person from her dreams anymore. She knew every day of the foreigner better than her own memories from even 3 years ago. If she had to be honest, she didn't really know if her mind was slowly being eaten away by these dreams or if they were simply being added to her own memories of being a young noble child. Were some of her own memories being replaced? She wasn't sure, since she didn't know what she didn't know. But I'm now pretty certain that this foreign kingdom is actually another world and that this woman was me in a former life. It actually checks out with some stories I saw in my dreams through the eyes of this woman. Remembering 2 different lives weirded her out so much that she couldn't say for sure who she really was anymore. At least, she hadn't had those dreams for 2 days in a row, thus potentially marking the end of this torture. Since she still had most of her memories from before the dreams and also from how she felt during the psychological hell of these last 2 years, she was still inclined to identify herself as Alice de Ravendel. However, maybe she was just trying to convince herself of that because her pride wouldn't allow her to accept that she lost her identity along with her sanity. This mental pain was further increased by the fact that nobody had reassured her, since she didn't talk to anybody about these dreams. After all, nobody would have taken her seriously. The only thing Alice could do was wait a few more days, hoping these dreams would not come back. 32. Chapter 1, A World of Magic. The House of Ravendel was a noble family that lived in a mid-sized mansion located in warm lands 2 days away by carriage from the capital of Ironia Kingdom. The current head of the family, Edgar de Ravendel, was a baron just a year ago but became a count thanks to King Arlington de Ironia. A long time ago, the baron pledged his loyalty to the royal family and advised the king since then. Edgar's talent in politics helped the Ironia kingdom to maintain diplomacy in a tense situation with another neighboring kingdom. The latter had been pressuring Ironia into giving up its lands in the south in order to gain access to the sea. This case was the main reason for this title gift from the King of Ironia to the House of Ravendel. As far as Arlington was concerned, he would have gladly given the title of Marquis to the one he considered his friend. However, he had to settle on the title of Count for 2 main reasons. The first was simply because the sudden increase in power of the House of Ravendel would just create enemies through fear and jealousy. Even with just the title of Count having been given 6 months prior, the Ravendels were already being targeted and mocked by other barons and counts. The second and main reason was that the Ravendel family simply lacked the magical power called mana to deserve the titles of Marquis or Duke. Even amongst other count families, they were on the lower end. In this world, indeed, the political power of noble houses was often proportional to their magical talent, inherited by blood. Edgar Ravendel was actually quite powerful in magic for a simple baron, but he was mocked as a count since he couldn't compete with his peers anymore. Needless to say, the royals were considered the most magically talented thanks to their vast pool of mana, the fuel of magic. After 1 month since the end of her strange dreams, Alice had the time to think about her situation. Since she remembered every small detail from these dreams more than what she ate the day before, she really suspected that she had been reincarnated. I know everything this other woman learned in her 22 years of life, and yet I don't feel especially mature. With their current age, she should have had 32 years of experience in life. Yet, she had been asking the butler all day long to let her play in the snow outside like any kid her age. She still had her doubts about the reincarnation theory. The little girl had a lot of knowledge that seemed consistent within her dreams but, frankly, she had no way of testing it in this Renaissance-like era. For instance, she had the knowledge of how an engine should work but clearly lacked the skills to actually build one and test it. It went like this for the majority of this so-called knowledge. Alice was slowly walking in the direction of the room, following the butler while soaking wet because of the melted snow. She had sneaked out of the manor to play by herself after all, and she had rapidly been found out and yelled at. "Please walk faster, Lady Alice. What would I tell your parents if you were to catch a cold?" "I wouldn't catch a cold from that. I guess I probably risked hypothermia, though." "What nonsense is that?" She did not think it was nonsense. If her knowledge from another world was correct, then being wet or cold outside shouldn't increase the chances of catching a cold. Scientists even tested this by having different groups of test subjects in various temperature conditions, and people being exposed to the cold air did not develop more diseases than others. The idea of having dozens of scientists working for hundreds of hours just to test such trivial things is strange. Alice stopped her walk and smiled. "This is it. Do not just stop. And what are you smirking for? I don't need a complex thing like an engine to prove the accuracy of this weird knowledge. I can use lots and lots of trivial things that are easy to verify and see if all of it is consistent." To be certain of this past life theory, Alice spent a whole month conducting little experiments that she could not possibly imagine as a simple kid. Needless to say, she directed many questions toward the cooking staff, whose personnel were selected for their magic. It was natural in almost every kingdom to take cooks with magic that could make their job easier. This was the reason why pretty much any noble house has multiple ice, fire, and water mages in the kitchens. As such, the most Alice asked for were ingredients and freezing or boiling water. One day, she asked a fire mage to cook her a hard-boiled egg. She later tried to distinguish the cooked egg from the uncooked ones by using a trick from her dreams. The cooked one should spin a lot easier than the uncooked eggs, and it worked. On another day, she performed a basic density experiment by using water and oil. Before these dreams, she had never even heard the word density, so, surely, she shouldn't have known that less dense layers would move up to above the denser ones in a liquid. Everything checked out. Some other days, she would just cook basic recipes she knew from this potential other world, especially cake ones. Even though using the mages to cook the cakes necessitated some trial and error, the resulting desserts were pretty much the same as she remembered from her dreams. After dozens of such experiments, she had to accept the truth. She somehow got the memories of another person living in a completely different world. Chances were that this other person was actually herself in a past life, even though their personalities did not exactly match. The most logical reason why she got these memories was that they shared the same soul and that it somehow transmigrated to another world upon her first death thanks to a god or some other force. With her two lives combined, that would make her technically almost the same age as her parents. But why would I remember these memories? And why now? Alice was still weirded out at times because she caught herself being excited to carry out some experiments. These were her former self's interests, though before those dreams, she wasn't even interested in scientific stuff. So, why was she excited? Even though her former self loved those, Alice never really experienced them firsthand. It might have just been curiosity, or it could be that some part of Alice's mind was overwritten by her former self and she was partly taken over. Just thinking about this scared the young girl. At least, it won't get worse now that the dreams have ended. Anyway, I should soon have tutors starting to teach me technical things that resemble physics, so it doesn't matter whether I like this or not. Indeed, in every kingdom, children were taught a lot of things in a lot of different subjects. If some families chose to start these lessons before the age of 10, all of them tended to stop when their child was around 14 or 15. This was due to the magic system of this world. All living beings had mana, the fuel of magic. However, starting to use magic too soon could be very dangerous, and there were some cases of children dying at a young age because of that. To be safe, the mana veins, which made mana circulate through the body, should be given the time to grow along the latter. This was the reason why children tended to awaken their magic between the age of 14 and 15, just before being recognized as an adult. This awakening was usually voluntarily triggered by magic artifacts during a child's coming-of-age ceremony. In some cases, though, it would occur naturally before then. It was considered relatively safe to awaken after the age of 10. but it was said to be too dangerous prior to that. Although the artifacts used for the artificial awakening were very specific and hard to get, there were records of noble families getting one to awaken the magic of their children as early as possible, killing them on the spot. Because of that, fearing assassination attempts using the excuse of a failed awakening, it was forbidden by the rulers of every kingdom to get this type of artifact. Only the temples were allowed to have one, and they could only be used in supervised situations, like a coming-of-age ceremony. Possessing one of them outside a temple could be considered treason, so people obediently waited for their children to be adults. Still, awakening naturally months before coming of age was not extremely rare, so the children wouldn't necessarily be suspected of treason just for awakening outside of a temple. Out of 100 children, about 2 of them would awaken before being adults. Another reason why the magic awakening was performed as late as possible was to let children learn as many concepts as possible before then. This had to do with how magic worked in this world. While the quantity of mana in a mage's body was a big indicator of their talent, there was another factor. The most important part was probably the type of magic, also called an element. It depended on many things, but in most cases, it depended directly on what a child was interested in. Since magic was the ability to bend physical phenomena at will, it was best to know exactly how these phenomena worked before the awakening. Learning about them later after awakening their magic would actually be too late. The broader the knowledge about a physical phenomenon, the stronger the control would be, or rather, the more versatile the magic would be. For example, a child liking lightning during storms but understanding only its effects on things hit by them might at best be able to reproduce the lightning falling from the sky upon their awakening. However, another child knowing a lot of things about electricity and how electric currents flowed in materials would have a huge advantage. Even though the former would still technically manipulate electrons unconsciously in order to make lightning fall, they would only be capable of doing this precise thing. Even if this child later learned how electricity worked, they could not use this for purposes other than making lightning fall. As long as the magic type was fixed, it was too late. On the other hand, the other child who had a much broader knowledge of the working of electricity before awakening might be able to create electric arcs, produce electric shocks, and even make lightning fall too. This was why knowledge was power. The more specific and unrefined the element, the more restricted the magic got. This was the main reason as to why children had their magic awakened as late as possible. Putting it this way, children being lucky enough to awaken naturally before coming of age actually had a great disadvantage since they couldn't finish their studies before the awakening. Incidentally, parents tended not to limit their child to one subject, since their element would be connected to what they were the most interested in. So, even if a royal child suddenly became very interested in the bugs crawling in the castle, their tutors would be forced to adapt their lessons to incorporate as much knowledge about insects as possible, just in case. After all, if they ignored this and the child was to awaken their magic with an element connected to bugs without having been taught anything about them, the tutors would lose the favor of the royal family. In the worst case, they could even be stripped of any noble title they held, as a result of their negligence. During her month of experiments, Alice had talked a lot with all the mages working in the mansion, even the gardeners who were actually earth mages capable of working without breaking a sweat. As a result, she learned many things about this magic system from them, and she learned that she would soon start harsh tutoring about many different subjects. Now that I think about it, I'm in a very good position. Am I not? I mean, my former self loved science so much she was about to graduate college with a major in physics. Since she's basically me and I remember everything she remembers and understand everything she understands, I should be good with any element for my magic. Still, understanding many concepts was not the only thing to get a proper magic type. She also needed to have her own favorite subjects. Then, she thought that she shouldn't be moping around and wondering if the one liking this or that was her or her former self. For her own good, she decided to just embrace what she was curious about during these next 5 years of study. 27. Chapter 2, Growing, Learning and Anticipating. By the time she was 12 years old, Alice was considered a bright and kind child. As everyone said, she was small for their age. With her pure white hair and her green eyes, she was adorable and, although she was quite frail, she had already received some marriage proposals. However, since it wasn't rare for children to dedicate themselves to learning as much as possible before their awakening. She had an excuse for not thinking about marriage at all, and she always got away with it. Moreover, in the house of Ravendell, Alice was only the daughter. Alistair, Alice's little brother and the son of Edgar and Layla de Ravendell, was the main individual to target for marriage. Hence, marrying their daughter before finding a fiancé for their son was not a priority. During the last 2 years, Alice learned to accept herself and what she liked, and she tested for herself almost everything she wanted to try. She had managed to make peace with her identity issues since she still felt like being herself. At some point, her normal dreams, not related to her former self in any way, had even started to occur at night again. She thus decided to continue her notebook of dreams by writing about them in detail. For the last 2 years, like almost all children of nobility, Alice had also begun her studies with some tutors in order to educate herself and develop an interest in magic. Without much surprise, possibly because of her former self's preferences, her favorite subject was physics over biology, geology, mathematics, and the like. On many subjects, she actually knew even more than her tutors. For instance, not all kingdoms believed that their planet was orbiting around their star. In the past, the end of geocentrism in this world even started religious wars between some countries. At least, Alice thought. The Auronia kingdom was one of the kingdoms where heliocentrism was taught to children. Even so, the specialists didn't know much about space in general. They had no robust method to accurately tell the distances between their planet and the distant stars, and they could barely distinguish these stars from other planets of the solar system. Astrophysics was her former self's specialty, and Alice had to agree that the subject was fascinating, so it was annoying to her that scientists were not willing to discover new things in this domain. Even worse, when one of the tutors was teaching her the constellations, the lessons were mostly about astrology, as if it was a totally normal thing. Why are they teaching me this BS? Are they dumb? What magic type are they even expecting me to get with this? Just as she was reading a book about astrology, someone knocked at her door. Upon being told to enter, a maid slowly bowed her head. Lady Layla requested to meet you soon, my lady, if you're not too busy at the moment. Sure, I do not mind. Frankly, I'm glad to have an excuse to stop reading this book. As the maid guided her, Alice saw her parents sitting down and waiting for her. Her father, Edgar de Ravendell, looked calm and collected, with a smile on his face. His eyes were the color of gold and he had pitch black hair. He was a good-looking noble and appeared to be quite sturdy. His skin was pretty tanned, surely because his job required him to move a lot within the kingdom in order to meet people. Her mother, Layla de Ravendell, was quite the beauty. She had blue eyes and the same white hair as Alice. She was pretty tall for a woman, to the point of being nearly the same height as her husband Edgar. She too had a slight smile on her face, but Alice could see that she also frowned a little. Good morning, ally. Did you sleep well? Aren't the lessons too hard for you? Thanks to my tutors, I am able to learn a lot of different subjects that I like. I don't mind the lessons being difficult. You heard her, Layla. Alice, I was told multiple times by your tutors that you are a smart girl. If you want, some of them suggested accelerating the pace of your lessons. Thank you, father. But the current pace is fine. I can learn just enough to not be late in my studies while enjoying the tutoring. Indeed, I believe it should be enough to learn the minimum amount of subjects required for nobles in time for your awakening. This leads us to the reason we have called for you even though you are reviewing your lessons. I have been told today the exact date for your coming-of-age ceremony. It will be held in 2.5 years, exactly 1 week before you turn 15. So, they're planned years in advance. Talk about organization. What happens if a noble child dies before then? I will have to finish my studies in the meantime then. Be sure to tell your tutors and us what subjects you prefer, ally. This way, we might focus on these ones and less on others so that you can work in good conditions. Thank you, mother. For the time being, I'm not so sure what I prefer and I would like to continue discovering new subjects. I am not really interested in astrology, though. I was not fond of this subject either when I was your age. For now, keep on learning a lot, my daughter. We will discuss this again some other time. You can go now. The young lady was seated on her couch in her room. She was supposed to read books about fire magic, but she probably already understood it better than some specialists. Still, There were various individuals who knew at least as much as her about fire. In this world where knowledge was equivalent to versatile magic, mages used their own magic to experiment on themselves, thus furthering their own comprehension of their elements. They did not do this only for themselves though, since their magic could hardly change after the awakening. Instead, mages did it for their children and future generations. By gathering knowledge, future mages would understand even better various phenomena and could get stronger or more refined magics than previous generations. That was a virtuous circle. This was the reason why the way fire could manifest was quite known and its history was well described in Alice's study book. It even included previous theories that were refined or replaced decades after. For example, specialists had at first thought of something strongly resembling the phlogiston theory that was proposed on Earth. In the past, mages thought that all matter contained more or less of an unknown and invisible substance that was called phlogiston back on Earth. As such, inflammable objects were thought to have a lot of this substance, making them burn easily. Then, it would be released into the air and the fire would stop after all the phlogiston-like substance left the object. Decades later, discoveries were done almost in the same way as Lavoisier did on Earth, with the fire being seen instead as a self-perpetuating reaction between the air and a fuel, which was initially triggered by being heated. They suspected that the intensity of the reaction depended on the very structure of the object. Alice thought that they were close to discovering atoms and molecules and that it would be useful for understanding oxidation and the very nature of heat. After all, if they knew cold and hot temperatures were the two sides of the same coin called molecular agitation, future generations might be able to combine ice and fire elements into one magic type. Alright, now that the date of my coming-of-age ceremony has been decided, it's time to think about what element I would like to get. Imagining way more advanced magic types made Alice want to choose her ultimate cheat magic. I would like to have an item box. Don't they always get something like this when they transmigrate into another world? It would be hard to get something like that to work, though. I would need to have a pocket dimension accessible by a portal. Even on Earth, it was impossible to create such a thing or even confirm that it was possible. Some crossable wormholes were theorized and could work on paper, but it seemed impossible in reality since negative energy would be necessary for the gate to remain stable. Alice thought that the idea of connecting many points by distorting space-time was pretty cool, so she was a bit disappointed. Still, although general relativity was good, the best power she could imagine was found within special relativity. She was thinking about time dilation. While it was also a thing in general relativity with gravitation, which even had a famous movie in space about it, she thought this phenomenon was much more elegant and simple in special relativity. Indeed, it was simply one variable called the Lorentz factor that would change depending on the speed of a system relative to another. For example, a person who was immobile on Earth would have a Lorentz factor of 1, meaning that 1 second for them would be exactly 1 second for the rest of the world. However, by moving faster, the value of the factor would ever so slightly increase. If you were moving at light speed, however, the Lorentz factor would be infinite. As such, a fraction of a second for the one moving would take an infinite amount of time for the rest of the world, making any displacement in space instantaneous for the caster. If Alice was able to freely manipulate her own Lorentz factor without having to move, thanks to magic, she would be able to manipulate her own proper time as much as she wanted, effectively changing the flow of time of the world. Even though such a magic would not really be affecting the whole universe but only the way time flowed for the caster, it would look exactly like it. This was the perfect superpower Alice's former self imagined after learning about it in college. After all, if you could basically stop the entire universe, you were invincible in combat. It was the perfect cheat. For hours, Alice just sat on her couch thinking about any magic type she could imagine, and how she would use her powers in many situations. By the time she stopped thinking about this, her maid came to escort her to the dining room, where she would eat with her parents and her brother. Just as Alice was calmly walking, a frown appeared on her face. Feeling her whole body trembling and a sharp pain in her head, she immediately fell on the floor without any warning. My lady, what happened? Somebody, please help Lady Alice. Terrified, The maid didn't know what to do in this situation and looked like she was about to cry. She tried checking her temperature by putting her hand on Alice's forehead and realized that her master had a very severe fever that knocked her unconscious in just mere seconds, even though she seemed perfectly fine a minute ago. As they were near the dining room, butlers, maids and even the count along with the countess came over. "Ally, where are you hurt?" Even though her mother was screaming just next to her, she didn't move an inch. 27. Chapter 3, Already? MMH? What happened? I was on my way to the dining room, so why am I in my bed? I'm hungry too. Oh my. You're finally awake, my lady. A maid suddenly stood up from her chair when she saw her awake. Her expression was a mix of worry and pure relief from seeing her master finally conscious. Even though she was confused, Alice still recognized her. She was a young maid who had probably not been an adult for a long time since she still couldn't hide her own emotions. She appeared to be about 16 or 17 years old and had long red hair tied into a braid over her right shoulder. She had been fairly recently assigned to Alice, so she was still inexperienced. Upon suddenly standing up and exiting the room, her braid fell to her back and began swinging left to right as the maid looked in all directions for someone who could call a doctor. This sight amused Alice and it helped her collect herself to appear as stoic as she usually did. As the maid saw no one nearby, she looked at her master again. "My head is spinning and I don't believe I can stand up just yet, but I think I will be fine. Thank you for watching over me, Mia. Is it already the night?" "You are not fine at all, Lady Alice. It is indeed nighttime, but you fell unconscious days ago. Please do not move while I get the doctor myself, my lady." Just like that, the maid ran as fast as she could, without worrying about flipping her skirt at all. She really was inexperienced. "I've been unconscious for days." "Why?" "I fell immediately after feeling this pain in my head even though I was feeling totally normal a second before. Is there something wrong with my brain?" Again, even though she never really experienced firsthand the pain of her past self, she still watched every single moment of her last year of life. This woman was sad all day long and had panic attacks almost every day as she thought about her guaranteed death that could happen at any time. Because of these anguish-inducing dreams that she had had, Alice was starting to panic as she thought she might also have a brain tumor in this life. There were healing mages in the kingdom, but she doubted they had enough knowledge to perform surgery-like treatments on complex organs such as her brain. As the doctor finished examining the young girl, he smiled when he heard a growl in the direction of Alice's stomach. The man then asked the maid to bring her soup to appease her hunger. She had been asleep for 3 whole days. After all, the day after the fever had ended, another doctor came to the mansion to examine Alice to know what could have possibly caused said fever. As he was carefully checking his patient's body in the presence of her parents, the doctor suddenly stopped speaking or even smiling before checking Alice's arms again and again. After half a minute of awkward silence that interrupted his previous sentence, the doctor looked the count in the eyes as he slowly shared his conclusion. Lady Alice is awakened, Lord Edgar. After checking her mana veins, I am sure of it. The air suddenly became tense after this announcement. Everyone present in the room harbored a grave look, especially Alice's parents. Someone who didn't know much about magic, like Alice's little brother, might be confused as to why everyone seemed so displeased and worried. However, once again, awakening 2.5 years before the end of one's studies was problematic, particularly in the world of nobility. Alice would surely be mocked for having weak and superficial magic, especially in the future as the oldest child of the house. Also, the awakening was apparently the cause of this severe fever. Although it was said that awakening after the age of 10 was relatively safe, it didn't mean it would never go wrong. Since Alice still wasn't as physically developed as other children her age, awakening her magic now had apparently put her life in danger. To begin with, natural awakenings that went well did not come with a fever at all. During artificial awakenings in the temple, a chair where children sat after awakening was enough for the ceremony to take place without any problem. How fast will we know her element? We need to know as fast as possible, or else. Please calm down, Edgar. We can no longer change anything. We should just worry about her health for the time being. As the doctor left the room seemingly happy to have survived the count's glare, the butler said he would call for a magic tutor specialized in practical training as soon as he could, probably a week from then. I understand their worry, but this is all good news to me. No brain cancer in this life. On top of that, Alice felt actually relieved to have awakened while all her knowledge from another world was still fresh in her head. She wasn't completely sure she would have remembered everything in detail in 2 or 3 more years. Of course, Alice didn't show her true thoughts about this situation and just feigned a frown on her face, like everyone in this room. Exactly 2 weeks after Alice's magic awakening, an official instructor recommended by the king arrived in the morning at the Ravendell's mansion. "My dear daughter, do not worry too much. Alright? Your magic type does not matter. We will not treat you any differently even if others are mean to you. If that happens, please rely on us." "Yes? Thank you, Mother. I will go now." "I'm personally not that worried about my magic, but if I had been, what Mother told me would make me even more distressed." Alice's parents were worried she would think they were giving up on her. After all, the successor of the House of Ravendell was already Alistair, her little brother, who inherited the black hair of their father as well as his stature. Even though Alice was 3 years older than him, she was already smaller compared to him. Alice was a weak and small little girl who lived in his shadow. If you added to this an underdeveloped magic type due to an early awakening, her life might be perceived as miserable by others. Alice met the instructor called Victor in the training field just outside the mansion. He had prominent muscles, even more than Edgar de Ravendell, and had a really big voice. However, to Alice, he seemed to be a nice person. "Let's now begin, young lass. First, sit down on this chair. Close your eyes and breathe slowly. Yeah, just like this. Then, I'll be pouring some mana into your veins to help you start the process. If things go well, you should soon start to see a scene, an image, or even hear a sound in your head. It should have something to do with your magic type. Keep your eyes closed." "I see nothing. I cannot hear a thing either. What should I do?" "That is strange. Try to concentrate. Maybe you think it's black, but this is actually just very dark. Try to focus on details." "I will try. I really see black though." "Wait, aren't there tiny little dots here and there?" "Oh, there are." "What is this?" While Alice had her eyes closed, she kept her breath under control and tried to understand this image. Maybe it could be a constellation? Now that I think about it, isn't that Phaethon here? Is it space I see? The more I look at it, the more it looks like Phaethon. Phaethon was one of the 25 constellations that she had to learn in her curriculum. This one in particular was the easiest to recognize in the night sky because it was composed of the 7 brightest stars visible to the naked eye. I think I see space. I see a constellation. I know. Space? What would your magic even be? I wonder. Victor seemed to find it quite funny, but Alice was not so sure about her element anymore. What would it have to do with space? Some kind of gravitation element? This would be nice. Still, a part of her prayed to every god she knew from both of her worlds for her magic not to be related to astrology. "We'll try to find out." "I'll pour some mana into your arms once again. But I want you to open your eyes now. Try to remember the sensation of mana traversing your veins and then I'll let you do it yourself. Then, you will be able to see what your magic type is about." "Alright, please do so." The sensation was weird, but it was something she could get used to. When she had to do it herself, Alice tried to visualize the mana traversing her arms in the direction of her hands as a perfusion flowing in reverse. After all, she had seen this hundreds of times in her dreams. This let her envision it quite efficiently and she was congratulated by her instructor. "That is good, kid. Not many children can do it on the first try, and most of them are older than you. You're a natural." "Thank you, sir." "What do I do now that my mana is around my hands?" "To be honest, I was counting on what you would see or hear to be able to guess what to do first, but now I have no real plan." "If you had seen an animal, I would have put you in a farm to see if you could communicate with animals or something." "Just do whatever with your hands. Maybe you launch it in the shape of fire, like most mages." Even though she was not really convinced, Alice still tried to shoot her mana by punching the air. What came out was invisible. No water, no fire, no ice, no electricity. Nonetheless, Victor felt a little something more than a simple punch. It was air. Not much, though. You might be able to transform your mana into wind, kid. However, this might be because you awakened before studying much, but if you think there's air in space, you're mistaken. Mages who can fly have confirmed everywhere in the world that there is less and less air as we go higher in the sky. Sorry, Young lass. I know there is no air in space. There's surely another explanation as to why I saw that. Alice was red from embarrassment. She was so disappointed with this weak air magic that she couldn't even retort to the mockery of her instructor. Gah. Wind magic is lame. Why do I have this when I'm a huge fan of relativity? Give me back my time magic. No. Alice was so shocked that, for once, she didn't realize that everyone could tell she was extremely disappointed just by her facial expressions, even though she was usually so stoic whatever the situation she was in. Don't be so depressed, girl. Let us try a few other things. This remark made Alice self-conscious about her behavior and expression, so her face became even redder. I don't want the instructor to tell father and mother that I reacted like a crybaby. 30. Chapter 4. Determining the element. Alice collected herself and slowly breathed. If she really thought about it, wind magic could be kind of cool too. If her magic was in fact the control of oxygen around her, she might be able to take control of flames and their intensity as long as a combustion already started, almost making her look like a dual-element mage. Maybe this magic could even make her fly? We will do the same thing again, but this time, hold out your arm in front of you before you start moving your mana. Like this? Yes, precisely. Now slowly gather your mana in your arm and try to let it out without moving. As he said this, Victor was putting very fancy-looking goggles over his eyes. Alice thus began gathering her mana in her hands and then expelled it. As your mana leaves your hands it loses its form. But there's no wind. What does that mean? Am I not a wind mage then? That probably means that the slight flow of air was not really your magic, but more of a side effect. Now, please try to gather your mana into your muscles. I'll look at the flow of your mana. Like this? Similar, but not quite. Do these glasses let you see my mana? Precisely. This bear is a royal class artifact that I borrowed from the castle. I use it for most of the magic examinations of newly awakened children. Victor was the official instructor for most children who had their coming-of-age ceremony at the temple in the capital. Each newly awakened child had the right to have 1 or 2 free lessons, like the one Alice was having. Since she awakened way earlier than usual and outside the capital's temple, Victor was the one who had to come here. Given that the trip was about 2.5 days, the fact that Edgar de Ravendel personally knew the king had probably helped. Considering what I saw, the safest bet would be strengthening magic. The flow of your mana doesn't match exactly, but this would certainly explain the air current we felt. Your arm might have been much more powerful than normal at this moment, and created this slight air current. Strengthening magic. Like reinforcing my limbs? Yes. This kind of magic type is quite rare since it requires a very good knowledge of the human body, its bones, and muscles. Did you even have the time to learn all this? More or less. Not in this life, at least, but strengthening magic? This does sound cooler than wind magic, especially if it's rare. We will try it out. Take this ball in your dominant hand, gather mana, and try launching the ball at this fencing dummy. If it really is strengthening magic, I'll probably see it. Victor was expecting the ball to be faster than normal, and he would decide depending on the flow of mana if it was launched by mana-powered muscles or if it was propelled by wind magic. With the artifact he had, he would make sure to see it. Just after she steeled her resolve, Alice launched the ball. However, it was strange. Instead of gathering in her muscles, the mana left her hand and enveloped the ball, so it did not look much like strengthening magic. The wind magic should have thus become the more likely of the two, but the ball was awfully slow. There was no gain in speed and no airflow could be seen. It was like the mana on the ball was refusing to turn into magic. Weird. Let's do this, Aga. Just as Victor told Alice to throw the ball another time, a deafening noise could be heard as the ball collided with the dummy she had targeted. It was utterly destroyed by this seemingly weak ball. Victor could not even find the remnants of the projectile. It was hard to believe considering this was a throw from an underdeveloped 12-year-old girl. But this probably would have been lethal to any human who tried catching the ball. Just what is your magic? Victor sighed. At first, Alice didn't understand either. She was looking with dead eyes at the broken swordsmanship dummy. Isn't it a bit too much? What? What was the dummy made of? Wood, it would seem. This one may have been old, but I don't see how this weak ball could have broken it like this. Is it not rude to call this weak? I put all I had in this throw. Whatever. How did you do that? What do you mean whatever? Victor ignored the girl and just scratched his head. trying to think of something in order to explain this unexpected result. The few guards and attendants watching the magic lesson as they trained didn't know what to think of the situation either. Anyway, I did not do much. I just threw a fastball. Listen, kid. That was not fast at all. A ball this light should have done nothing to this dummy, even to an already damaged one. How do you explain that? Are you not the specialist here? How would I know? The throw can become more powerful with more speed or with a heavier ball. Yet, your ball was so slow. Did someone rig the ball or something? The few people that were there denied it, but Victor already knew that couldn't be it. He was the one who gave the ball to Alice in the first place, and it was not heavier than it should have been. So, I assume it carried more kinetic energy than it should have. Kind what? And never mind. I meant power. Maybe my mana strengthened the ball's power? This is not how strengthening magic works. Then again, with your studies being discontinued so soon, it makes sense that your magic type doesn't follow the rules. Ugh. You know what? This explanation will do for today. I'm exhausted. Even though I was the one doing physical tasks and exhausting my mana while you didn't move an inch. In the evening, when Alice was finally by herself in the room, she thought about what had happened that day. The increase in kinetic energy was the best explanation she could think of, considering what she had seen and what she had heard from her instructor. With a strengthened arm or with wind propelling the ball, the throw should indeed have been a lot faster, yet it had looked like a normal one. A certain instructor would say that it was weak, but this surely was just them being mean. So, does that mean I converted my mana into kinetic energy and gave it to the ball without changing its speed or mass? I guess the additional energy could have been stored in the ball as some sort of potential energy, like strain. If not, though, that would mean I kind of broke the formula. She was of course referring to the basic formula of kinetic energy, being E equals half mv squared. Just like the instructor said, kinetic energy could be increased with more mass or with more speed. Although they didn't call this kinetic energy, the science of this world didn't even have a term equivalent to energy in the physical sense. Hence why Alice used the vague term power. They did have a word for force, but force and energy were not really interchangeable. The lack of words for this concept actually had one big consequence. Nobody really thought of heat, light, or electricity as related to each other. Yet, they all were different forms of the same thing, energy. If Alice's magic was the manipulation of all types of energy, this would be a very nice power, she thought. However, it was entirely possible that her magic type was restricted to the manipulation of only kinetic energy. After all, one did not choose their element. Even so, she thought it was still pretty cool. Infinitely better than wind magic at least. Giving a projectile more power than it should have was the perfect wild card to use in a battle, too. Who would bother dodging a small pebble launched in a slow parabolic trajectory? Yet, with enough mana enveloping it, this same pebble could potentially carry the same energy as a rock the size of a hand thrown at full speed, or maybe even more than that. Maybe the opposite thing could even be done. Was she able to deprive projectiles or punches of their kinetic energy, making them harmless? The only limitation to this power seemed to be her mana. Just using her mana a few times emptied most of her mana pool, so Alice was feeling a little anemic and sat on a chair in the mansion. Speaking of her mana, she thought there was something strange. She felt as if she had been continuously releasing a small amount of mana since the instructor truly activated her mana veins. If she had to make an estimation, she was recovering about twice as much mana as what she was losing. Therefore, she was not too worried about losing all her mana and straight up dying because of that. Still, her mana recovery speed was thus around 33% slower than it should be. Maybe this was normal and this would naturally stop as she gets used to using mana. For the time being, she just hoped that all the mana that was slowly aggregating in her room would not suffocate her during the night or something. So, it is as you said, you do lend power to objects. The day after, the instructor did many experiments on his pupil's magic. One time, he made Alice hit the ball with a stick which she enveloped with some of her mana. As she swung the improvised bat, Victor thought it wasn't that fast. However, on contact with the ball, the latter flew so fast and so far away that Victor actually lost sight of it even while using his artifact-enhanced vision. This time, she seemed to have lent power to the bat, which explosively transferred it to the poor ball. Victor actually saw the mana on the bat disappearing and thus turning into magic at the exact time it made contact with the ball. Alice, however, was just happy to perform a home run, something even her former self had never achieved. One other time, Victor was the one who gently threw the ball after Alice had put her mana around it with one finger. The ball did carry a lot more power than it should have if Victor threw it normally. He made Alice do many other similar experiments but had to stop when her mana was low. Incidentally, even though the instructor was starting to understand a little more of Alice's magic type, he still didn't get what was up with the air produced by her weak hand in the first lesson. Frankly, he probably forgot. Yet, the explanation for the air was actually pretty similar to the ball's case, although at a much smaller scale. While extending her arms on the first day, Alice naturally pushed a few dozen sextillions of air molecules out of the way. Since she didn't have a ball in her hand, her mana was instead distributed to the molecules she made contact with. Just like with the ball, the air molecules she directly touched did not move any faster than without mana, but, upon encountering their neighbors, they transmitted a much higher energy. Just like the ball when hit by the powered-up bat, these neighbors then got a speed way higher than usual, and this little domino effect created a slight air current next to her hands. Mimicking this wind magic was of course totally useless, and it was so inefficient that it had emptied the majority of her mana pool in one try. After a few days of beginner-level lessons, Victor had to say his farewell to the Ravendels. He said that even though he could not really understand Alice's magic type, it was still fascinating and that he would like to come back sometimes to experiment with it. Since he had already published some research on strengthening magic, he wanted to find all the differences with Alice's magic. After all, the end results were essentially the same. On the other hand, Alice was now certain that her element let her manipulate energy in some way, so she was satisfied, even though this had depleted her mana. Still, a part of her wondered what constellations had to do with her magic. 26. Chapter 5. A New Study Buddy. Alice was sitting in front of a mirror while Mia, her personal maid, was brushing her hair. After days of boredom in the mansion, Alice's mother requested to see her. At last, something interesting might happen. I'm so bored without my studies. I almost miss astrology classes. Even though she meant that as a joke to herself, she had actually recently sneaked out of her room to read study books in the library, and the astrology one was among them. Her schedule was pretty much empty since she had awakened her magic. After all, she didn't need to know as much about every subject anymore. Or rather, her parents could not afford lessons that would not be useful in any way for 2.5 years. It was sad, but she would have to wait 3 years to follow the lessons along with her little brother. She would be an adult by then. Upon seeing her daughter, Layla de Ravendel broke into a bright smile and they greeted each other like true nobles. Ever since the head of the family became a count, they felt like they had to adapt the way they spoke to each other. However, even though they were more polite and distant when addressing one another, it was obvious Alice and her mother loved each other as much as before. I have amazing news for you, Ally. What is it, Mother? I am sure you remember the Marquis Isaac de Valmont, his wife, and his children, right? They came twice to this mansion when your father had business with the Marquis some years ago. I do remember. It was rare to see such powerful people who would bother going to a baron family's house, along with their children on top of that. You are right. The Marquis was kind to our family even when your father was only a baron. It was because he respected your father's skills and also because Marchioness Elena and I used to get along well during tea parties. I seem to remember that Rachel, the oldest daughter of the Marquis, considered you a good friend at the time too, even though she is older than you. Did she? I guess it is a good thing to be on good terms with such a powerful family. So, are they coming to this mansion soon? It is quite the opposite. This time, we are the ones going to their manor. Now that we are a count family, it is appropriate to visit them more frequently, and this is exactly what we will both do. The both of us? Why would we go? Rather, why would you take me with you? You're actually the one being invited, Ally. I am just accompanying you as your guardian. Eh? Me? To be honest, I do not even remember Rachel's face. You will not go there as Rachel's friend. You will help Maximilian with his studies. Who is that? Do you really not remember? He is Rachel's little brother. He is the same age as you. Now I think I do. But if I am being honest, Mother, I still do not understand why I have to teach him. It is more about assisting him than teaching him. Mia told me you were so bored that you sneaked out of your room to read a book about astrology. a subject you said you hated. I cannot possibly leave you like this when you are so eager to learn, ally. She saw me do that? Anyway, when I told this to Marchioness Elena in a letter, she said that Maximilian was struggling with his studies. And then she made this proposal to me. As you help him understand his least favorite subjects, you will be able to attend all the lessons from now until he has his coming-of-age ceremony and his awakening. This sounds like a good suggestion, but would I not be slowed down by him? Since you are already awakened, you would no longer attend any lesson in the first place. Is it not better than nothing? Also, as you said just before, getting along with the Marquis family is a good thing. Help Maximilian. Get along with him and you will not regret it. Are you not just excited to go with me in order to visit the Marchioness? Well, there is that too. However, it is not like I accepted all of this just for me or anything, okay? Good grief, she already accepted this proposal without consulting me. Thus, at the start of the following week, Alice et Layla de Ravendel took her off by carriage in the direction of Marquis Valmont's manor. The journey towards the Marquis manor could not be described as peaceful. The Ravendels' carriage was quite old since it was built around the time the former Baron Edgar de Ravendel married his wife Layla. Even though the carriage had undergone many modifications such that the Count's family could use it, it still lacked a proper suspension system. Apparently, the richer noble families had hydraulic or even air-assisted suspension, while the Ravendels' carriage had only old springs to dampen all the bumping. With this rough terrain, it was not enough to avoid pain and soreness. If this becomes a regular trip, I probably should think of some way to alleviate the pain with my magic. After all, the kinetic energy from the bumping is responsible for the pain in the first place. Inside the carriage were Countess Layla de Ravendel, her daughter Alice de Ravendel, and their respective maids. Layla's maid, Catherine, was probably twice as old as her. Yet, even with her grey hair, she couldn't be described as anything other than beautiful or elegant. Her posture was so perfect despite all the rattle from the carriage that Mia wanted to cry. Indeed, the young maid was desperately clinging to her seat so that she would not fall onto her master. Catherine saw through Mia immediately and seemed quite amused. Although this trip lasted only about 2 hours, everyone in the carriage was exhausted and their butt was hurting. Are you even human, Kathy? How come you look perfectly good after this? At some distance from their masters, Mia asked this to Catherine while lowering her voice. Little did she know that Layla and Alice could still perfectly hear her, even though they acted like they didn't. In reality, Catherine was especially in pain, probably because of her age, but nonetheless considered that a master should not have to worry about an attendant. She was simply trained to act like there was nothing wrong. Fortunately, Marchioness Elena promised in her letter that she would lend them their personal healing mage to ease their pain because she predicted they would use this particular carriage. Upon walking towards the manor, the Marchioness came out and walked some distance to meet them on their way, and then greeted the Countess and her daughter. She was a gorgeous woman with light pink hair. Alice thought Elena's blue eyes were beautiful, almost as much as her mother's. Even though Maximilian and you are the same age, you are so much shorter. You are so adorable. Gah. Why would you humiliate me from the get-go? Here I was thinking how beautiful you are. Oh, but do not worry, I do think it is better this way. I was worried about leaving a big girl with my precious son alone in his room. Mother, please stop saying such embarrassing things. As they were all walking towards the manor, a boy with pitch black hair opened the door and complained to his mother. He had apparently been listening to their conversation through the door, but he decided at some point to intervene before things got too weird between Alice and him. They hardly knew each other, after all. They had met only twice and, on both occasions, Alice talked only to his older sister Rachel while Maximilian had to play in a corner of the room with Alice's little brother who could barely talk at the time. Needless to say, Alice did not leave a good impression on him. Anyway, now that he made everyone aware of the fact that he was here the whole time, he felt like he had to get outside to greet them too. Good morning to you too. Please treat me well. Good morning Maximilian. It has been quite some time, and you grew up so much. You are handsome. I'm looking forward to helping you with your studies. Even though they were both 12 years old, he was more than 2 heads taller than Alice, who felt she had lost the battle. It was as if she was a young child Maximilian had to play with. By the look of it, he must have inherited this height from his father, since Marchioness Elena was actually a rather short woman herself. Still, it was clear they were mother and son, as they had the same dazzling blue eyes. Actually, The Marchioness looked so incredibly young that it was hard to believe she was over 30 years of age. She could totally pass as Maximilian's older sister. Your mother told me where your lessons were approximately stopped, so I am sure you will be able to catch up with Max soon enough. From then on, I ask that you attend his lessons along with him. I hope that you will help him if there is something he does not understand. He attends 3 lessons per week. Only 3? I personally had 4. But they were probably shorter than his. Alice nodded to the Marchioness. She was really looking forward to attending classes once again. This time with really good teachers hired by this rich family. Maximilian, please show your room to your new study partner. You two can talk about your studies while I explain the specifics to the Countess. All right, mother, I will do it. With an impassive face, Maximilian waited for Alice to start walking. He was seriously planning to guide her to his room. What? I don't want to be in a room alone with him though. The introverted girl was screaming in her head, but she still managed to maintain her facade and her regular stoic face. She then proceeded to obediently follow Maximilian. 24. Chapter 6, A Tea Party of Introverts. While their mothers were discussing the details of the lessons, Maximilian de Valmont and Alice de Ravendel were seated on their chairs around a table in his room. They were drinking the tea that Maximilian's maid prepared. The tea set was made of silver, as was customary to prove it was not poisoned. The atmosphere was tense, as they didn't know what to say. Maximilian had some experience with tea parties with his friends but only felt confident in topics shared among boys. Meanwhile, Alice was utterly powerless in this situation. Although she knew for a fact that she used to be able to make small talk with strangers pretty easily in her previous life, the young girl had never felt as different from her former self as she did now. A part of her was actually relieved because, not too long ago, she had been afraid that these memories from another world would consume her mind. Fortunately, at this very moment, she felt like she was not the same person. In this life, she was a timid, introverted, reserved, reclusive, socially inept girl. Well, at least, she had her own personality and individuality, which was probably a good thing. Anyway, she was currently incapable of initiating a conversation with her new study partner. She remembered her former self starting some conversations with basic subjects like the weather of the day, but she was scared he would find this topic lame. Therefore, she pretended to be a tea connoisseur, savoring this wonderful tea to buy time until Maximilian spoke first. She waited for what felt like several minutes of awkward silence to her, but it eventually worked out, as Maximilian raised his head. He was probably about to start talking. So, you are pretty small, are you not? Why would you start with this? I should have brought up a lame subject such as the weather instead. Moreover, you totally heard your mother roast me about that already, so why? This truly was a touchy subject for Alice, as she was really insecure about her size. I guess I am. I remember we were about even the last time we met, though. Nope. I was already one head taller, I am pretty sure. Why would you argue with me on this? Don't you see I'm really uncomfortable already? How do you even remember that when it happened years ago? Frankly, I don't even remember you. Yes indeed, I mixed you up with someone else. I am sorry. You do not really remember me, do you? After all, you always ignored me back then. How rude to say this to me. Now I am pretty sure you're worse than me at small talk. Look at this atmosphere. Alice felt like Maximilian was taking the lead of this conversation only so he could demean her, so she decided to go on the offensive too. Maybe you should have tried imposing yourself? Then I would have remembered you. But I did. You clearly saw me try talking to you back then, but you just ignored me and kept talking to my sister. I must have been too busy speaking with Ashley. What did you just call my sister? What was her name again? It's over. That is just the nickname I gave her. Alright, what is her real first name? Sharon? You are just saying random names now. Are you not? Wait, why are you crying? Alice couldn't do it anymore. The embarrassment was too much for her to bear and she kept weeping for several minutes. Maximilian was trying his best to console her and determine why she was reacting like this by making her say a few words at a time. He understood the gist of the situation. You are bad with people, huh? Stop crying already. I am so sorry. You really look like a young child. Yet you are technically a season older than me. Oh, am I? Yeah, so stop crying and act your age, if you would. Anyway, I don't really care that I was ignored in the past. I feel bad for my sister, though. She was so excited at the idea of seeing her friend regularly in the manor, and yet you do not seem to even remember her name. It is Rachel, right? I just forgot it in the heat of the moment. Well, I apologize for putting you in this situation. You do not need to make small talk. I do not care. Ah, really? Yeah. Just assist me in my lessons. Having the help of someone who has already awakened could be helpful. And my magic is pretty unusual though, so I am not sure it will be useful to you. I heard it was strengthening magic. It sounds strong to me, don't you think? Well, it is not exactly strengthening. My muscles and bones do not become stronger or more resistant. So, if I were to punch a solid object, the bones in my arm would probably shatter before anything happens. That sounds unpractical. But hey, you seem pretty talkative when it comes to magic. Oh. Thank you. This was not really a compliment. Alice and Maximilian thus decided to just talk about magic and about what he didn't really understand, and the timid girl was indeed able to express herself way better than during small talk. If it seemed it was magic that made her more chatty, it was actually scientific topics. However, since the two finally connected somewhat, she did not correct him. About half an hour since Alice had stopped crying, she and Maximilian decided to return to the room where their mothers were supposedly discussing the details of the lessons. Most likely, though, they were just chatting. That was when a tall girl saw them both in the corridor. Alice, it's been so long. Oh, Rachel, how do you do? Alice saw Maximilian make a furtive thumbs up behind his back, addressed to her. Despite his emotionless face, Alice was sure he was thinking something along the lines of "Great job remembering her name. Of course I remember it. She's my friend. I can't guarantee that I'll remember yours, though." "I'm fine, but why are you here today?" "You were supposed to come next week." "Good grief. Big sister, I am sure to have told you yesterday for the third time that she was coming today. I'm not stupid, Max. I wouldn't have forgotten this so quickly." "Let us say that I forgot to warn you, then. Don't worry, I'll let you get away with it since you're so cute." "Huh? Please do not say that now." The girl patted her brother's head and openly said something outrageously embarrassing for a boy. Alice could understand where she was coming from, though she may not speak so openly with her own brother, Alistair, but that didn't mean she thought any less of him than Rachel did of Maximilian. Alice smiled as she watched the two siblings. Rachel, almost 14 years old, was a full head taller than Maximilian. She had the same pink hair as her mother, styled in a ponytail. Despite their differences in appearance, personality and the way they were speaking, at that moment, Alice couldn't help but see them as a typical big sister and little brother. Rachel and Maximilian may have looked and acted differently, with their contrasting eyes and hair, but their bond was undeniable. There was high demand for theoretical magic instructors, as every person in the world had mana and could awaken to magical powers. This included commoners, who had their own coming-of-age ceremony. As a result, almost everyone needed as much knowledge as possible before they awakened. Alice wondered why there was no magic academy to parallelize the task of instruction, but then realized that instructors had to be extremely attentive to their students because of the unique magic system of this world. Custom lessons were necessary, which explained why there was no academy. Therefore, there was a limited supply of these tutors, which made the prices for lessons exorbitantly high. Only nobles and some wealthy merchants could afford them. For poorer commoners, they had to rely on the knowledge of their parents and grandparents to try to understand magic as much as possible. Many just hoped to learn useful magic for their daily lives, such as fire magic for cooking or water magic to purify polluted water or seawater for drinking. Even for the House of Ravendel, a former baron family, lessons were not cheap. That was why they were thrilled to hear from Marquis Valmont that he would pay for even the supplementary lessons for Alice to catch up with Maximilian's lessons. The Valmont family was so much wealthier than the Ravendels that they were paying individually for Rachel and Maximilian's lessons, rather than grouping them together. After a few days of intensive lessons, Alice managed to catch up with Maximilian and started attending his lessons as well. This effectively satiated Alice's urge to learn new things, but she now wanted to practice her own magic. For that, however, she would need an official practical instructor. 19. Chapter 7. The Purest Conversion in the Universe. As there were lessons in the mornings and the afternoons, Alice had been taking her lunches with the Valmont family, which included the Marquis, his wife, and their children. On days when the Marchioness wasn't too busy, the Countess would join her daughter as her guardian and would have a tea party with the Marchioness. At first, the Valmonts tried to make small talk with Alice, but they eventually stopped and began asking her more specific questions about the lessons and magic. Alice suspected that Maximilian had told his parents at some point that small talk made her uncomfortable and that a more direct approach was better. Despite not liking the idea of needing protection from a child younger than herself, Alice was still grateful to Maximilian for the most part. One day, Rachel and Alice were practicing sword fighting with wooden sticks, although it was more like playing than actual training. This was Rachel's idea, as she wanted them to play outside before Alice had her afternoon magic lesson. Rachel was very kind but easily excited about everything, although not for long. On Earth, she might have been diagnosed with some kind of hyperactivity disorder. Despite Rachel's extrovert and energetic personality, which should be Alice's worst nightmare, she actually didn't mind too much. After all, Rachel always led conversations and, because she was always talking and asking things, Alice could simply ignore about half of the questions since Rachel would just get suddenly excited about something else entirely. Rachel was an easygoing girl who was not interested in the usual noble small talk in the slightest, and that was why Alice was comfortable with her. "Come on, show me your magic. I have told you multiple times that we should not do this without a practical magic instructor. I am not even sure you would find my magic that interesting anyway." "It's fine, right? I'll just make you show me once so you don't use up all your mana. Show me your strengthening magic." Again, this is not strengthening magic since I do not power up my muscles, though I might be able to mimic it. "Just show me once. It's an order." "Ugh. Alright, I will just throw a ball." "No, I heard your throw looks pitiful. Hit the ball with the stick you're holding." "Pitiful? Who told you that?" "It doesn't matter. Get your stick ready, I'll throw the ball at you." "Alright. But be careful with your throw." "I will position myself with an angle so that I do not hit you." "Please launch the ball in a parabola." Yeah, get ready." Somehow Rachel didn't seem to understand what a parabola was since she threw the ball straight with all her strength. "Go." "A full-speed throw?" "This isn't a parabola at all." Panicking, Alice swung her mana-powered stick and only grazed the ball. She had missed it. Because of her strong build, Rachel had launched the ball with great momentum, at least compared to Alice's throws. Just before the ball hit her forehead, Alice saw a bright flash. Gah. Or not? Alice had hoped the impact wouldn't hurt too much, but she didn't actually expect it to be the case. It did sting a bit, but considering the weight and speed of this ball, Alice could not explain how it did so little to her face. As such, she rapidly concluded that she somehow managed to deprive the ball of some of its kinetic energy, which was the exact opposite of what she had done before. Thinking back, she suspected that, as the stick grazed the ball, some of the mana enveloping it had stuck to the ball and reacted to her thoughts just before the impact. "So I can take off the kinetic energy too. But where did it go?" The first law of thermodynamics stated that energy could not be destroyed or created from nothing. It could only be converted into another form. Before now, Alice had been making her mana act like a sort of potential energy that turned into kinetic energy upon contact with a target. This let her change the total amount of energy in a system in its current inertial frame of reference, without changing its force or even its momentum. This time, however, the kinetic energy of the ball had seemingly decreased. Did this energy become something else, like heat? Alice thought she saw a light coming out of the ball just before receiving it in the face. Could that be it? What happened? Are you okay? Why did my ball sparkle like that? So I guess it wasn't my life flashing before my eyes. Then, I suppose that I can convert kinetic energy into light too. I wonder if I'm able to convert it into other forms of energy. This was getting exciting. Maybe her element was not only restricted to kinetic energy after all. But then, Alice made a hypothesis she definitely needed to try out as soon as she could. In the first place, since I can convert mana into kinetic energy, doesn't it mean mana is de facto another form of energy according to thermodynamics? Otherwise, the additional kinetic energy that I give to objects would break the first law. If energy was all about conversion, it made sense. Not to mention, in this world, living beings recovered their mana with food. After all, the more mana mages had, the more they ate in a day. It would then mean that they converted their food into chemical energy, then into mana. and then into another form of energy depending on their element while casting magic. There was a good chance that Alice's magic type was indeed broader than just the control of kinetic energy. It might be energy manipulation. So, if mana was really another form of energy, couldn't she transform kinetic energy into mana, hence generating it just by taking a hit? Alice gave Rachel a very noble-like smile. Shall we do it again, my lady? What? Are you mad at me or something? For once, Rachel was afraid of this little girl who had such an intense grin. The Marquis' daughter hoped that Alice's afternoon lessons would start soon. By default, when Alice was enveloping something like a projectile with her mana, it was acting like potential energy that turned into kinetic energy later. However, there seemed to be some losses, probably because she was only a beginner. Even ignoring the losses, however, she was sure to lose at the very least as much mana as the new kinetic energy she added to a projectile when she attacked, in joules equivalent. On the other hand, if she was hit by something carrying kinetic energy, instead, she had to use only a small quantity of mana to convert the attack into other things, like light or heat. This made defense much more efficient than offense in terms of preserving mana. Moreover, if Alice was able to convert kinetic energy into mana, she might be able to have even more mana at her disposal than she had before being attacked. It sounded broken. Well, it was true in theory. In the end, Alice had to mobilize a great deal of mana to catch the ball's kinetic energy. As it happened, the more mana density there was, the more kinetic energy was decreased. However, without knowing where the ball would hit, she had to increase the volume of mana in front of her. If she wanted to stop the ball at the very last moment before the impact, a consequent wager of mana was necessary. Alice, let's stop doing that. Look at you. No. Please continue throwing the ball. I feel like I am starting to get the gist of it. After some time, she had to resort to predicting where the ball would strike her in order to reduce as much as possible the amount of mana she mobilized. Her face might have been correctly covered, but she had to rely on her hands enveloped by mana to catch the projectile anywhere else. The issue was that she was not that great at analyzing the trajectory. The fact that Rachel was the one to suggest stopping spoke volumes about the number of failed attempts at catching the ball. By the time her afternoon lesson started, she looked all beat up, dirty, and a little anemic due to her almost empty mana pool. Since she did not know how to reabsorb her own mana yet, she had left a lot over there. What happened to you? Did my sister do this to you? Now she is going way too far. No. It is quite alright. I was the one asking her to hit me. What? Are you an idiot or some kind of pervert? Maximilian looked at her in disgust. He regretted worrying about her this afternoon. He decided it was best not to ask her any questions after the lesson. Somehow, Alice seemed way more invested in the lesson than usual. It was about manipulating mana in a mage's surroundings in order to perform magic at a distance. These techniques were especially useful for mages who would rather not touch their own magic, like ice, fire, or lightning mages. Since they too were at risk, they had to make their mana come out of their hand, stabilize it around them, and only then turn the mana into magic. For mages who could touch their magic, however, like earth or water mages, it was not as useful. Still, even these mages could use this technique to attack from behind their target at close range. Another part of the lesson was about how to reabsorb the mana while it had not been transformed into magic yet. It was apparently a thing that was made possible by a combination of breathing techniques and a clear visualization of the mana flowing in the opposite direction toward the body. Maximilian did not really get all of this, but Alice seemingly did, as she had been nodding constantly for about 3 minutes. This kind of lesson about the magic system was just as important as the ones about the physical phenomena that magic types were based on. Having a good understanding of how mana could flow through the body and its surroundings could increase the likelihood of an individual awakening an element that was optimized for their mana flow. As such, Maximilian was wondering how Alice could use this knowledge as both an already awakened kid and a pseudo-strengthening mage at that. It was clearly too late to change how her mana flowed in her veins, and the idea of strengthening mages manipulating mana outside their bodies was stupid in the first place. Yet, for some reason, she seemed very invested in the lesson. She was even writing verbatim everything the instructor was saying, which made the latter pretty uncomfortable. By the time the afternoon lesson ended, Maximilian realized he had completely given up listening to the tutor. and instead had been thinking about Alice's magic. Since she paid attention, at least, she would probably explain to him what he missed. It was her role in the first place, anyway. When they left the room, he chose to ask her, even though he had planned to ignore her for the day. "Say, Alice, what did the tutor mean when he—" "Sorry, I am busy. See you." That was what she immediately answered before running quite fast considering her small build. Maximilian grumbled to himself as he watched Alice's retreating figure. It was rare for her to be such an open book, and he couldn't help but wonder what had her in such a hurry. He made a mental note to ask her about it later and decided to head back to his own room for the time being. What a weirdo. There was no one practicing at the training ground, so Alice was alone. As such, she decided to put into practice everything she had just learned. She did not want to waste time because she would soon have to go back to the Ravendell's mansion in about an hour. If I don't have the time to convert kinetic energy into mana when it starts making contact with my skin, maybe I can just start the process before then. It was possible to use and manipulate mana in a diameter of a few meters around the caster. As such, she probably could form a sort of cloud of mana that a ball or another object would have to pass through to get to her. Then, she would be able to begin the conversion before it touched her. By the time the object would eventually make contact with her, it would theoretically have almost no energy left. Moreover, she would be controlling both the newly created mana and her own clump of mana, minus the part that would have been consumed for the conversion. From then, she would either reconvert the mana into another form of energy like heat, light, or kinetic energy, or she would reabsorb it all to fill up her mana pool. Mana was pretty mysterious. In the world of her former self, it had never been detected, even though it was everywhere in this world. All species, be they animal or vegetal, were producing mana. Plants and trees even emitted mana along with oxygen during their photosynthesis. It was an invisible energy that every being could feel and that had a unique signature for each individual. Magic, on the other hand, was the bending of reality according to a mage's element through the medium of mana. If Alice managed to find a way to bend reality to end up with more mana than what she had before casting her magic, this would be a first in this world. Frankly, she was unsure about sharing this with other people, as it sounded like a good reason to be targeted by some powerful nobles. "Wait, I'm alone. Who will throw a ball at me?" Should I have asked Maximilian? Well, now that I'm here, I'll just start manipulating at a distance the mana I have left in my mana pool, and try reabsorbing it. That's too bad, but I'll have to produce mana another day. She made her mana leave her hands and made it float around her in an invisible orbit. It was a bit of mental gymnastics at first, but she managed to get used to it in a few minutes. Manipulating mana in the air. That's truly a game changer. Then she tried absorbing back the mana that she had been manipulating, and she managed to do it the third time. As it happened, the breathing part of this technique was more important than Alice thought, but now, thanks to that, she would be able to reabsorb all the mana she was constantly and involuntarily emitting. In her mansion, her bedroom was so saturated with her mana that all the maids who entered felt chills every time. For now, she filled her mana pool with the mana that had been left here when she trained with Rachel earlier. She decided that she would do the same thing at her mansion as soon as she would return there. Then, she tried converting small parts of the big cloud of mana in front of her into light and heat, and she succeeded. Since she was only a beginner at magic, her energy conversions had significant losses in energy, in the form of heat. When she converted in one go a certain volume of mana, about 20% of it was lost while 80% of it was converted into another form of energy. Still, even without much training, she was already converting energy with an 80% efficiency. Compared to this, photosynthesis converted only about 2% of light into chemical energy, while the conversion of the chemical energy in food into mechanical energy by animals was thought to be about 20% efficient. Thus, her measly 80% efficiency made those conversions one of the most efficient in this world. Frankly, she would probably never get to a full 100% efficiency because of the second law of thermodynamics. In a closed system, there were always some losses during energy conversions, since entropy could not decrease in a system. That's all well and good, but if we're talking about the purest conversion in the universe, it has to be annihilator. Just as she was casually thinking while still actively manipulating her mana in the air, Alice interrupted her train of thought as she felt her right hand trembling for some reason. She had a look at it and followed the thin trace of mana in a minuscule section of the cloud she had been controlling. The mana density was not right. The numbers did not add up. An expression of fear appeared on her face as she had the realization, and, an instant later, there was an explosion. 19. Chapter 8, Sword of Damocles. From the manor, a huge sound could be heard. It strongly resembled the sound of a cannon being fired. Actually, it sounded more like a big firecracker or a firework, but, in this world of magic, the need to create those never came. As such, everyone from this world would fear an attack from intruders rather than think someone was just playing or celebrating something. In the Valmont's manor, most of the workers were either envisaging the former, or were just confused. Maximilian, however, had a bad feeling for another reason. He was almost sure the sound originated from the west, and he saw about an hour ago Alice going outside in this direction. What is she even doing over there? He remembered that Alice was overly invested in a lesson about manipulating mana outside of the caster's body and that she ran outside immediately after, so he feared this sound came from her. Still, he did not know if something had really gone wrong. It was weird in the first place that a sound like this one could be created with pseudo-strengthening magic. But Alice did not necessarily mess up. He decided to go towards the training ground, even though he was not wearing an appropriate outfit. As he was about to leave the manor, his father, Isaac de Valmont, stopped him. "What do you think you are doing? You and Alice, you stay inside while I send the guards over there." But I think Alice did that." "What? Is she over there?" Isaac did not seem convinced at all. Maximilian then proceeded to tell him all about Alice's behavior that day, starting with her getting all beat up by Rachel on the training ground a few hours prior. His father eventually gave in, but he decided to go with him along with 4 guards to protect the both of them. Upon arriving at the training ground, a young girl with white hair was on the floor, seemingly unconscious. "Oh no, Alice, are you okay?" The Marquis was the first to react in this situation and immediately approached the girl. She was covered in burns and did not react to their voice. "Father, is she still alive?" "She is." "You there? Call the healing mage immediately." One of the guards was ordered to quickly call Lucius, a proficient healing mage who worked in the manor as an attendant. When he arrived, he treated Alice, starting with her right arm. Her skin was in tatters in certain areas, and the mage gasped at the sight. Despite this, however, he continued the treatment. Healing magic could decrease the severity of a wound and greatly increase the recovery speed of a body, but it rarely made injuries magically disappear as if they never were there in the first place. As such, even near the end of the treatment, it was still clear as day that Alice had been injured. After what felt like several minutes or even dozens of minutes, a few doctors arrived to take over the treatment from the mage. Soon after, as she was brought back to the manor, Alice was put into a bed which had been prepared in a hurry by the Marchioness and her mother, the Countess. The latter was already crying when she saw her daughter. "Look at her state. Please treat her with magic." "They already did, for half an hour." "We should just let her rest for the time being." "You can stay with her for the night, Layla. We will send a message to the Count. Where am I?" Early in the morning of the next day, Alice finally woke up. She did not recognize the room she was in since she had never been there. She was extremely confused and then saw her mother sleeping uncomfortably at her bedside. As she tried to lift her right arm to wake her up and ask her directly, she felt an intense pain. She then looked at it under her sleeve and saw that it was bandaged. She realized that, under the unfamiliar clothes she was wearing, some parts of her body were in a similar state. Even her neck. She also had tinnitus in her right ear. I remember now. She had caused this herself and had seemingly worried everyone, starting from her own mother. As she looked at her, she realized there were dried teardrops on her cheeks. Alice started crying too. She was not a hero who would rejoice over discovering the potential of her true power, but instead just a little girl who realized she could have not only killed herself, but also the entirety of the people living in this manor. "I'm scared." I couldn't control it. She did not want to think too much about what happened the day before because she was afraid it would occur again. After all, it had happened as soon as she nonchalantly thought about it. She managed to stay alive with some burns, some hearing loss and a concussion, but she could have easily died on the spot. At that moment, Alice had briefly been thinking about matter-antimatter annihilation. This was a phenomenon that took place when matter met antimatter. The result of this encounter was the total annihilation of both. That is, the conversion of both of their mass into light. After all, matter and antimatter were just another form of energy. The potential of this energy was incredible though, since it perfectly followed the famous equation E equals mc squared. This meant that any object with a mass could theoretically be converted into other forms of energy such as light or heat. Even a minuscule amount of mass would result in a tremendous amount of joules, since it would be multiplied by the enormous number that was the square of the speed of light. The day before, Alice had sensed her hand that was controlling the cloud of mana trembling. For some reason, suddenly, the amount of mana started increasing and, in an instant, there was twice as much as before, without any visible change in the volume of mana. She then realized there was a weird fluctuation in the mana she had been casually manipulating in the air. There was a minuscule portion that contained a significant amount of mana. Somehow, she instantly made the connection between this and what she had just been thinking, and thus knew something really bad was about to happen. In the first place, Alice was already feeling the air getting really hot because of the losses of a conversion she could not see. Rather than trying to control it, she decided to get this extremely dense ball of mana as far away from her as possible, but it still exploded only a meter from her. What really happened was that Alice somehow converted a very small portion of the air into mana. Instead of just moving her mana, she messed up and inadvertently broke down pure matter into another form of energy. Fortunately, this time, she targeted only a tiny volume of gas. This volume, made out of air at a classic density of 1.225 kilograms per cubic meter, was dozens of times smaller than the smallest grain of sand one could find. This tiny volume of air contained more or less 30 picograms of matter, of which every particle was converted into mana or heat. Because of the minuscule volume of this mana, its absurd density made it extremely unstable. It then blew up into light, heat and sound, hurting Alice before she could get away. While it amounted to only a few thousand joules of energy, it was still way more powerful than the most dangerous legal firecracker that could be brought back on Earth. It was also about 3 times more powerful than a small dry ice bomb, except she received heat instead of shrapnels. If she had converted only 10 times as much matter into mana, she would have possibly lost a limb or two in the explosion, or could have even died on the spot in the worst case. Had she instead converted a few hundred milligrams, everything in a kilometer would have been destroyed, killing the Valments, her mother and all the attendants, cooks and guards. So, Alice was scared. What if it happened again? On Earth, antimatter, which was incredibly expensive and difficult to create, was needed to produce matter-antimatter annihilation. This time, however, only a thought was necessary for her magic to start converting matter and free all its tremendous potential energy. It was way too easy to mess up and obliterate enormous areas. Unfortunately for Alice, the world she lived in was not a game like one with a system, levels, skills, or even with predetermined magic spells necessitating an incantation. Here, using magic was not too different from moving an arm just by thinking about doing it. Thus, if she was not focused enough while using her magic, she could kill everyone physically close to her in less than a second. This was truly a sword of Damocles, as there was no safety to avoid an accidental activation. Alice was seriously considering killing herself. She would rather die alone now than risk killing her parents along with her. Even in these conditions, her death would still have so much more meaning than that of her former self, who had probably been a nuisance to her family during her final year and who had died a miserable and useless death in pain. I might even remember this life in my next one. You're awake. Just as she was thinking about pretty serious things for a kid her age, her mother exclaimed with joy when she saw Alice had woken up and gently put her hand over the blanket near her daughter's leg. Alice cried once again. But I don't want to die and lose them. Illustration. Collapse. She did not want to say goodbye to her parents, not to mention, according to her mother's expression, she would surely be devastated if her daughter killed herself like this. She was also afraid to die. Even if someone in another world were to have her memories, she did not feel like it would be equivalent to being alive. Even she considered her former self dead. After all, in the end, Alice decided to reduce her mana flow for the time being. and only use magic while accompanied with a practical instructor while focusing her mind on other kinds of conversion like kinetic energy. She also gave up on the idea of manipulating mana in her surroundings, at least temporarily, since it was while doing this that she involuntarily triggered an explosion. Of course, she also thought about simply not using magic anymore, but she guessed it was a bad idea. Since the time her mana veins had been activated for the first time, she had always been unconsciously emitting mana, whether it was normal or not. As such, in only a night, enough mana to destroy a capital was already mobilized in the air around Alice and was just waiting for her order to start this pseudo-annihilation. That is, the conversion of matter energy into 80% of highly unstable mana and 20% of heat. If that was the case, Alice thought she might as well get her mana flow accustomed to kinetic energy conversion instead of completely stopping using magic at the exact moment she messed up. If she did that, she would just be maximizing the chances of messing up again in her sleep. Of course, she would still manipulate this mana she was emitting in order to reabsorb it or consume it, but there was nothing she could do about it. In the end, Alice had trouble explaining what had happened to her mother, the Marquis and the Marchioness. As far as they knew, her magic was similar in almost every way to strengthening magic. It made absolutely no sense that she managed to create an explosion. She tried to explain this with the air exploding because of the power she gave it, but nobody seemed to really buy it. Alice did not realize it, but she was, in fact, a terrible liar. Nevertheless, she promised she would not use magic without an official instructor keeping an eye on her, and then thanked everyone for treating her, starting with Lucius, who had eventually collapsed because of mana exhaustion when he went back to the manor. 21. Chapter 9, The Instructor. Months after the pseudo-annihilation, pretty much everything was back to normal for Alice. Even her tinnitus disappeared after a few weeks. She took some notes during her lessons and asked questions, compared this world's knowledge to the one from her dreams, and actively helped Maximilian assimilate the aspects he didn't quite grasp. Some days, just after the meal, she would train at the sword with Rachel. Despite her friends' pleas, though, Alice always refused to protect herself with her magic. Then she would have the afternoon lessons and would do the same as in the morning. To her, the only difference was Maximilian's attitude toward her. At first, he was almost rude when he talked with her, but, since that certain event, he seemed slightly kinder. Even for little things like the flavor of tea that he asked his maid to prepare for both of them, he took his guests' preferences into consideration. At some point, Alice heard from the Marquis that Maximilian had been quite shocked when he saw her covered in severe burns on the ground. He must have realized that he cared about her, so she started to view him as a valuable friend in return. For his sake, Alice was adding much more details to most of the original lessons. For example, when there were basic lessons on the human body, she did her best to describe the role of each part of the brain, various things about the immune system, cells, or genetics. She was not sure it was still entirely true in this world, though. After all, back on Earth, there was no such thing as mana veins. Moreover, in this world, because of the importance of mana, meals were slightly more calorific, and digestive organs tended to be a bit bigger compared to those of Earth's humans. So, Maximilian, did you understand the lesson? This concept of force is important. With this, you can predict an object's trajectory pretty accurately. It sounded a little too abstract for me. I might need your help. Still, I am worried about you learning a gravitation theory with flaws and developing a weird magic type as a result. I wonder if I should introduce you to general relativity at some point. A weird magic type? Like you are one to talk. Also, do you not realize that our tutors get upset when you act like you know more than they do? Where did you get this knowledge? Anyway, reading books? I doubt it. The tutors did it too for way longer than you. Let us just say that I am a genius. If you are, why are you wasting your time teaching this to me only? You should write books for everyone in order to help the Ironia Kingdom. I will do it someday. For now, I want to share this knowledge with you only. Maximilian was surprised when the usually expressionless Alice spoke so boldly, especially while maintaining eye contact. In reality, Alice had been doing this deliberately lately in order to show her affection to those close to her. She was worried people would think her ever-stoic expression meant she was a sociopath or something similar. I see. Thank you. Over time, Alice became more comfortable speaking casually with Maximilian. Rachel, their parents, and even the attendants at the manor. This mutually beneficial relationship between the Valmonts and the Ravendals helped both families increase their influence. For the Count, being on good terms with the Marquis was a major advantage, and he was no longer mocked as much as before for being a former baron. Countess Layla had also greatly expanded her network through her tea parties with powerful nobles. As for the Marquis, strengthening his relationship with the Count meant getting closer to the royal family. Some rumors even said that the king would soon make him a duke due to this new relationship and the Marquis' consequent mana pool. On the day Alice turned 13, the Valmonts celebrated with her at their manor. Even Count Edgar de Ravendal made his way to the manor for the occasion. As a gift, the Marquis announced that he had hired a talented practical instructor for Alice from the king's network. He had originally wanted to hire Victor de Branget, who had briefly taught Alice a few months prior, but his specialty was helping newly awakened people to discover their elements and training them during their first week. This first week was critical, as it was during this time that a person could lose control of their mana and straight up die. Victor was so busy with this that he didn't have the leeway to train a specific person for a long period of time. However, since he was very interested in Alice's magic, he insisted on sending his greatest disciple in his place. Most likely, he did this to receive regular reports about her magic. This instructor will teach you magic at your mansion on the days you do not have to come here. How do you like it, Alice? I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I am very happy to have someone competent to teach me. The Marchioness seemed relieved that Alice liked this gift. She feared that the young lady would still be traumatized by the explosion incident that had happened a while ago. It is nothing. You deserve it just for helping out our Max. His grades have become so much better than before. This is really good news since I was worried about stopping using magic at such a bad time. Though I'm not sure about being tutored by someone close to that old man. Now, Alice would finally be able to use magic again after many months of restriction. And so, the very same week, on a day Alice planned to do nothing in the Ravendals' mansion, a young woman asked the guards to meet her new student, the daughter of the Count de Ravendal. This new instructor sat with Alice in the parlor while her maid Mia was serving them tea. She quickly introduced herself. Her name was Serena, and she was the youngest disciple of Victor. Yet, apparently, she was recognized by everyone as his best one. In turn, Alice concisely introduced herself as the daughter of the Count. Then, neither of them spoke for a few seconds. This was too familiar to a certain memory from the darkest place of Alice's mind. Oh no, not that again. I'm the host, and I don't know what to say. However, her worries disappeared immediately after. So, what exactly is your magic? Master Victor told me that it was totally like strengthening magic but that at the same time, it had nothing in common. How come? Let me see. With my magic, I'll understand it immediately. Let's quickly drink this tea and go outside. So much energy. She's exactly like Rachel. At least, she goes straight to the point. Serena was apparently a magic addict who thought about nothing else all day. She did not look like one, though. She had long, beautiful blonde hair, profound yellow eyes, and the face of an angel. She was quite short for a woman and must have been 19 or 20 years old. She even wore an elegant golden dress that made her look like a dignified lady. Truly, it was as if she was made of gold. Yet, after drinking her cup of tea in only 2 or 3 gulps without checking for poison, she completely ignored etiquette, stood up, and hurried to the door in order to go to the training ground. Despite all the dirt there, slow down. Please. Why are you in such a hurry? Serena stopped, turned, and looked at Alice with a smile. We have only 4 hours for this lesson. We need to start as soon as possible to try out things. Do you really expect me to last 4 hours of mana training? I am only 13, so my mana pool will not last that long. Fair enough. However, you do not need to worry, for I have mana potions. What? It's the first time I have heard about those. Why did no one tell me about them? Well, they're hard to make since the flow of mana is so easy to mess up as it gets in the container. But I'm kind of a genius, you know? I see. Illustration. Collapse. Even though Serena was kind of bragging, she still looked dignified. But this impression immediately disappeared when she resumed her race towards the training ground. Alice had to quickly drink her tea as well and just ran after her. She did not really like this flavor of tea anyway, but Mia had told her that this one was a hit with all noble women of the Aronia Kingdom. The disappointed maid decided to follow them at a more dignified pace. Somehow, this girl acted more gracefully than those two, even though she was merely a servant. Serena saw that Alice looked exhausted after running for only 30 meters, so she decided to stop and wait for her. When they got there, Alice thought she had to warn Serena. I must say, however, that you might not find my magic that interesting. Victor might have exaggerated a little. Don't say that. I'll be the judge, and I promise that I'll be honest if I find your magic lame. Considering what Master Victor told me, I have some things I want to see with my own eyes. Okay. Destroy the dummy over there in a similar fashion to what you did with him, if you would. Are you sure? I already got scolded by Father when I destroyed 4 of them last time. You don't have to worry. I'll just talk to your father after your training. If you say so. Alice then proceeded to do the exact same thing she did while Victor trained her. She put her mana around the ball as some kind of potential energy that turned into kinetic energy on contact. The ball was launched with all the young girl had. That is, pretty slowly, but still destroyed the dummy. Fascinating. Since your throw was so weak and yet the result was so impressive. It really is not strengthening magic. Victor called it power magic, and I now see why. Pitiful, weak. Why are you all being so rude while I'm in front of you? Well, anyway, did you deliberately activate the magic at the moment of the impact? Do not ignore me. Damn it. Alice's practical tutor wore a serious expression and seemed to wait for a response. When she was like that, she somehow had a lot of charisma. Alice quickly lost her anger and thought she would get scolded if she said nothing. No, I tried to activate my magic when I threw the ball. That's weird then. What other things can you do with your magic? I can do the opposite and deprive things of their power. Do you perform complex mana operations to do this? No, I would not say so. It activated itself when I just thought about it last time. Serena looked at Alice suspiciously. Was using her own magic freely an unnatural thing? That could not be. Alright, I see. From what I heard, there is another thing you can do. Show me. What is this thing you are referring to? Can't you create explosions too? How much did you hear about my magic? Alice's anger immediately came back after Serena casually dropped a bomb seemingly from nowhere. Well, I'm a good acquaintance of Lucius, the healing mage working at the Valments that you must know well by now. I heard he had to treat some burns on you from an explosion some time ago. If you know I got messed up in the explosion, why are you telling me to do it again? Look at my arm, I still have a burn scar. You have to go past your trauma. You won't progress otherwise. There is no way I am doing that again. Trust me. Messing up could result in something way more severe than last time. Just talking about it like this is dangerous. You say that you're weak, yet you're so confident that you're way too powerful. That is contradictory. I never said that. I am sure you were the one who said that my throw was weak a minute ago. Well, it doesn't matter. Show me something else then. Did my master show you how to manipulate your mana outside your body? It doesn't matter? Are you kidding me? I can do it. But I am not going to just yet. Does it have something to do with the explosion? You are right. It does. So I am not ready to risk it. You are with a professional. It won't be dangerous. I swear. I said no. Just once. Please. Serena kept asking her exactly the same thing for at least 2 minutes. She excelled at using her pretty and angelic face, and she used a lot of different expressions and intonations to convince her. She realized that her sad expression as she implored her pupil had the most effect on her, so she kept on with only this one for another minute. It really had an effect on Alice. Seeing such a pretty lady with a saddened expression almost made her want to cry, even though she knew Serena was totally faking it. Fine. Just once, okay? Yeah. You're my best student. Did you not say that I was your first student when you introduced yourself earlier? Alright, stop with your straight man act, and let's get going. 23. Chapter 10. Demonstration. Alice was about to show her practical tutor how she manipulated her mana in the air around her body and what she could actually do with it. She did not want to annihilate any matter, so she maintained a strong focus on what she was doing. Alright, I'm manipulating my mana in my surroundings now. You can't feel it though, so I'll make something with it. Oh, but I see it. I can see a ball of mana on your right moving toward a blob of mana just in front of you. Can you? But you do not have that artifact Victor was using. I can see mana thanks to my magic. Didn't I tell you before that making mana potions required you to pay attention to the mana flow in the solution? Well, I can see it, so that's easier. Oh, what kind of magic can achieve that? As she was asked this question, Serena looked proud. Most likely, she was always bragging about that. Maybe some other magic types could make someone see mana like me. But I'm using refraction magic. I love watching people and things to analyze what I see, so I guess this element is perfect for me. And what is refraction magic exactly? I essentially create mana lenses to boost my vision. You see, I've been nearsighted since I was young, but I never liked wearing glasses. So, when I awakened this magnificent magic type, I threw those away and started to just use my magic to create concave lenses perfectly adapted to my eyes when I was looking at something far away. But how come these lenses let you actually see mana? Well, they're mana lenses, so of course they would let me see mana when I look through them. Serena said this as if it was obvious, but Alice was unsure about this. If you say so. Then you saw what I did, right? As such, I do not need to do anything else with my mana. We are done. Now that you mention it, I cannot seem to see your mana that well. It appears very blurry. So, do something with it, okay? She's shameless. Alice sighed and focused her mind on what she would do next with her mana. She decided to mix the mana ball with the mana blob in order to get all the surrounding mana in one place. One could sense their own mana, just like they could identify the origin of a sound with their ears. However, localizing another person's mana was extremely difficult, and this probably had something to do with the mana having a unique signature for each individual. One might get alarmed when another mage's mana was about to turn into magic at point-blank range. But that was about it. That was why Serena's ability to see others' mana with her eyes was incredibly valuable. It was probably the main reason why everyone considered her to be Victor's best disciple. By the way, I'm sure you must have realized it, but you've been radiating mana since I first saw you. Are you trying to cast some big magic or something? Since I cannot see it, I tend to forget about it. Alice moved this mana that had been accumulating and added it to the big blob of mana in front of her. Since a certain incident a few months prior, the only times she was using this mana manipulation technique had been to retrieve this lost mana. This always happens whether I want it or not, even in my sleep. Since you told me this, I gather that it is not normal then? This is definitively unusual. I've never seen or heard of it, at least. It might be a psychological issue since it is unconscious. For now, try at least to not let it take all the space. If you impose your mana everywhere in your mansion, this will surely annoy everyone. This was not as easy as it sounded. Alice was always trying to remember to get rid of the mana in her surroundings as much as she could, but it was hard when her days were so busy. Also, she was probably the most annoyed person by this issue in the mansion. She did not know why she still could not stop this flow of mana even after trying for several months. She couldn't help but have a bad feeling about it. Uneasy as she was, Alice was still in the middle of a practical lesson, something she had been yearning for months now. As she was controlling the big cloud of mana in front of her, she converted everything into a bright flash of light. My eyes. Sorry. Was it too bright? Don't suddenly emit this much light when I focus everything with a convex mana lens. I am so sorry. I will call a doctor. I will do it, my lady. Alice nodded and gave some more instructions to Mia, her maid, who then ran with all her might towards the mansion. Surely, she could get there way faster than her master. Unfortunately, the Ravendals did not have a healing mage among their attendants, so none would come this day. For that reason, Alice decided that the day after she would instead just go to the Valmont's manor with Serena to get her treated by Lucius while she would attend the usual theoretical lessons with Maximilian. Since Serena apparently knew Lucius, it was probably appropriate to take her there. As Mia passed by the kitchen, she asked an ice mage to freeze some water into ice cubes in order to make some cool packs. Just like Alice asked, she also brought with her a piece of cloth as she returned to the training ground with the doctor. Even though the doctor was out of breath, he still did not waste any time checking the eye of the instructor who was sitting on the ground. She was pressing her hand on her left eye, but could apparently see them with her right. From what I can see, no tissue seems permanently burned. However, I would still advise you to go see a healing mage as soon as possible. How do you feel, Mom? Well, it hurts, My right eye is good because I didn't use magic on it. I have a big black spot in the center of my vision with my left eye, however. It should go away soon enough, I presume. Do not try to use your left eye for the time being. It is a good thing that Lady Alice thought of a cooling pack. I will also make you an eye patch with this cloth. Serena put the ice on top of her new eye patch and it seemed to mitigate the pain. She sighed in relief and thanked the doctor. So, how about we continue the lesson, Alice? What are you talking about? Do you not need some rest? In the worst case, I still have my right eye. For now, there is something more important. More important than your eye? Are you really a magic junkie? Junkie? Isn't that rude to say to a lady? Then act like a lady and take care of yourself. If you say so. Anyway, what you did with your mana was definitely different from before. You are not listening at all, are you? This exchange lasted for several minutes until they compromised. Since her dress was all messed up after sitting on the dirty ground, she was changed into the Countess' old clothes and then sat at a table with Alice while being served the same tea as earlier. Fine, what do you want to know? Did you not see the process with your magical eyes? Well, I did. That is, before you burned my left eye. Alright, I am sorry again for not warning you of what I would do. You even protected your own eyes with your arm. I can't believe it. I apologize, okay? Whatever. You turned your mana into light, correct? That had nothing to do with what you did before. This is what I did, indeed. But you're not a light mage. Let us say that light and this power I put into objects are similar in nature. Just like heat. Don't act like it's obvious. This makes no sense. Well, it is true though. They are essentially just different forms of the same thing, so anyway, we should stop here as you need to rest. I need answers much more than rest. Please do not move like that. You will end up spilling your tea. To hell with that tea, it tastes bad anyway. Alice glared at Mia for making her drink tea she disliked for nothing, but the maid turned her head away as if she did not understand the message. Now you've done it. Well, what shall I answer now? It is quite a cloudy day, is it not? I sure hope spring comes soon. Do you really think you will get away from this interrogation with such lame small talk? Gah. I knew it was lame but I still said it. Serena looked sincerely shocked by Alice's attempt to evade her questions. She almost sympathized with this young girl who was trying her best to hide the nature of her magic despite doing it so badly. Still, her desire to get an actual answer was way stronger than her pity for Alice, so she still forced her to explain her magic in detail, and Alice did it. 25. Chapter 11, Hijack. Even after hearing Alice's explanation of how her energy manipulation magic worked, Serena remained silent for several minutes. Most likely, Alice had overdone it by talking a little about the true nature of matter with those little blocks called atoms that could form more complex structures, but, at the time, she felt like she had to, since it explained how some forms of energy like kinetic energy or thermal energy could be transmitted and how the pseudo-annihilation worked. She did not know how to deal with this silence since Serena had never been silent for more than a minute. Then, the instructor finally looked at her pupil. I'm not gonna lie, I have trouble accepting what you told me. As a scientist, I should be open-minded and embrace new theories. But that's just too much at once. I guess you are right. This is partly why I was keeping that to myself. I think I understand most of what you are saying though. I mean, it makes sense that mana, electricity, light, and heat are somehow similar in nature since a mage can transform their mana into them in the first place. But I can't figure them being the same as the power of motion or even matter. I do think you're onto something though, since your magic works just as you say it does. Does it prove I am right? Not necessarily, but it's a strong hint. If all you said was completely false, your mana probably would barely react. Well, if you believe me, it is good. Now, I think you should get some sleep in the guest room. We will get you to Lucius tomorrow so he can look at your left eye. There is still time before the end of our lesson, so I still want to discuss your magic. What do you want to talk about? I think I told you as much as I know. Well, besides the fact that this knowledge comes from another world. But that's hardly something I should say on the first day. Would you be able to convert another person's mana into heat or light too? But what I really want to know is, would you be able to convert another person's magical attack back into mana? If you could, would the mana signature be that of the original caster? or would you override it with your own? Serena was getting way too excited again. Turning magic back into mana was something Alice had wondered too, but it did not sound really feasible. Converting foreign mana into something might be possible, but it would be another story for converting magic back into mana. It would depend on the magic, I guess. I might be able to convert the heat from fire magic or the light from light magic into mana, but the type of conversion would be totally different. Also, converting something into mana takes me some time, so I do not necessarily have the leeway to do it before something makes contact with me. For the frequency thing, I do not really know since I have never fought another mage. How about starting with me? You do not have offensive magic, do you? I manipulate my mana's refraction directly, without really turning it into something else. You can just try to steal it from me for today. I can give it a shot. Once again, they left the mansion to go towards the training ground. This time, at least, the instructor didn't run. Maybe this little light incident had calmed her down a bit. Then, she changed the way she was breathing and started to make ample movements with her right arm. Alice couldn't see it, but Serena was probably manipulating her mana in the air. Alright, do it. I obviously cannot see your mana. Transform it into a lens or something. Right. Serena concentrated her mana into an enormous ball with a diameter of about 2 meters and activated her refraction magic at the surface of it so that Alice could make out where the mana was. How about this? That is huge. How much mana did you put in there? About half my mana pool. Is it not way too much? Well, now that it is done, I will just try to hijack this. Please put it as far away from you as you can since it might get hot. When Serena was just manipulating her mana in her surroundings like any mage did, Alice couldn't see or even sense her mana, but when she transformed it into a lens kind of thing, it became somewhat visible. As Alice tried to manipulate this mana in this current state, she quickly confirmed that she couldn't. As expected, she could now barely see it, but she didn't feel it at all. This mana really had a different frequency. Alice trapped the gigantic ball with her own mana by forming 2 bigger concentric spheres around it. However, these bigger ones were hollow and composed of sparse mana. Mana could technically be compressed or uncompressed to any volume, but magic would become less effective with small densities of mana. Alice slowly started converting the outer surface of Serena's mana into heat with the first sphere and converted the heat back into mana with the second one as it started to dissipate in the air. Alice had chosen a mana to heat conversion for the first sphere so that even some of the conversion's heat loss would be converted back into mana by the second sphere. Of course though, with such sparse mana, a portion of the heat still traversed the second sphere without being converted at all, as the instructor's ball was decreasing. However, Alice's second sphere's density was increasing and therefore was becoming more and more effective. Serena's mana was slowly but surely disappearing and being replaced by Alice's, and, after about 30 seconds, all that was left was Alice's mana. A lot of the original mana had been lost, but, in the end, Alice had gotten back many times her mana investment. Serena had not said a word during the process, and she still looked speechless after it was done. It really worked. I saw my mana disappear and then reappear, but I can no longer manipulate it. Right, I really can control it and sense it as my own mana now. As Alice said this, she moved the 2 spheres of mana back into one big ball. So it does have my signature. Isn't it kind of cool? However, to Serena, the most shocking part wasn't even the fact that Alice had stolen her mana. It was that she did this so easily. From the moment the 2 spheres started their conversion, Alice had seemed like a spectator, and I imagine you'll say that doing this did not require much thinking. It certainly was a little bit harder than just throwing a ball, but yeah, it is my magic type though, so is that not normal? That's where you're wrong, Alice. You seem to have a slight misconception about humans' magic. What misconception are you talking about? We'll talk about it later. I'm not even sure my theory about you is right. Serena was still looking at Alice with suspicion. Her glare was kind of scary. Alice then looked in the direction of the huge ball of mana that was invisible but that she could feel. It had lost about 40 centimeters in diameter, but it still was big. Although Alice did not really know how to accurately quantify mana in joules just by looking at it yet. If you say so. Now, what do I do with all this mana? Just absorb it back. It's yours now, eh? but I think it's too much. I have not lost much mana, so I surely can't absorb all of it into my mana pool. Well, I'll just get rid of it, then. Yep, do whatever. I do not think turning it into heat is a good idea, though. I cannot manipulate this mana from afar, so it might get too hot in this area if it is released in one go. I guess I will turn it into light. And no, not light please. Serena twitched when she heard Alice make this proposal. She still wore the makeshift eye patch from earlier. Then I will use it to throw a ball like I did earlier. In that case, I want you to try something. Your throw from earlier was weird because it looked like a delayed activation of your magic. If I'm right, you should be able to apply this power, energy, or whatever directly as the ball leaves your hand too. That sure would be cool. I do want to throw a true fastball for once. So, Alice tried focusing on enveloping the ball with all this mana to apply it from the start. She had to condense the big mana sphere for it to fit the small projectile. Even though there was some resistance during the compression, this density seemed manageable compared to the time she accidentally turned air into mana. This was the reason why Alice let her guard down and didn't take the time to think about how much energy Serena meant by half my mana pool. She was ever so slightly underestimating it. To recall, the existence of mana in this world made people eat more than on Earth. In order to power up mana, be they a man or a woman, a human adult consumed every day at least a few dozen more food calories than in the other world. And that was just for commoners with mediocre mana pools. As such, at the very least, Serena had put the equivalent of a dozen large calories of mana into the original sphere. Even by taking into account the consecutive losses from the conversions, there was quite a number of joules of mana enveloping the ball Alice was about to throw. Alice did not realize this, however, since she could control it without much of a problem. While this mana contained several times or even dozens of times more energy than the pseudo-annihilation Alice performed in the past, its volume was a few billions of times larger, so its density was extremely lower and thus way more stable. The density of the mana was the only reason Alice could manipulate this mana now but not then. She did not think it through, however, and just thought there was not so much energy around the ball after all. Anyway, Alice threw the ball while thinking hard about creating kinetic energy from the start. As usual, though, the ball was slow and weak when it left Alice's hand. However, the ball suddenly started accelerating explosively. In a second, a sonic boom could be heard from the ball as it broke the sound barrier. With this much mana, the ball might have gone at many times the speed of sound if it had not burned in the atmosphere from both the heat loss of the conversion and the friction from the air. They both looked at the empty air. Even if the ball didn't burn to ashes, it would have been kilometers away by now. Serena failed to follow the mana that was enveloping the ball, but it had probably continued its course through the air. It sure was different from before. Your mana did not wait for contact with the target to activate this time. It's fortunate that I messed up and made the conversion gradual instead of converting everything into kinetic energy and heat at once. Oh god, I might have burned like the bull with just the heat loss. Now that I think about it, I didn't know my mana was so dangerous. I usually only use it to manipulate refraction, so sorry. No, this is my fault. It was stupid of me not to think it through. I should not forget that energy easily becomes lethal when it's about motion and works. Alice was right. After all, the energy needed to make a liter of water boil was the same as the energy necessary to lift an adult African elephant about 8 centimeters above the ground and was several times greater than the kinetic energy of a bullet. Even though this violent incident should have rekindled Alice's trauma, she was actually feeling well. This day had been the first time she did something with her mana after several months, and it felt great. She really liked the magic of this world, and her instructor's enthusiasm was contagious. It might have been wrong, but Alice was now under the impression that getting the gist of mana manipulation and mana densities would in fact prevent a reenacting of the pseudo-annihilation. Now that she even had a teacher who was able to see the flow of her mana, she was starting to look forward to future training sessions. On their way back to the mansion though, Serena was still giving Alice the side eye as if she was abnormal. Chapter 12, Spells, Elves and Spirits. Back at the mansion after this incident during which the ball Alice threw had been vaporized in the atmosphere, Serena was looking at Alice while seemingly thinking really hard. Is there something wrong? Do you remember when I said you had a misconception about magic earlier? I do. But you also said there was no need to tell me more as you were not sure about something. That was before you made this gradual casting on your mana. Are you really certain you weren't actively casting your magic the whole time? Again, all the casting happened at the exact same time the ball left my hand. After this, I was a spectator too, as I thought. Then, I might as well tell you what I'm thinking right now. The atmosphere suddenly became much heavier than before, and Alice gulped. Even her maid Mia was feeling tense, even though she did not understand a thing about Alice's magic. You got something wrong. Where did I make a mistake? About easily being able to perform what you did simply because it's included in your magic type. How is that not true? The more knowledgeable you are, the broader your magic type will be, and the more various things you will be able to do. That much is true. You've probably heard countless times that knowledge equals power, right? I have. Why do you ask? Is it false? It's quite true within the scope of nobility and at the scale of a country. More complex and versatile elements do tend to elevate a kingdom's power. You could say it creates prestige. It's undeniable that this increase in magical expertise is one of the reasons most human kingdoms have progressed so much during the last century. But less knowledgeable people with more restricted elements have a significant advantage. This was not something Alice had expected to hear. She had never heard about any advantage related to having unrefined magic types. Guessing exactly that, Serena decided to elaborate. Uneducated people are pretty much guided by their magic type. They don't have to think at the lowest level about what they need to do in order to bend reality to their will as we do. What do you mean? Take my magic. If my element only made me able to make, let's say, convex lenses with my mana, that would be quite restricted. As a result, however, I would simply have to merely think the word convex to produce a convex lens. My magic type would basically do it automatically for me. Is that not your magic type already? My magic type is refraction control. With it, I am indeed able to create a convex lens, as well as a concave or a plane one. I can even envelop myself in mana to bend the light around me and appear almost invisible. My element is more general, so I can do more things. However, to do these things, I have to calculate exactly how much refraction is needed and where to apply those magical operations. I am not as guided as a person who would only have a convex lens element. But then, that's why you're strange. If you merely gave a strange power, energy, or whatever to a projectile without thinking much about what you were doing, it would be explainable. You would have some kind of power-giving magic type that would do all the calculations for you and that would be it. But you can also do several other things just as easily. Alice looked at her hands and thought about everything she had done thus far. But if my magic type was something like energy conversion, would it not explain all of it? That's what I thought too at first, but, just now, you made your mana gradually turn into magic without consciously thinking about it. Earlier, you even performed 2 large-scale conversions at the same time with those spheres. Even worse, you said you stopped monitoring your magic at some point and, yet, your magic was being continually cast. There is also the fact that, before then, your mana only truly transformed into something else on impact when you were throwing things. You have an extremely broad magic type, but, somehow, you can do several things without breaking a sweat at all. It's as if you had several spells. What is this spell thing? Am I abnormal then? According to Serena, a spell was a specific usage of a mage's magic that was guided by their magic type. Normally humans were only guided for what their element was about, so they had only one spell. As such, the term spell was most of the time interchangeable with magic type and element. For example, Serena's magic type was broad enough to be described as changing the refraction of something. That was also her only spell. When she wanted to create something concrete with it, like a lens, she had to use the same spell in different areas of the mana she was manipulating with different values, which could quickly become a complex task. On the other hand, Alice seemed to be guided by her element in so many different ways that it was surreal. Apparently, she could even make her mana activate with some kind of delay or trigger, which was the most suspicious thing for Serena. From Serena's explanation, Alice was unnaturally guided for converting her mana into X, converting X to Y with mana, but also adding a gradual activation of her mana, adding a trigger activation of her mana or even performing many conversions simultaneously. Just the last one would be suspicious enough for a beginner like Alice. Even Serena had trouble creating more than one lens at a time. This was actually the reason why, most of the time, she activated her magic on only one of her eyes. The broadness of a magic type was so antagonistic to magic control that some people with extremely wide elements had no precise spell, or at least that they knew of. These mages did not know how to use the full potential of their magic. It was believed that dozens or even hundreds of potent magic types simply went under the radar every year in the world, with their wielders being seen as mediocre in magic. For instance, what would universe control be about? Surely it sounded like some kind of omnipotent element, but it would probably be way too hard to use this kind of magic consciously or even to sum it up into one concrete spell. This was one of the reasons why a few kingdoms across the continent rejected this knowledge is power ideology. They favored a simpler education system that would lead to simpler and more specialized magic types. There was a high chance to only get a restricted spell, indeed, but it would at least provide assistance to a mage and ensure the magic was usable. However, statistically, those rare kingdoms seemed to be behind the others in terms of power. The only exception to this rule was the Wetraka Empire, which had so many renowned magic prodigies. You have been insisting on the word humans many times now. Do monsters have many spells or something? I don't know much about monsters and their magic system. I was mostly thinking about other humanoid species. There are others? Well, you didn't know? You're really a sheltered girl. Apparently, there were a few other species that lived in many parts of this world, and the elves were among them. Even though they did have pointy ears and were much closer to nature than humans were, there were many differences between them and the classic elven traits from Alice's dreams. For one thing, they did not all have blonde hair and they did not exclusively wear green clothes. They were not particularly more proficient with bows than other species either and did not live in trees or even in forests at all. The stereotype of elves being masters of magic did live on, though. Still, it was surprising to Alice that they were considered a whole different species instead of just another race as was customary in most scenarios she knew from her former world. Are they too biologically divergent to be part of the same species? I know an elf guy myself, and he hates when humans use the term spell to describe a magic type, even though it's practically the same thing for us humans. The reason for his discontent is that it's not rare for elves to have many spells despite having only one element. So, they are not truly the same thing. Honestly, elves don't like the terms magic type and element either. They're so picky. What kind of other spells do they have then? Just like us. One of their spells is basically their magic type, but many elves have more spells, which could be called declinations of their element. Alice thought about all the RPGs she had seen her former self play. Having many variations of the same type of magic made sense to her. Like, in the case of fire magic, in addition to the classic fireball, there were often some declinations like fire prison or fire golem. So, this word seemed related to the spells in Alice's memories, at least a little bit. So, if you were an elf, despite your element being broad, you could still easily create mana lenses without having to do all the work yourself? Yeah, exactly. Even though my main spell would still be change refraction, I might still have one that lets me construct a lens easily, and maybe even another that would guide me into becoming near invisible. That's why I'm wondering if you have some elven blood running in your family or something. Would that be possible? Hardly. As far as I know, hybrids are barely fertile. Oh, I see. So demi-humans exist too, but they have trouble reproducing. Maybe only the males are truly sterile, like Tigans and Ligers on Earth. In the case of elves, crossbreeding would result either in a half if the father is a human or an elman if he's an elf. Maybe the demonstrates are different depending on which one it is. Or maybe only one hybrid between elves and elmans was possible. This happened a lot for hybrids on Earth, especially from two different plant species. Alice was getting really interested in this topic of genetics and started to ask Serena what the other humanoid species were like. According to the stories that Alice's former self had read, there might be dwarves, beast folks, and demons. Maybe centaurs too? Listen, I'm merely a practical instructor. You will study these other species soon enough during your theoretical lessons, I'm sure. Let's go back to our talk about your awfully convenient magic. Alright. Just to be sure, It was the first time that your mana gradually turned into this energy of motion and that you performed a constant mana to heat or heat to mana conversion, right? Yes, it was. So, if they're really different spells, you either conveniently had them at the ready before, or I created them in the moment, which even having elven blood wouldn't explain. The most proficient elves have to train their magic for years before a new spell is eventually created. Good thing they live long. If you were able to create one in a few seconds, I would not be surprised if they wanted to kill you. Why would they want to do that? Were they not supposed to be a peaceful tribe living in nature? Because they consider us humans to be quite blasphemous when it comes to magic, to begin with. How so? It's related to our way of envisioning magic, which is different from theirs. We call the origin of our magic an element, or a magic type. We think of them as intrinsically connected to us, merely an extension of ourselves. Is that not the case? Well, elves strongly disagree with that. They think of their element as something beyond them, like a superior entity that is somehow connected to their soul, like a deity, basically a personal god. Yes, they call those entities spirits instead of magic types. They believe that respecting the spirits and praying daily can increase the chances of developing a new spell. Do you think their version is the correct one? I can't say for sure, especially when I've always been told that the human interpretation is the best one. I cannot deny that elves seem to be much better than us humans when it comes to magic though, so maybe they're right about our magic coming from one spirit that decided to lend us its abilities. Who knows? Alice was wondering if elves really had started getting more spells only after praying for spirits became a tradition, or if they already had an excellent compatibility with their magic beforehand. If it was the latter, it sounded a lot like a superstition based on nothing. Still, this belief that some invisible entities like spirits were the true origin of magic was neither stupid nor original. It might explain why Alice had many spells. Maybe she had a strong connection with the spirit that was attached to her. Having watched countless hours of rebounds per game gameplay in her dreams, Alice felt like she probably understood even better the feeling of abstracting magical operations into various declinations than elves did. Also, if her magic really came from a superior being with a consciousness of sorts, Alice was hoping that they would prevent her from accidentally killing herself while casting magic. Maybe, she thought, this spell that gradually turned mana into kinetic energy instead of converting everything in one go was simply her spirit protecting her from the heat loss. She would not bet on it and start acting carelessly again, but it sure was a reassuring thought. Honestly, for the first day, I learned way too much information about you. Yet, somehow, I have even more questions than I did before meeting you. I can't possibly report everything to Master Victor. Do you really have to tell him everything? I suppose I don't. I might not tell him this thing about you having many spells for now, but I'll still have to report that you are also able to deprive objects of this power thing. That is understandable. Since Serena would accompany Alice to the Valmonts the day after instead of the Countess, and as it was getting late, it was decided that she would stay in the Ravendell's manor for the night. During dinner, as Alice had expected, the main topic of the conversation was about magic. Was there anything else in Serena's head not mana-related? 18. Chapter 13, Safety Measures and Solar Panels. Good morning, Alice. I am surprised you did not arrive here earlier. How was your first lesson with your practical instructor? Good morning, Maximilian. I had to quickly see Lucius. Wait, why would you need to do that? Don't tell me you hurt yourself again? Well, it was not me this time, but someone was still hurt. As I have already told you, be more careful. Think about the people who are worried about you. It will not happen again. I sure hope so. I hope so too. What did you just say? Oh, the tutor is here. If you need clarification about today's lesson, just ask me later. Alice sat a little further away from Maximilian, seemingly avoiding eye contact. After the morning lesson, he came to ask Alice about some parts he did not understand. Now that he had all the basics thanks to Alice, he really did not need as much help as before. When he was done asking questions, they both went to have a meal with the Marquis and the Marchioness. Serena was not having her meal in the same building as them since she was staying with Lucius and the other attendants for the day, although Alice and she had promised to meet up afterward. As soon as Alice thought it was appropriate to leave the table and the room, she ran off outside. Seeing this, Maximilian sighed. She was totally about to experiment again with her dangerous strengthening like magic. Actually, the more Maximilian heard about the ways incidents happened when she used it, the less it sounded like strengthening. How rude of you to make a frail lady like me wait alone on a dirty training ground. Please do not call yourself a frail lady when you deliberately chose to keep your eye patch. After Lucius had finished examining and treating her left eye, Serena had indeed insisted on keeping it. She thought it looked cool, like she was a pirate. This reason was ridiculous, but at least Alice learned that there were pirates in this world too. Alice, today I'm having you manipulate your mana in the air again. Did we not say only once yesterday? Your face seems to say that you're actually looking forward to it. I did not come without a plan, anyway. HMPH, if you have won, I will at least listen to it. Yesterday, you explained to me that you could turn matter into energy, right? Matter is a form of energy, so I did not really turn it into energy. I simply converted it. Don't sweat the small details. Anyway, you lost control of the resulting mana, right? I did. What is your point? What I mean is actually pretty simple. If you fear losing control of a very dense concentration of mana, just get rid of it. That is what I tried to do once and it still exploded in my face. Nah, not like that. You can transform matter into mana, so just do the opposite if you are losing control of it. Huh. For someone who learned about all of this one day ago, you are actually making a pretty good point. Didn't I already say that I am a genius? So try it now. While I theoretically could, it might be incredibly hard to do it in practice. Destroying things is easier than building things, and that is especially true for this power. How can you tell if you haven't even tried? Matter is made of absurdly complex particles with configurations that I do not even know perfectly. It might be far too complex for me. Well, maybe I already have a spell that would help me do this, but it would be dangerous to try it on a significant quantity of mana. Alice did not even know what would result from such a conversion. In nature, there was already a phenomenon called pair production that could create matter from energy. More specifically, a high-energy photon could turn into a pair of matter, antimatter particles, typically an electron-positron pair, that might annihilate together right after. Having something similar happening to an enormous quantity of mana would be pretty bad. Still, Serena's idea was interesting, so Alice closed her eyes and tried to envision everything that could happen if she tried to turn absurdly compressed mana into a 1 kilogram block of matter. While doing so, she consciously blocked her mana veins in order to prevent any dangerous passing thought from triggering a catastrophe. Turning mana into antimatter would definitely be disastrous. Yet, the first and the second possible outcomes she could think of both included the production of antimatter. Just like a pair production, the first would consist of the great quantity of mana turning into 50% of matter and 50% of antimatter that would immediately annihilate together, producing extremely lethal gamma rays and an enormous explosion. This would be a true annihilation. This time, the second was pretty much the same, but twice as worse. Maybe the mana would completely turn into 100% of antimatter, that is, 1 kilogram of it, and would annihilate with the same mass of air or dirt. Everyone would meet their end as well. The third outcome would be the best one. A 1 kilogram block of regular matter would take all the space taken by the extremely dense mana. That probably wouldn't trigger an explosion, although Alice had no idea if the block would be composed of the exact same atoms and molecules, minus those lost during the consecutive conversions. Maybe it would turn into solid hydrogen? Would it immediately sublimate into gas? Or maybe I could choose a specific configuration for the new particles, in which case this would be akin to transmutation, one of the ultimate goals of every alchemist along with immortality. If she had such a spell, she might very well be able to turn lead into gold. Anyway, these were the only 3 possible outcomes from a mana to matter conversion Alice could actually envision. There were also more mysterious types of matter such as exotic matter or dark matter, but it wouldn't be as easy to produce them since even the greatest particle accelerators on Earth could not observe them. To begin with, exotic matter probably didn't even exist. At the end of the day, Alice didn't think this mana to matter conversion would be useful to defend herself against pseudo-annihilation. Just the heat loss from the matter to mana conversion might be lethal, and it would start violently dissipating before Alice had the time to decide to apply her mana to matter conversion. Even the latter would create a disastrous second heat loss. Right now, if she pseudo-annihilated only 5 grams of matter, Just the first heat loss would be on par with a nuclear bomb like Fat Man. Though I could try on an extremely small volume of sparse mana at first. That way, even if it turns into antimatter, that should not be enough to hurt me. This type of conversion is a bit risky right now, but it sure has some potential. Alice tried to convey those thoughts to her instructor and promised she would try it out some other time. However, Serena was looking at her with the same eyes she had had when she was quietly theorizing Alice's multiple spells. Say, Alice, I did not want to preach too much yesterday, but how do you know all of this? I imagine you would not believe me if I said that I read a lot. Well, I certainly have not read every book in existence, so it would not be absolutely unthinkable. However, unless you are referring to ancient books that were hidden underground by an advanced civilization from the past, I am not buying it. For now, let us say that it was indeed thanks to ancient books that I know all this. I am not even lying, since my former self did read books from great scientists who were already dead when she was born. If so, share them with the kingdom. I will definitely share this knowledge one day to help future mages of Ironia. That doesn't sound like a lie. Fine, then. Those books don't exist in this world though. Will I have to write them myself in the future? But I don't really want to take credit for them, since I did not discover a single thing myself. By the way, you gave me an idea when you blinded me yesterday. Please, drop this subject. I already apologized several times. It's alright, don't worry. My point is, have you tried to convert light into mana yet? Well, I have not. There is no light mage in the mansion, though I probably could make concentric spheres like yesterday and create the light myself. Serena quizzically tilted her head and smiled at Alice with her finger directed to the sky. Alice looked up and saw Hiphus, this planet's star. Surely, this was a more reliable source of light. Would the light from up there be enough to overcome the mana consumption of a light to mana conversion? I need to do some calculations. Just now, Serena had just casually invented the concept of a solar panel in this world, borrowing the power of a star to generate a more useful and practical form of energy. This was something Alice had somehow never thought of once, and she wanted to slap herself for that. In order to reproduce something similar to Earth's solar panels, Alice would simply have to create a panel by shaping her mana with a certain density and orient it towards Hiphus. Hiphus seems to be a yellow dwarf star, so, assuming it is similar to the Sun and this planet is at around the same distance as Earth is to its star, it should produce something like 1,400 watts per square meter. Considering the mana cost of this magic and the heat losses, it would probably still produce about 1,000 joules of mana every second. If I had to estimate the size of my mana pool, yeah, that sounds broken. By using Hiphus, I should be able to recover the entirety of my mana pool in minutes. What? Is that not a cheat? My mana potions aren't nearly as effective. That is only in theory. I am not sure that I can pull it off, and to begin with, I would have to be constantly casting this conversion the whole time. That is, if you have not already unconsciously prepared a spell that would let you constantly cast this magic without you doing anything like yesterday. Still, even 1 hour for a full charge would be absurd. You should definitely not talk about this to anyone. What Serena said made Alice uneasy, and she reflexively gulped. She had already guessed months ago that the production of mana by using magic was taboo and that it would certainly attract danger. I am not planning to reveal all of this to anybody else, but what do you think would happen to me if I did? As you are from a former baron family, you do not have an incredible mana pool. But with this magic, some would say that you actually are at the very least on par with a royal. Some might even consider it to be almost infinite. I can say with conviction that you would be kidnapped by more powerful nobles and forced to charge up artifacts all day. Even I want to use you for making mana potions right now. Well, thank you very much for the warning. Her eyes are scary. She was not joking when she said that last part, as long as you understand. For now, don't focus too much on this light conversion. You need some basic training before that. Do you have any idea about what I should do? Your control of mana is pretty good, but I would say that you probably waste too much mana. By working on your casting speed, you might increase your mana efficiency too. I guess you are right. When will we start this special training? Now. Just as she said this, she produced a baseball-sized mana sphere that she threw at full speed at Alice, who gasped when she saw her instructor suddenly move. Alice saw nothing, so she started to relax. but just then she received the mana ball in the face. Gah! What did you launch? I feel weird. Ah, I forgot you cannot see mana. Of course I cannot. You are the odd one for being able to see it. So, it was mana? It feels strange. So that is what the mansion's attendants have to go through when my room is saturated with my mana in the morning? I am sorry, everyone. This disturbing feeling was just as she had heard from the magic tutors. Curiously, she also felt something tingling inside of her, although Serena's mana had surely not traversed her. Yes, it was mana. It felt weird because your body picked up on the foreign mana at the last moment before impact. I guess it is as creepy as suddenly hearing a whisper in your ear when you're supposed to be alone. Well, since you cannot see it, I guess I will alter the refraction of the mana so that you can defend against it. HMPH. So you want me to increase my casting speed by making me fend off your mana with conversions? Is it not an excellent idea from your smart and cute instructor? On top of this, my magic is not offensive, so it is totally safe. I guess you are smart, eh? Just smart? I'm not gonna call you cute when you're willingly wearing an eye patch. Alright, I am ready. You can launch your mana. Serena grimaced and reluctantly made the ball somewhat visible by changing its refraction. The two of them trained like this for a few dozen minutes before the start of Alice's afternoon lesson. 17. Chapter 14, Computational Thinking. For months, many times a week, Alice trained her magic and her casting speed with Serena. All this training had paid off because she now wasted significantly less mana than before with her energy conversions. If she had to make an estimation, only 5% of the mana was now turned into heat loss. At some point, Alice had managed to create much more complex spells than just an assisted conversion or a delayed magic activation. She had developed what she liked to call a mana armor. This elaborate spell was doing 3 different things. First, it autonomously controlled and displaced Alice's mana to perfectly match her movements as she walked. When she wore this armor, it was of course invisible. The second thing it did was a conversion of her liking. To protect her from something. The most obvious threat was a physical attack, so her default conversion was a kinetic to mana 1. The last aspect of this spell was a special activation. It varied depending on the kind of threat the armor was supposed to protect Alice from. In the kinetic version of the spell, it activated when motion was detected through the veil of mana. The implementation of this spell had been quite a bit harder than with the simpler ones. For weeks, Serena had forced Alice to manually create the mana armor all day to get used to it. This meant she had to make her mana perfectly marry the shape of her body even when she was walking or running. This task had been mentally taxing for Alice. While the conversion itself was pretty easy thanks to the already existing spells, she still had to constantly verify if there was any physical threat so that it could really be called an armor protecting her at any time. As such, it was tricky, because it could activate if Alice messed up in making the mana move with her and instead passed through the mana herself. Since just doing it manually for weeks was not enough, Alice had angrily searched for a way to make her brain, magic type, spirit, or whatever understand what she wanted to create. Frankly, a mere human getting upset for not managing to create such a complex spell in only a few weeks was so unreasonable that an elf might have gotten away with murdering her. Even Alice would have forgiven them in heaven or her next life. At some point, both in her mind and on paper, she had decided to formalize her element and all her spells as one big computer program. Indeed, as she got used to simpler spells that could make her mana turn into magic with a delay or with a certain trigger that she could specify, it really felt like different implementations of an already existing function, though it used a combination of breathing and micro-movements of her arms and hands instead of regular code. So, she tried seeing her control of energy as some library that she was importing into her program and that already had some existing functions, and she began creating a new one. In a loop that started at the spell's activation, all it had to do was periodically check if something was up at the surface of the mana. If that wasn't the case, there was nothing to do besides displacing the mana to actualize its position. Just this one step was actually pretty complex, however, so manually creating this armor for some time had probably helped. If something was occurring where the veil was, a conversion specified in advance was performed and the mana's position around the body was actualized. She even included an automatic reabsorption feature for the mana generated by the armor. This simple way of understanding and formalizing spells was of course not from this world. Even though she majored in physics, Alice's former self had still gone through some hellish software development training, mainly to create physics simulations for college projects. As such, Alice inherited those skills and used them to find a new way of envisioning magic. Perhaps this specific approach was the key to Alice's ability to create all her spells. This was a concise and optimized way of describing the fusion and automation of multiple complex mana operations. While the kinetic to mana conversion was the default version of the armor, soberly called mana armor, kinetic style, Alice had created a variant, the mana armor, photon style. As its name suggested, it applied a light to mana conversion to every ray of light directed at her. Since the speed of light was ever so slightly faster than regular kinetic weapons, Alice did not bother verifying at each iteration if some light was passing through her veil of mana. Instead, her spell was casting the conversion constantly so that all the photons from Hiphus that were traversing the barrier would lose some energy. If someone was aware of what Alice was doing and paid attention, they might see that the light reflected on her was slightly shifted towards the color red. After all, for an observer, the light passed through the photon-style armor twice and lost both times a certain quantity of energy as a result. If she greatly increased the density of the mana in the armor, she could even shift the light into the infrared, making her look like a living shadow. Since the light entering Alice's eyes passed the mana barrier only once, she would still be able to see a bit of the outside world somewhat, because it was constantly casting a light to mana conversion. The photon style consumed more mana than the kinetic style. Still, the former was at least generating mana at all times. With the latter, however, Alice had to actually be hit by something to get mana. All in all, depending on the mana density of the armor, the light version could overcome the cost of the spell and actually increase Alice's mana as a result, while taking a punch every 10 seconds or so would hardly exceed the cost of the spell in the case of the kinetic version. Therefore, to achieve a kinetic protection that was perfectly balanced with the cost of the spell, Alice had to fuse the photon and kinetic armors together. However, even with the costly kinetic armor, it was not that much of a deal. After all, if she really lacked mana, she now had a way to get it back. Indeed, Alice had just created another spell that was optimized for fast mana recovery, and she was about to show it for the first time to Serena, her practical instructor. Alice currently had only a tenth of her mana pool remaining. "Ah, you said it's supposed to be a large-scale spell, right? Can you really cast it with this much mana left?" He. Open wide your magic eye and see for yourself. Autoselice. Alice summoned a layer of mana shaped in the form of a big panel. It had a surface of 4 square meters and a thickness between 10 and 20 centimeters. Your mana manipulation is quite precise considering the distance. The spell is already cast. It shaped itself. What? Really? Serena was intrigued, so she silently watched this so-called large-scale spell. For now, it wasn't that large. The mana panel moved up, without Alice making any movement with her hands or even changing her way of breathing. The mana truly was moving by itself. Then, the panel oriented itself towards Hiphus, the star of this solar system. Immediately after, the mana started converting something, most likely light. Even without her mana lens, Serena could see the volume of air occupied by the invisible panel darkening. The mana generated by the 4 square meters panel was aggregated into a smaller mana panel next to the bigger one, this time of about 2 square meters. After 10 seconds, the small panel darkened. Its mana density was now enough to sustain itself and start generating its own mana. This process repeated itself for some time. The 4 square meter panel's only purpose seemed to be to increase the overall surface of the spell, thus accelerating the overall mana generation, while the smaller 2 square meter panels were made to directly recover Alice's mana. A continuous flow of mana was slowly making its way to her. After a little more than 3 minutes, a gigantic black mass with an area of about 40 square meters that did not let any visible light pass through was deployed a few meters above Alice and Serena. Even though this thing looked devoid of any warmth, it was actually emitting a lot of heat from the constant conversions occurring up there. Another layer of mana was recycling this heat to partially cover the cost of this spell, increasing even further the efficiency of each individual panel. This is getting scary. How long before your mana pool is fully recovered? Oh, it's been replenished for quite some time already. By now, it would have easily charged up a royal's mana pool, I think. Maybe even two. Eh? Why are you so surprised? I told you it was a large-scale spell optimized for fast mana recovery. I might really kidnap you to make me mana potions after all. Surely you are joking, right? MMH? Why yeah. Of course I am. Ha ha ha. She obviously was not though. Her eyes were so devoid of emotion. You really are something though. I mean, I told you already, recovering all your mana in an hour was so astounding that any powerful noble would kidnap you. And there you are showing me this. Well, it was mostly your idea, so I thought I would be grateful enough to show you this. If you really want to show me your gratitude, be useful and help me make potions. With my refraction magic and your energy magic, we would be the best potion makers in the kingdom, perhaps even in the world. Wait, with this much mana output, we would not even have to carefully follow the mana flow for efficiency. Even with 19 out of 20 units of mana being lost in the neutralization, it would not be a big deal. Serena was gazing at the black panel as she was mumbling about the both of them revolutionizing this industry of mana potions. How many times do I have to decline? At the very least 1,000,000 more times. Well, I refuse. I will need a lot more refusals than that. You will surely give up before me. How long do you plan to be my instructor? Anyway, should you not train other people for a change? Don't casually try getting rid of me, please. I will not ask you to be my assistant for a whole month, I swear. What does Victor have to say about your being so far away from the capital all the time? Is he not letting you temporarily live in one of his residences? I have all his support to stay here for a few more years. He simply loves my reports on your magic. A few more years? I cannot let that happen when the Valmonts are paying for me. Oh, they stopped paying me 3 months ago already. What? Why are you here then? Now it's me who wonders why you're so surprised. I just said that Master Victor gives me his full support, financially, that is. Why? It's called investment. Last week, he even suggested buying me a house around here and my own carriage. Wait a minute, what does he want me to do for him in the future? Even I don't know, but I am certain he's expecting great things from you. Just so you know, I do not want to stand out in the noble society. To the world, I am just a regular strengthening mage. Serena looked once again at this enormous structure that was probably the darkest thing in the world. Alice Shaw was bold to pretend to be a pseudo-strengthening mage despite having created something of this caliber. Alright, I think I will end this trial run. It went surprisingly well. Alice merely snapped her fingers and all the black panels returned to regular mana as every light to mana conversion stopped. Alice mumbled a word in a language Serena did not understand and she directed her index finger toward the sky. All the mana seemed to combine and move up as one block before slowly being converted into heat directed toward the sky. At this height and since the heat wasn't released in one go, the few megajoules didn't hurt anyone. With that, the lesson ended. In those few months, Alice had barely grown, so her mana pool was not particularly different from before. To optimize her use of mana, the only thing she could do for now was to make her spells even more mana efficient. Since most of her uses of magic consisted of complex and automatic spells, Alice did not have to constantly avoid thinking about annihilation, so it eased her mind quite a lot. She was no longer afraid of her magic and was now always trying to come up with new ideas for spells based on both science and games. If she used her energy manipulation abilities correctly, she was sure she could emulate numerous magic types. 15. Chapter 15. Surprisingly, evolutionism makes consensus. By the end of the fall, there was a break in the theoretical lessons with Maximilian. Rachel, his older sister, was on the verge of being 15 years old and had to leave the manor for her coming-of-age ceremony in the capital. Her family had left with her, so the lessons were postponed. Traveling to the capital took about 2.5 days, while the ceremony and the first magic practice took a day each, so the Valmonts ultimately returned after a week. The day after their return, as Alice arrived at the manor by carriage, Rachel was waiting at the reception area for once. She had a smug look on her face, so Alice knew she was content with her magic type. Illustration. Collapse. Good morning, Rachel. Congratulations on becoming an adult. You seem especially pleased today. What kind of magic did you awaken? He. We match now. Eh? Do we? Don't tell me she figured out what my magic is. I got strengthening magic. Huh? As I told you many times, My element is not exactly strengthening. I know that, but thanks to you, I got interested in biology as I looked it up. I don't really know what your magic type is, but we produce the same results, so we match. We don't, though. Well, I am happy for you, Rachel. Strengthening magic is rare and powerful, so it does suit you. Thanks. We will train every time you come here, so be prepared. Alice sighed as she heard this. Serena already asked her all the time to train her magic, so the idea of having another person do the same thing was going to be especially tiring for her mana. Well, all things considered, it might not be a bad thing. Thanks to her mana armor, Alice would be protected from being hit and might even be able to recover some mana with the photon style. Also, training magic with Rachel meant that she would not train her sword skills, so it would actually be even less tiring than usual. As a friend, I accept the task of brawling with you. Another advantage of this was that she would have the chance to fight against the magic that resembled her own the most. In other words, she could train against her nemesis. She would be able to see how effective her mana armor truly was at reducing kinetic energy by taking hits from powered-up muscles, so she was sure to get valuable data that she could then use to strengthen her magic. She might even be able to mimic Rachel's magic. Thank you, Alice, but give me a week to get used to it. I'll start my lessons with my instructor today. Will you train in this outfit? It seems a bit unpractical. I'll change. Of course. I wanted to show you the dress I wore for my coming-of-age ceremony. Cute, right? See, cute? Yes, you could say it is cute indeed. The dress does look nice, but it's strange to see Rachel in cute clothes. By the way, my instructor said that he hoped to see you. Do not tell me this instructor of yours is. Yep, it's Victor. Damn it. Now he is the time to train someone who lives so far from the capital. I hope I don't see him too much, since he apparently has some secret plan to make use of me in the future. He should arrive at any time now. Do you want to wait with me? My theoretical lesson will start soon, so I should be going now. See you. Alice Power walked to the manor and arrived in the classroom. Part of it was because she didn't want to see that old man, but she was also excited about today's lesson. After all, an interesting subject was supposed to be brought up: the difference between the different humanoid species. Basically, it would be a lesson about evolution. Alice was very happy since she had wanted to learn more about this for months, but Maximilian looked incredibly bored. Frankly, she could understand why. In the first place, what was even the point for a child to know about this before their awakening? Too bad for him. But I'm dying to know who the Darwin of this world is. As it happened, all the humanoid species had their evolutionary lines split a few 100,000 years in the past and were about as close to each other as a lion was to a tiger or a grizzly to a polar bear, or maybe a little closer than those examples. It went essentially like this. Different groups of a common ancestor species lived in slightly different environments with slightly different needs and thus evolved slightly differently generation after generation. An example of this was a group of skilled warriors that isolated themselves in nature and eliminated most of their predators. After thousands of centuries, by slowing down their metabolism and their development, they managed to optimize both their lifespan and the quality of their mana veins. They aged significantly slower than humans and gave their mana veins all the time needed to develop naturally. As such, this species did not have anything resembling the artificial magical awakenings found in almost all human kingdoms. This group was known as the Elves. A few centuries ago, they had left their forests and lived nowadays almost like humans. Most of the individuals apparently still avoided the other species, however. It made sense for Alice since, according to what Serena had said before, the Elves considered the others to be miscreants because they didn't believe in spirits. On the contrary, in a harsh and violent environment, another group favored short-term achievements for their survival. Their lifespans were quite short since they matured faster than humans. Their mana veins didn't have the time to fully develop and their mana pools were mediocre as a result, even compared to human commoners. Instead, they kept the great physical capabilities owned by the common ancestor of all humanoid species, such as strength and speed. If we added their lack of a proper educational system, their magic was truly unreliable. This group was called the Beast Folks, or Beast Men. Still, their great physical features made Beast Men only slightly weaker than a human strengthening mage. Also, the sexual dimorphism of this species did not include any difference in these great physical abilities. Females were hardly weaker than males. Incidentally, this common ancestor, called Fenrith, did not seem to be a primate like on Earth, as this family did not even seem to exist in this world. Well, maybe humans and elves could be called primate-like since they had flat nails, but their ancestors did not look a bit like monkeys or apes. The reason why Fenriths and the other humanoid species that evolved from them looked like Earth's humans was probably because of convergent evolution. Indeed, even on Earth, unrelated species could develop similar features and aspects. For example, insects, birds, and bats separately got wings through evolution, because of the huge advantage of being able to fly. Another weird example of that was carcinization. Several families of species were gradually converging into the shape of a crab even though they were mostly unrelated. Strangely enough, Alice was terrified by that example. Would every species evolve into crabs in several millions of years? Anyway, Alice thought it kind of made sense that some intelligent bipedal species manipulating tools would evolve to look more or less human-like in this world. This explained why most aliens in movies and comics looked exactly like humans even though they came from another galaxy. This totally had nothing to do with movie directors, scenarists, and artists being too lazy to come up with convincing designs for extraterrestrial species. Definitely, absolutely nothing to do with it. In any case, Fenriths looked like a wilder version of today's beastmen, with even more animal-looking ears and tails. Moreover, the position of their ears seemed to be halfway between that of humans and beast folks. Based on most of the specimens that were discovered buried deep in the soil, they also seemed to have one big horn on their forehead, like a unicorn. Fenriths are so intimidating. It's a good thing that they went extinct. I would be terrified if I was in front of one. Just like beast folks, Fenriths had mediocre mana pools but were very powerful. Through the generations and with the use of tools, beastmen obtained a more refined appearance while still sharing a lot of aspects with this ancestor. Elves and humans both lost their tails and most of the original species' strength, while their ears changed in different ways through these hundreds of thousands of years of evolution. Surprisingly enough, even though they were pointy, elves' ears were not that much longer than humans. Also living in a harsh environment, another species branched off, the ogres. They had more beast-like features than humans and elves did but still evolved in a different manner than beast folks. They had human-like ears, a tail, and were great mages like elves. For the last one, though, the process was different. Instead of maturing their mana veins slowly over a long period, they developed those very quickly and yet still managed to have mana pools greater than the human nobles on average. In return, they relied a lot more on their magic than on their physical strength, which had declined with the generations. Also, they kept the Fenrith's horn. Nobody was certain about where to place the ogres in a phylogenetic tree. Elves were saying that they had to have branched off from humans since they had similar ears. Humans said that they probably branched off from beast folks since they matured way more quickly than humans and still had a tail. Beastmen said that the fact that they still had a horn meant that they branched off from the common ancestor from the start, just like the other species. Basically, they were passing the buck to each other because no one wanted to acknowledge them as a subgroup of their own species. They were usually treated like the demons in most stories Alice knew from her dreams. Overall, each of these species excelled in their specific environment. Though humans looked quite plain in comparison, they were weaker than beast folks, rarely lived half the lifespan of the elves, and had smaller mana pools than both ogres and elves. Still, their different strengths were well balanced, which made them prosper in various places of the world. Some individuals, especially nobles, had a lot more mana than others and could even compete with ogres and elves while still being physically stronger than them. Some humans preferred to rely solely on their strength and refined swordsmanship to complete more elaborate tasks than beast folks while still living significantly longer. This adaptability explained why humans occupied most of this world's territories. Unsurprisingly, a lot of humans and elves considered the beast folks to be no better than beasts who had barely evolved from the Fenrith in a few thousand centuries. The two species didn't really agree about the origin of ogres, but, according to humans, they were even worse than the beast folks since they looked like chimeras trying to resemble every species. In truth, even though beast folks looked like their common ancestor more than humans did, it didn't mean beast men evolved any less. Even on Earth, chimpanzees had evolved just as much as humans despite resembling more of their common ancestor than humans did. In fact, They were so close to humans that they shared about 99% of their DNA and were actually closer to humans than gorillas. Beast folks do seem to resemble Fenriths more than we humans do, but they have clearly changed. At least physically. That common ancestor seems scary. But now, Beast folks are cute with their current ears and tail. Alice thought the kids were adorable, although she was apparently the only one to think so in the room. Unfortunately, she thought, they were not cat girls and cat boys. From the ears alone, they looked more like wolves or maybe foxes. So, if Beast folks and Fenriths are canid-like, is that the case for us humans who descended from Fenriths as well? Weird. That doesn't make me a furry, right? I mean, I don't have more hair than humans from Earth. To everyone in this world, there was nothing particularly wrong or unusual about the fact that they descended from such a group. They had found all the bones and skulls they needed to explain how the humanoid species looked the way they currently did, although people were still searching for missing links reattaching the ogres to other species. In the end, since they did not know that a similar-looking species had emerged from a completely different family in another world, everything seemed natural to them. To Alice, however, it was truly bizarre. In this world, dog-like creatures would pretty much be cousins with a common ancestor who might have lived millions of years before Fenriths, the common ancestor shared by all humanoid species. All in all, even though Alice had already heard about the elves thanks to Serena, she still learned a lot about how they came to be like this and about the other humanoid species, which were fewer than she thought. She had expected dwarves to exist, though, so she was a little disappointed. She was also surprised by how soon the theory of evolution had emerged in this world, although it made sense since the different humanoid species had been sharing most of their discoveries of fossils and the like for millennia. At this point, evolutionism was mostly accepted. In this world, there had been no Darwin. Since several intelligent species were living on this planet, it only made sense for them that they shared a common origin. Like on Earth, however, there were some creationists who rejected evolution by saying that the gods had created the humans as they were, independently of all the other humanoid species that had come from animals or monsters and were a pale imitation of humans. Still, while Alice thought these idiots should just be ignored, she was not sure if creationism should be completely ruled out. Even though she might have had more scientific knowledge than anybody in this world, her former self did not believe in any god. But Alice kind of did. To begin with, even before awakening memories from her past life, she had been taught all her life that there were several gods in this world. Moreover, if she had those foreign memories, it most likely meant that souls existed somehow. This was a strong hint of the existence of at least one god. To back up creationism, there was also the strong resemblance between the humans of this world and those from Earth despite not being primates. Convergent evolution was a good explanation, but Alice wasn't sure it was enough. Besides a handful of differences, like the existence of mana veins and the fact that humans seemed stronger in this world, they were pretty much the exact same. Even the position of their internal organs and their role were identical. If one added into the equation Beast folks, elves, as well as nobility and politics, it was awfully similar to Earth and its culture. It was as if resembling a human was some kind of evolutionary finality, which didn't quite sound scientifically accurate. Alice would not be surprised if some god had helped or rather influenced the evolution process over a long time. Like, for instance, they might have gotten rid of many individuals in order to deliberately and artificially select precise physical features so that they would end up with the Fenriths after millions of years, and then with those 4 specializations that looked way too much like a certain species on Earth after a few other hundreds of thousands of years. It was not too far-fetched when one looked at wolves being turned into chihuahuas in less than 40,000 years by mere humans through some selective breeding. If the gods did select specific traits by raising those who didn't match their vision, can they truly be called benevolent? This thought was a little scary to Alice. However, if they really did this, that is, deliberately choosing certain features, there was an even more frightening implication. She looked once again at the drawings of those Beast folks with their cute puppy ears and tails as she gulped. Are the gods fairy enthusiasts? 12. Chapter 16, Cross-Bridge Cycles. Alice was alone in her room. She was recovering from all the intensive training with Rachel. Her control of mana was becoming more natural by the day, but her physical condition was bad. She had been training against Rachel's strengthening magic every time she came to the manor, and she managed to confirm that she could not rely only on her current kinetic armor. Alice was awfully slow. As such, what she needed was some kind of speed boost. She had attentively observed Rachel using her magic and she was sure she could somehow emulate it. It would not be that easy. However, Rachel was lucky to have gotten a magic type that did almost all the work without her thinking about it. As far as Alice understood this power, there was a good chance that, among many things, Rachel's magic boosted the production of molecules known as adenosine triphosphate, or ATP. On Earth, these were often called the energy currency of the body. With the breakdown of ATP, called ATP hydrolysis, a significant amount of chemical energy was released. Thanks to that, a process called the cross-bridge cycle could take place. A protein, the myosin, changed its structure and made another protein called the actin rotate. This was the origin of muscle contractions. Therefore, with more ATP, one could either produce more instantaneous power with their muscles or instead use those muscles longer, like in a marathon. ATP could be naturally produced in a few different ways, like with the breakdown of glucose by oxygen in the case of aerobic respiration. All in all, a greater production of ATP meant a greater stock of energy, so strengthening mages probably used this. To some extent, at least. I doubt I can increase my ATP with my magic type though. However, Alice had an idea to work around it. This myosin protein did not react to ATP hydrolysis specifically, but more to the energy that resulted from the molecular bonds breaking during this process. As such, she might be able to trick her body and forcefully activate the structural change of these proteins with her own mana that she would turn into a form of energy that resembled that chemical energy. It was a much more direct approach than strengthening magic, but it could work well, as long as the process of muscle contraction was similar in this world. With such a technique, Alice would be able to have more powerful muscles and greater endurance. There was just a tiny issue with this. To produce enough force to simply hold up a few hundred grams with one hand, quite a few myosins were required. Like, a few trillion of them. Needless to say, Alice would never be able to do so many operations consciously. An extremely intricate spell was necessary for that, and it would be much more complex than her mana armors. She was confident she would make it work, but she was hoping it would take a few weeks rather than a few years. Every day, before she went to bed, she sat at her desk writing and calculating things. Without doing anything, a ball of mana positioned above her was constantly and faintly casting a mana to light conversion and was recharging itself by occasionally tapping into Alice's mana pool. With those freezing temperatures outside, the heat loss from this constant energy conversion was actually a good thing. So, in cells, I think ATP hydrolysis produces a few dozen kilojoules per mole of ATP. That is, for a few hundreds of thousands of billions of molecules. It might take a while. For 2 whole months. On paper, Alice tried to formalize a spell that could spread a specific input of mana throughout all her muscles. The objective here was to simply create a helper spell that would be used in the real strengthening spell, but Alice had trouble coming up with a fitting algorithm. Continuously spreading the mana was easy enough and she didn't even need a spell for that, but the issue was that it shouldn't be continuous. The mana had to be partitioned at specific locations in her body. In concrete terms, her body was a discrete coordinate system with an absurd amount of possible locations. She had read a lot and even had to ask Victor to lend her his books about muscles in order to pinpoint precisely what points she should target with her spell to get only the muscles. Measuring the spreading of the mana in her body was so hard that she had to stay up at night so that there would be no sound interrupting her. After those 2 months, the spell was finally finished, and Alice had turned 14 by that time. The helper spell didn't do anything besides spreading the mana in her muscles, but Alice was still incredibly proud. Once this nerve-wracking spell was created and accepted by her magic type, the rest would be easier. And indeed, only 2 weeks later, Alice had a complete spell at the ready. It was way easier to trick the myosin proteins than she had anticipated. As long as the mana was perfectly partitioned in a muscle, it acted as a sort of potential energy that these proteins wished to feed on. Surely, with this spell, I will be able to forcibly start the cross-bridge cycles and enhance the contraction of my muscles. After all the small-scale tests seemed to be a success. For larger-scale ones, She would wait for Serena as it might be dangerous. She expected to undergo some trial and error once she would deploy the spell on the macroscopic scale. True pseudo-strengthening magic, cross-bridge cycle version I, activate. That name is awfully long. Even though Serena was criticizing her naming sense, Alice still looked super proud of herself. But then she froze and fell flat on the ground. Oh, are you dead or something? I cannot move. My limbs won't move. Why? MMH. It really looks like what happens with dead people. You've hardened. Why, you are thinking of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis, caused by the lack of ATP in a dead body. But why? I'm making it so I don't need their hydrolysis to start the cross-bridge cycle in the first place. Then, she realized what had happened. She had started the cycle, but she didn't end it. As such, it wasn't even a cycle anymore. I forgot to put back the mycins in their initial state. It needs energy for that too. Without the necessary energy, the mycins wouldn't let go of the actins, making it impossible for the next cycle to occur, and for Alice to relax her muscles. After a few seconds, she was able to move again. The natural ATP hydrolysis that occurred in every cell had finally ended the cycles for her. She spent a part of the following evening correcting this omission in her spell, and she was ready to try it out again with Serena for the next lesson. True pseudo-strengthening magic, cross-bridge cycle version 2, activate. Stop with that name already. Also, aren't you just walking normally? It sure looks like it. But I am not spending nearly as much chemical energy as I would normally. How does the spell work? When it detects a significant contraction of a muscle, that is, a voluntary movement, it takes over to proportionally assist the muscle contraction by activating all the mycins nearby with mana instead of ATP molecules and their hydrolysis. When I stop contracting myself, the assistance ends too. Myosin, ATP? Here you go again, casually dropping strange words. Is it really multiplying your strength? You could say that. However, it cannot go beyond the limit of my muscles like with a strengthening mage. If I put in more mana than my muscle fibers can withstand, the stress will be too high and something will definitely break. There is no reinforcement for my muscles and bones, so it is merely an emulation of only one aspect of strengthening magic. Again, Alice still seemed very proud of herself. She had tried her best to create her most optimized spell yet. Then, just call it strengthening emulation instead of this true pseudo-strengthening magic. I didn't say a thing about the names you gave to your armors of mana, but you're pretty bad at naming things. What do you have against my kinetic and photon styles? They're cool. Cool. What about the name you gave to your mana recovering spell? Autosolice. This one is probably my best name yet. What do you have against it? That's just nonsense. It doesn't mean anything. It does. In a certain dead language, it means rise of the sun or something. What does sun mean, then? Good point. It uses Hippus light, not the sun's. How about Autohippus in that case? That's worse. You are getting annoying. It is because you have only one spell that you cannot understand how good it feels to give a cool name to every one of them. Why, you little catch me if you can. I will make you understand why my true pseudo-strengthening magic, cross-bridge cycle version 2 is the best name. Serena tried to catch Alice, but the little girl was incredibly fast. Mia, who had been reading a book near a tree, raised her head upon hearing her master laugh and was shocked. Alice had clearly never run as quickly as now, and she didn't even seem to be tired after several seconds. With a little bit of her own ATP, Alice was spending about as much chemical energy as if she leisurely walked. With the assistance of her spell, however, she was uncatchable. I might call this lightning speed after all. Wait, I'll probably use it for strength-related tasks too, so I can't. Indeed, she could even freely choose the intensity of the assistance. With a low value, she would be able to easily run several marathons, while a high one would let her produce great instantaneous power. So, Alice decided to choose a definitive name later on. A cramp again? What's wrong with you today? It had been a week since Alice had used for the first time the true pseudo-strengthening magic, cross-bridge cycle version 2. Temporary name. Since then, although she had made some progress and could use it even more naturally, she now seemed visibly weaker than before. Just now, Alice had had a cramp for the third time during her lesson. We're done for the day. Just rest for now. What kind of disease do you have? Did a doctor examine you? I wonder what that could be. Wait, I know that face. Are you lying, by any chance? What do you say? Do you actually know the reason for your current state? I know nothing. Spill the beans already. What betrayed me? Truth was, Alice was really bad at lying. After a full year of tutoring, there was no way Serena wouldn't realize when Alice was making things up. I think I am low on calcium. This spell had another downside, and it was probably the worst according to Alice. Calcium ions were in fact as necessary as the ATP supply for those cross-bridge cycles to occur. Alice had succeeded in replacing the ATP with mana, but she couldn't do anything to replace the calcium ions. After a week, she had used up most of her stock and was suffering from hypocalcemia. As such, Alice would have to add a lot of food rich in calcium into her diet, like spinach back on Earth. The thing was, Alice hated midranate, the leafy green vegetable that resembled it the most. It was to the point that she had been trying to forget about all of this. Incidentally, her former self hated spinach too. Frankly, her aversion to those kinds of vegetables was so strong that she was considering giving up on this strengthening emulation spell. At least, she did not mind nuts, which contained some calcium too. All of this was a shame because, apparently, strengthening mages didn't have this issue at all. Those bastards. Do they use some other way to keep their calcium ions that I don't know? Then just tell me how to do it too. Maybe their element did some work in the shadows. As Alice reluctantly told all this to Serena, the latter had a creepy smile on her face. All right, you stay here and take a rest. I have some things I need to do. No, whatever you are thinking, please don't. Catch me if you can. Serena started to run in the direction of the mansion, where Alice's parents were. Weak as she was, Alice was much too slow to catch Serena. She tried to apply her spell by forcibly activating her proteins with mana, but instead of explosive speed, she got her fourth cramp of the day and fell on the ground. See, come back. Mia, please catch up to her. I am sorry, Lady Alice. I am afraid I have not yet found the perfect stopping point. Then, her maid proceeded to keep reading her book as if nothing happened. Damn it. At dinner, Alice was taking glances at her parents' expressions to see if Serena had really told them about this. However, they seemed normal. The menu was the regular one too, so, in the end, Serena had probably called it a day and left the manor as soon as she could. Alice sighed in relief and spent a marvelous time eating what she loved. The day after, however, as she descended the stairs to eat breakfast with her family, she saw a plate full of midranate, the closest equivalent to spinach in this world. It was served only on her plate. And no, she screamed inside while trying to keep a stoic face, but everyone could tell she wanted to cry. If it was only a one-time thing, she might have been able to tolerate midranate. However, she was certain she would be forced to have this regularly. For the next few days, Alice was forbidden to use her magic and was forced to eat lots and lots of midranate-based meals. She ate so much of it that she was starting to get the symptoms of another condition called hypercalcemia, the opposite of hypocalcemia. Surprisingly, some of the symptoms were very similar. Like all the cramps Alice had in her legs and her general weakness. She tried to convince her family and the cooks that she had the same symptoms again, but this time because they gave her too much midranate to eat. But everyone was accusing her of throwing up in secret after her meals. If this goes on, I'll have kidney or heart problems. In the end, Alice had to secretly deplete the excess of calcium she had by using her strengthening magic emulation for a few hours straight. Her mana gave up before her calcium ions, this time. 14. Chapter 17, Artifact Reproduction. For about a month, Alice trained her strengthening emulation with Rachel. The latter had gotten quickly used to her strengthening magic and excelled at speed boosts. While using her magic, her strength was between 3 and 4 times greater than men her age. Alice found Rachel to be a tough opponent and she was now in a bind. The reduction of kinetic energy depended entirely on the mana density of Alice's mana armor. If the mana was sparse, it would only slow Rachel's punches down a bit. With a high density, they would lose all their energy and their momentum. As it happened, Alice had enough mana to completely dampen Rachel's strengthened punches. The problem was the mana that remained in her body, or rather the lack of it. Pretty much all of it was used to get enough density in the armor to negate Rachel's strikes anywhere on her body. As such, Alice wasn't able to use her strengthening emulation at the same time. Even if she could, then Alice's speed boost would force the spell to actualize the mana layer's position even more frequently to follow her, and it would thus be even more costly. In the end, it was either defense or offense, against a strengthening mage who could do both at the same time. It was apparent that Alice would ultimately lose. She could probably use her fast mana recovery spell to get back the mana she used for her armor, but she didn't want to show too much of her magic to other people. Moreover, if Rachel saw this, she would realize that their magic didn't actually match and she would probably get depressed. That's a no-go. Therefore, Alice decided to use most of her mana to create an incomplete kinetic-style armor and kept the rest to strengthen her muscles. The density of the armor wasn't enough to completely neutralize the punches, but she could tank most of their energy. Still, they were punches thrown by a strengthening mage, and only 2/3 were negated. As such, Alice had to take on many hits equivalent to those of an adult man without being able to defend herself. This was truly painful for Alice, who had bruises almost every time she went to the Valmont Manor. Lucius, the healing mage working for the Valmonts, was exasperated. Of course, Rachel was not mean and tried to convince Alice to let her slow down her punches, but the latter refused. After all, if she could not deal with it, it meant her magic was not that powerful and inferior to strengthening magic. Alice's strategy was to create just enough instantaneous power to dodge Rachel's strikes, but, even so, she never had the opportunity to actually hit back. Alice's main problem was her mana, which, even as a noble, wasn't keeping up with her custom spells. Somehow, she needed more mana before the fight even began. As she thought of a way to save her mana somewhere in order to use it later when she wanted to, Alice recalled that her instructor, Serena, talked about such a thing in the past. That might work. I'll ask her next time. Alice and Serena were drinking tea in the guest room of the Ravendell's mansion. It was currently raining, so Serena had to interrupt her pupil's training. Alice was taking glances at her teacher while wondering how she could introduce that subject. Mia, her maid, was giving her nods, surely to encourage her to speak up. Ultimately, Alice got the resolve and decided now was a good time. So, I was wondering, do you happen to know how to procure me that artifact you talked about some time ago? You will have to be a little more descriptive, Alice. I often talk about artifacts. The one that saves up mana? Ah, that one. Only the royal family has it, so you obviously can't get one. I seem to remember that you said you had done some research to reproduce it, though. I did, but I couldn't actually finish it. Why? How does the original even work? Well, I have no definitive answer on how the real one works. As you might guess, it's not a topic that nobles like to share. The only thing we know is that you can put your mana into the artifact and retrieve almost all of it at a later time. It does not sound that hard to reproduce, does it? Sure, putting your own mana in a confined box seems simple enough, but it's really not. Thing is, mana decays. Serena proceeded to explain that confinement explosively accelerated this degradation. Technically, mana decayed significantly faster in a room compared to outside, to the point that it could be measured. It was why Alice's mana never went beyond a certain threshold even when she continuously emitted it for days in her room without reabsorbing it. It just vanished after some time. With a small box as an artifact reproduction, Serena estimated that the mana would be unusable after 2 or 3 hours at most. I see. And why exactly does it decay faster the more it is confined? It probably has something to do with interferences. The more condensed the mana is, the more it interferes with itself. It gets harder to control it, and it degrades faster. So, it's related to interferences. Does that mean mana is a wave? Also, mana getting unstable the more it's compressed kind of rings a bell. It sounds a bit like the aftermath of my pseudo-annihilation. MMH. You're right, it does. Although, in your case, mana compression is a euphemism. Normally, mana merely disappears. It doesn't just explode. I guess the interferences get really violent when the volume of mana is reduced so much. How do you calculate how fast confined mana degrades? You see, mana decay is weird. For any quantity of normal mana in a given volume, half of the mana is lost in a given period of time, and that period is close to 1 day if the mana is kept in a moderately sized room and has been marked with the frequency of its caster. So, every day, the mana halves itself. That means that, in 2 days, there will only be a quarter of the original mana left. In 3, only an eighth, and so on. Weird, right? Huh. Are you trying to say that mana has a half-life or something? MMH? What is that? I mean, what you are describing sounds like an exponential decay. So, forget it. Does that mean that mana behaves like a bunch of radioactive isotopes? So is mana made of particles rather than being a wave? No, even the strength of a wave signal follows an exponential decay, so that's not definite proof. It might be a case of wave-particle duality, just like light or electrons. Just what the hell is mana? Anyway, the nature and the origin of mana truly were mysterious. It was often called the power of life since its anabolism was limited to living beings. Bacteria, fungi, archaea, protists, plants, animals and monsters all generated mana, while inanimate things such as rocks didn't. In the mythologies and religions of this world, there were an astounding number of stories in which the gods breathed life into ordinary matter by injecting mana. Alright, I understand why just putting mana into a box is not enough. So, why does it work with the real artifact then? Again, the royal family doesn't want to tell us, but I have my theory, which is the real deal might neutralize the caster's mana as well. This way, there are no more interferences and it slows down the decay of mana significantly. This is the principle behind mana potions, by the way. So, you are saying that you tried reproducing a royal artifact with merely a mana potion? It sounds a bit heretic. Yeah. It's fortunate that at that time I was under Master Victor's wing, who swore his loyalty to the king. That sure helped. And what is exactly this neutralization principle? I don't really have the right to reveal the formula, but it's a liquid that, let's say, dissolves mana and stores it. With one or two other steps, it is possible to separate the mana from the liquid again and, when it's done, the mana has lost the frequency it had originally been marked with. Do you know what that means? That anybody can use that mana by marking it with their own frequency? Yup, precisely. In the case of mana potions, we make people drink that liquid and the mana separates from it inside their bodies. By doing so, the body automatically marks that new mana. It's not much, but it can at the very least save people from severe mana deprivation. This was basically chemistry, with a touch of fantasy to it. It wasn't Alice's former self's specialty, but she still was extremely used to performing experiments. The idea of assisting Serena in potion making didn't sound too bad. After all, did you not say something about mana being lost during that neutralization process? Once? I did. At the time I researched this pseudo-artifact, I had to give up because there was no benefit whatsoever in using a mana potion as a storing artifact, because people would have to give away all their mana pool to save up at most 20% of it, even when carefully following the flow of mana to minimize the losses. And even then, I could only make it so the period of the decay was 2 days because, besides what happens with that royal artifact, the neutralization process can supposedly never be perfect. Serena slowly raised her head and looked at Alice with a newly lit fire in her eyes. With that being said, if I had a walking mana factory nearby, it might just be possible to store a great quantity of mana without relying on people being paid to have their mana drained all day long. See, calm down. As I said before, with your mana recovering spell, even without properly following the flow of mana, we could still ensure a 5% efficiency, maybe more. Not only would we revolutionize the industry of mana potions, but I could finally finish my research by successfully reproducing a royal artifact. Okay, keep it down. Did you not say that I should not tell anybody about my ability to generate mana? Ah, that's true. There is that. HMPH, if you truly wish to build your artifact, you can give it to me. I promise I will use it in your honor. What's that attitude now? You were very clearly the one asking me where to procure one for yourself earlier. I need it, okay? I might just be the only one in the world who can use it anyway, so why not give it to me? Serena grinned. At last, she had found some leeway to finally negotiate with Alice. Her dream of making her pupil become her assistant was finally in the palm of her hand. If I make you this pseudo-artifact, I want you to conjure your Order Solis or whatever every time I come here. You will put your near-infinite mana into all my stocks of potions, to the point that they will be saturated with mana. Understood? Alice felt like she would be losing her dignity if she accepted this offer after having refused so many times in the past. Still, it wouldn't cost her much to do it. The spell was automatic, anyway. She would just be needed for starting the spell and deactivating it. Incidentally, if Alice forgot to stop the spell for a little more than half a day, it would become a giant black square with an area of 1 hectare that orientated itself towards its star. This would be even bigger than an international football field. Surely, a lot of people would see this and freak out. By that time, it would have generated no less than 250 gigajoules of mana and would still produce 10 megajoules every second. So, even though it was autonomous, it would still be necessary for Alice to monitor the spell. Alice grimaced and reluctantly accepted the deal. While Serena was beaming, the rain didn't stop, so they spent their afternoon drinking tea inside. Chapter 18, Aimless Might. Serena stood in the makeshift laboratory she had set up in Victor's secondary residence, her eyes fixed on the bubbling liquid in a small beaker on the table in front of her. It was a pale shade of green, which meant it was not yet finished. She sighed deeply and ran her fingers through her hair, lost in thought as she watched the solution swirl in front of her. A sudden knock on the door interrupted her musings, and she turned to see Alice standing in the doorway, looking hesitant. Her regular maid was standing beside her. "Ah, it's you. Come on in." "I didn't know you had arrived." Serena gestured for her to enter, but Alice seemed displeased. "I would have appreciated it if you had welcomed me in the guest room yourself." "I had to speak with Victor for half an hour." "Well, I was working on your artifact, so don't complain." HMPH, how much did you advance?" "I made quite a bit of progress." Alice finally stepped inside, her eyes darting around. The room was dimly lit and smelled strongly of chemicals. The shelves were littered with test tubes and beakers, each containing a different color and texture of liquid. She peered closely at one of the containers, noticing a label that read Audot's blood. She wondered what kind of potion it was used for, or what an Audot was. She hoped it wasn't some cute animal that was hunted for its blood. Surprisingly, even though Serena was working on a potion, there was no cauldron. All around, Alice only could see glassware. "Wait. Is that a plastic container over there?" "I have never seen plastic in this world, so I didn't think it had been invented yet." "Hold on, is that a condenser and its distillation flask? Its design is quite different than the ones I'm used to, but it has to be." "Do you distillate liquids with that instrument?" "Like, separating liquids thanks to their different boiling points?" "Eh? I do, but how do you know this?" "From a book." "A book, huh? Anyway, do you want to try out your potion?" Alice tilted her head curiously. This shady liquid Serena was holding had turned blue just before she suggested trying it out. It had a thick, syrupy consistency. Just when Alice was wondering if it was even finished, Serena added some other liquid, stirred the mixture with a spoon, and the color immediately changed to yellow. That other liquid looked like water, but it was probably not. "What is that?" "It's the solution I'm using for the artifact replica. I've been experimenting with different formulas, trying to get it just right." "Is it even safe?" "I mean, I don't want to drink something that'll make me grow a second head or something." "Don't worry. I wouldn't give you anything that could harm you. You're too precious to me." "I would have been quite moved if you were not referring to the money I will earn you." "Is that how you see me? A greedy person who only thinks about money?" "Well, it's true that financially speaking, it would be a bad move if you were harmed in any way." HMPH. "I will try this out, then." Serena handed the glass container to Alice, who inspected it closely. It was a light shade of yellow, and it wasn't bubbling anymore. It gave off a sweet, almost tea-like fragrance. As she peered into the beaker, she noticed how the mixture reflected the light, almost as if it was glowing. Watching this, Mia decided to ask a question to Serena. "Do you not have a glass to pour the content?" Lady Alice should not drink from the beaker as there might be some remnants of liquids that did not react. "Eh? But it's funnier to drink it directly from it." Frankly, Alice agreed with that statement. She thought it was a cool move to do as a chemist. "As there is no normal glass nearby, I suppose I have no choice but to do this. If you insist, I have some clean cups on that shelf over." Alice didn't let her finish that sentence and raised the vial to her lips, before taking a big sip. She immediately recoiled, her face twisting in disgust. Ugh! A bitter taste filled her mouth. The maid immediately glanced at Serena, as if asking for an explication. Now, Mia regretted not taste-proofing that liquid before her master drank it. Feeling like she would get tackled to the ground any second, the blonde chemist gestured with her hands that there was nothing wrong with her potion. "Come on, Alice, say something." "I'll get killed. That was terrible." "Even though it smelled so good." "Well, smells can be deceiving." "Go ahead, Gulp it down. I cannot possibly drink all of it. I will throw up. So weak. Huh? What did you just call me? Weak. This is a medical treatment, you know. Even children have to drink those potions once in a while. Alice didn't expect her teacher to not falter, so she started to stutter. I mean, having to drink it every time I need mana would be a hassle, right? And, look, I have not recovered any mana yet, even after several seconds. If I had to use this artifact in an emergency, it would be useless. The solution will react soon enough with the acids in your stomach, and only then will the mana be liberated in your body. But it's true that it's not optimal. Is it not possible to make said solution react with an acid inside of the artifact, instead? That way, the neutral mana would be directly available. Is that impossible? That's not it. Theoretically, you're right. Doing so directly in the container instead of your body would make it easier and faster to retrieve the mana, but freeing the mana outside of your body will just fasten its decay even more than when it's stored inside the solution. As you said before, I'm a walking mana factory. That will not be a problem. Serena started to imagine every modification that would be needed to adapt this pseudo-artifact. With those changes, it would be even closer to the real deal. Alright, I'll do it. I'll need 2 or 3 additional months, though. That long? Trial and error, my dear. Trial and error. I have to adapt the shape of the container, build a mechanism that will open up valves to make the mana-rich solution meet with the acid, and I'll have to find an acid that will act like those in the stomach, among other things. You'll have to be patient. I suppose I have to. What do you even need it for, anyway? Between this and all these complex spells that you spend months creating, you sure are hungry for power. Are you planning to become a magic knight or something? Serena had casually asked that question while rearranging the glassware on her desk and had expected she wouldn't get an answer. Alice's endgame was as mysterious as ever. When she looked at her pupil, however, she was astonished. This was not the face of someone who wanted to conceal her goal. This was the face of a girl who was only now starting to wonder what her goal even was. Alice, don't tell me you don't know what you're after. Sometimes, with all this strange knowledge of yours, I forget that you're actually stupid. Caught off guard by the unexpected question, Alice struggled to find words or thoughts. Overwhelmed by the pressure, she snapped and lashed out at Serena. Shut up. My goal is none of your concerns. I will fulfill my part of the contract by filling your mana potions during my lessons, so you just do your job. Don't be so hysterical. Fine, I won't ask anything more. Alice immediately regretted yelling at her, and the atmosphere became terribly awkward. After a few seconds of pure silence, she decided to put an end to her visit. Well, then, I will come back to my mansion as I am very busy. Mia, we are leaving. Understood. The maid bowed to Serena, and then followed her master with a worried glance. Late in the evening, Alice retired to her room. She was feeling restless. She lay on her bed, staring up at the ceiling while her brain was just replaying that incident during which she had snapped at Serena. Sure, being called stupid was not pleasant by any means, but she knew that she had overreacted. As usual, all the appropriate answers were only now coming to mind. What is my goal? The reason for her wish to get this artifact was obvious. Having enough mana to use a perfect mana armor and her body strengthening spell at the same time. She knew this much, and that was what she had at first wanted to respond to Serena when she had asked that question. But then, why did Alice want to use both spells at the same time? Again, the answer was easy: to defend against Rachel and strike back. In other words, to be a good match-up. This was the part where Alice started to get unsure. As long as she had her mana armor at full power, her friend's punches wouldn't be able to hurt her. Alice could already do this, so the pain was not in the equation. Why did she want to be on equal footing with Rachel, then? She was a Marquis' daughter and had as a result significantly more mana than Alice, so there was no real reason to spend so much time and effort to defeat her. Do I want power that badly? This was the answer she had come up with. The desire to have power. Not in the political sense. Not in a specific situation in which she wanted to be stronger than somebody in particular either, but in a more general sense. Might. However, one could recursively wonder why she wanted to get stronger. Just flattening her ego by defeating a stronger mage was definitely not the reason. That would be too shallow. Do I want to prove that father deserves his title of count? Convincing people of that would certainly be possible if she were to defeat Rachel de Valmont. But that wasn't it either. At some point, Alice had said to Serena that she did not want to stand out in the noble sphere. She had been entirely honest at that time. She didn't want to attract attention, and she was even scared of doing so. After all, she had been told that she would be kidnapped if she were to show the extent of her power. Then, why, polishing her magic and obtaining power, would she really bother to develop incredibly intricate and time-consuming spells for that goal? She was almost sure she would not. Alice found magic fascinating and did want to try things out with her element. However, knowing herself, she would usually say that there were things that she could and could not do, and that would be it. There were more interesting things to do, like reading books. If she was really bored, there were a lot of alternatives. She could have spent her time educating her younger brother, Alistair. He had started his own magic lessons a little more than a year ago, so she knew she could be useful to him, just like she had been with Maximilian. She could have even tried to learn more about the magic types of all the people working in the mansion, starting with her own maids. The more Alice thought about it, the less it made sense that she would spend so much time on her desk at night coming up with algorithms for spells. She didn't even like coding. Something is not right. What's the source of that desire? As far as she looked into her 14 years of life, Alice found nothing justifying this thirst for power. But then, she had a realization. Oh, I see. This is because of her. How insidious. This urge to perfect her magic had been so natural to Alice that she hadn't realized something was wrong with her mind. She never even questioned it. But now, it made sense. If the goal had an origin, it had to come from her former self. 14. Chapter 19, Whispers from the Past. Ever since she awakened those foreign memories at the age of 8, Alice had been plagued by deep anguish. She constantly worried about the possibility of being taken over by this girl and occasionally became suspicious of her own memories. She wondered if they were slowly being overwritten by those strange dreams that lingered in her long-term memory instead of quickly vanishing upon waking. Although this feeling was rare, she couldn't help but fear that she might have forgotten more memories than she realized. After all, one couldn't know what they didn't know. Still, Alice had learned in those dreams that it was typical to forget things that occurred before the age of 5, so she didn't think it was significant enough to be alarmed. Despite her worries, Alice grew up without believing she was being consumed by that earthling. This might have been auto-persuasion or self-deception, but she tried her best to convince herself of that for the sake of her sanity. For all intents and purposes, she even tried to think of the girl as her former self. In the first place, their sharing the same soul was the most logical explanation for Alice receiving those memories. Now, even though she didn't feel like having been taken over, Alice acknowledged that those past memories had left an impact on her. She had inherited a whole new set of values and beliefs, which had developed in another world over 2 decades of experiences, encounters, and extensive reading. While most of these values had been irrelevant in her current world, a good portion of them gave Alice a unique perspective that differed from most fellow inhabitants of this planet. For instance, Alice wasn't sure if the public executions performed in every kingdom were truly necessary or justifiable. Her former self had lived in a relatively peaceful country, so such acts of violence felt jarring and contradictory to a part of Alice. Nevertheless, despite the dissonance it caused her, she still felt in control of her thoughts and opinions. However, she now found herself in a difficult situation. For years, she had pursued a goal that didn't feel like her own. To gain more power. She suspected this desire had been ingrained in her mind even before her accidental magical awakening at the age of 12. Alice had pushed herself to do challenging and mentally taxing things to achieve this goal, but now she questioned whether it was truly what she wanted herself. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was currently under someone's control. Alice's heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming in short as panic seized her. For several minutes, she tried to remember if there were more similar occurrences of her doing things that were unlike her. She didn't find any, but it didn't mean there were none. After all, something as obvious as her motivation to perfect her magic went under the radar for years. With trembling hands, Alice pushed herself up from her bed and made her way to the window, seeking solace. She used some mana to ignite a candle, and she just watched the flame consuming the wax for several seconds. She needed a break. Illustration: collapse. The stars were easy to spot on this warm and clear spring night. The 7 brightest stars seemed connected and formed a constellation called Phaethon. This is so strange. She closed her eyes, controlled her breath, and activated her mana veins. There, she saw the exact same stars arranged in the exact same way. Although the current weather conditions were supposedly optimal, that Phaethon constellation Alice was used to seeing while closing her eyes was even clearer. The nebulas, barely visible to the naked eye next to the real constellation, appeared in perfect clarity to Alice. Those nebulas were clearly not there the first time Alice had activated her mana veins during her first magic lesson with Victor. This vision of space had become clearer and clearer the more Alice looked at it. Over the years, Alice had become fascinated by this view. Whenever she felt anguish, she just closed her eyes, focused on that constellation, and this let her calm down. This little trick might just have been her most effective spell. She didn't know why she was seeing this when she closed her eyes, though. Sure, stars were kind of related to energy as both sources of light and natural nuclear fusion plants, but the connection seemed a little tenuous. Alice was puzzled as to why she was seeing Phaethon specifically. Maybe she would know. I guess it's her magic, in the end. The reason why Alice had awakened this magic type was only due to that foreign knowledge. Maybe it was why this energy conversion magic never felt like her own. Every day, Alice was convinced that she was reaping the rewards of her former self by using her knowledge. She was seen as a genius by her parents and the Valmonts, but she was merely using another person's memories. She felt like she didn't deserve to be called smart. Maybe Serena was right, and I'm actually stupid. Now that she had gazed at the stars, a sense of calm washed over Alice, easing a bit her troubled thoughts. She deactivated her mana veins, kept her eyes closed, and searched through those dreams that were stored in her brain. It was very much like using a mind palace, except Alice had made no effort to create it. It simply expanded by itself between the time she was 8 and the time she turned 10. As she looked into her brain's shelves, the origin of that goal became more apparent. Her former self had always been a fan of superheroes. During her childhood, she had spent countless hours reading or rereading her favorite books and watching the series adaptations on TV, dreaming of one day having the power to make a real difference in the world as well. She was especially a fan of very specific superpowers that could be used in many different ways with some creativity. As Alice investigated even further into those memories, it was easy to see that the Earthlings' love for science had initially manifested because of those heroes. Some were mutants, some were aliens, while others gained powers through failed scientific experiments. As Alice checked all those dreams, she even saw that 7-year-old girl stealing a book about gamma radiation from a library, in the hope of becoming a powerful being. That girl, in the end, as far as Alice explored those memories, her former self had never realized it was those heroes that had made her pursue this college path. With the years passing, she had forgotten all about this and only her interest in science remained. Somehow, Alice felt relieved to not be the only one being manipulated by a third party. No. Wait, wasn't there a dream in which she realized something before passing away? Alice began looking out for that specific dream, and indeed, since she returned to her parents' house in the countryside to spend her last few months, she became aware of it when she opened a box with all the books from her childhood inside. However, instead of reacting like Alice by panicking and cursing said third party, she merely smiled. She even called for the first time in years her childhood friend who was an even more hardcore fan of superheroes than her. That friend had lent her hundreds of books, and she had decided to catch up with all the current releases. She also borrowed multiple game consoles to try out all the games she had always wanted to play. By then, she just knew her end was near. Alice had technically seen this dream when she was about 9 years old, but she had not realized what it really meant at the time. Although that girl had learned that all her life had been decided by mere drawings and speech bubbles, she didn't regret choosing that path. If anything, she was glad to have found a purpose. Frankly, Alice was impressed by that girl. Despite her disease and even though she constantly looked sad, her former self never snapped at anyone. She never cursed anyone for what was happening to her either. Not even the gods. I don't have that wisdom. And here she was, freaking out because that wish of getting stronger didn't come from where she thought it would. At the end of the day, Alice truly wished to obtain power. The shady origin of that desire didn't make it any less real. Sure, without those memories, values and beliefs, she probably would not have had said desire. Without them, Though Alice might have lived an aimless life, she would have been stupid, and this arrangement with the Valmonts would never have occurred. She might not even have awakened at the age of 12. And she wouldn't have met Serena. To Alice, such a life would be plain. In a way, everything good happening in her life was thanks to those additional memories. Maybe she's not a threat. Maybe she's here to fill up this empty shell. With a deep breath, Alice slowly opened her eyes. Her perspective on her current predicament had ever so slightly changed. Now, she was sure of it. This goal of gathering power was just a stepping stone, a necessary condition to achieve her former self's dream. As for this dream, it was as simple as it was ridiculous: becoming a hero. Not the kind of hero who would save the entire world by defeating a demon lord with a sword, but a more simple kind, a lone, powerful superhero without a name, who would travel the world and save individuals from villains and monsters. In a world where literally everyone had magical powers, she just had to be better than most. Now that Alice had been made aware of the truth of this purpose, she felt like she was once again the one in control. In the end, she could decide to go on that road of gathering power, or instead give up and live her life as a regular noble. Having the ability to choose her next course of action made Alice relax quite a bit. Would going for the hero route be for herself, or for granting her former self's dream? Both. In the end, does it even matter? She may or may not have been controlled, but Alice truly wanted to know more about this world. It was crawling with intelligent humanoid species she wasn't even aware of a year ago. And she did want to see them with her own eyes. It was her own world, and yet she was a lot more familiar with Earth. She wanted to see what her world had to offer. On the other hand, if Alice owed everything good happening in her life to that former self, then deciding to pursue her dream was the least she could do. Don't our wishes coincide? Anyway, traveling the world to learn more about it and its people, and traveling the world to help them. If Alice had been a commoner, it might have been simple enough to achieve both of them in a lifetime. However, she was a noble. She would be an adult in a few months, but she would be married off into another family in a few years. She would not be free indefinitely. The time range is quite narrow. Moreover, she would also need to assume now and then her noble duties as the oldest child of the Ravendell family, especially while her little brother was still a kid. She needed to think of a plan in order to blend her noble obligations with this desire to explore the world, and fast. Despite feeling a sense of urgency, Alice faintly smiled. But this tension isn't so bad. 13. Chapter 20. Mana Pendant. Serena arrived at the Ravendell's mansion, her satchel filled with an assortment of mana potions as was her custom. The potions were not complete, given their lingering dark green shade. This meant that the reaction with mana had not yet occurred. This was only logical, as Alice had yet to generate said mana. With her grandiose spell, Alice made certain the mana generated by the dark panels was uniformly dispersed among the potions, rather than being absorbed by her. Within several seconds, all the liquids began bubbling. This meant that the mana was being stored as some kind of chemical energy in the solution. Although the procedure appeared simple and straightforward, Alice and Serena had been taken by surprise when the beakers holding the potions burst during their initial attempt to imbue them with autosolice. After all, the neutralization of mana was an exothermic reaction, and it was even more violent when the flow of mana was ignored. Given that the initial plan involved brute forcing the neutralization process by using a vast amount of mana, the containers had proved unable to withstand the reaction. As a result, Alice had had to lower the spell's output and use the remaining generated mana to further expand the panel surfaces. After only a few seconds, all solutions turned blue, and the liquid took on this syrupy consistency that Alice was getting used to. And there we have it. I'll put the finishing touches on them later, but I must say, the quality of these potions is truly exceptional. Are you sure you don't want to split the benefits? They sell at a high price, and I feel like I'm stealing all that mana from you. I do not mind, as long as you are focused on the pseudo-artifact. Serena grinned as she proudly lifted the pendant hanging around her neck for Alice to see. Don't deactivate your spell, then. I have something to show you. Is it what I think it is? Absolutely. It's finished. Alice's eyes widened in admiration, and a radiant smile spread across her face. The pendant, a brilliant shade of emerald, was smaller than Alice had anticipated. This is amazing. You have done a fantastic job. What is its storage capacity? Hearing this honest praise, Serena looked a bit embarrassed. Still, She was proud of her work. Fulfilling her research on the reproduction artifacts had taken most of her free time, but it had paid off at last. I designed it specifically for you, so it can withstand your entire mana pool. I had to saturate the solution beforehand so that it could accommodate the abundant mana while remaining small enough. Are you saying that I can double my mana pool with this? Is that not excessive? I can downgrade it if you want. No. That one will do, thanks. Very well. You can start channeling mana into it. With a focused expression, Alice shifted the flow of mana from the panels, directing it toward the pendant she held. There were parts of the artifact that were transparent, probably so that the user could see the state of the reaction. Soon, the green liquid bubbled, turning blue as it became charged. Now, what do I do? This artifact contains multiple compartments. Hold it like this, and rotate that section. Alice complied, and some liquid met the rest as a valve opened. It turned yellow. Then, I just have to rotate this part in a similar manner? Yup. It's an acid that reproduces what happens within the stomach. It was quite difficult to find, honestly. Suddenly, the liquid became colorless, and bubbles began to form in the mixture. Surely, she had never seen a potion do that. Is that normal? Yes, this step mirrors what happens within the body. Look, the liquid is now evaporating. Now it is empty. It appears so, but it's not. It's full of mana. Amazing. How do I retrieve it if it's neutralized? Open up the pendant, think of it as an extension of your hand, and try to displace that mana. You should be able to naturally mark it by doing so. Alice concentrated and placed her right hand over the artifact, trying to make mana flow out of the pendant just as instructed. When she did it, a small but sudden burst of energy erupted from the artifact, manifesting through Serena's mana lens as a flash of light. The intense surge of power was palpable, sending ripples through the air that even Serena could feel. It was a feeling akin to the vibrations of an infrasound that one could sense in their bones, despite being unable to hear it. That's ennoble for you. That sure didn't happen when I tried it out myself. This must be because of the sudden mobilization of a large quantity of mana in the air, don't you think? I suppose that did occur a few times with your mana recovering spell. So, how does it feel to have this much mana at your disposal? Alice was moved. Her teacher had been working on it for a few months already, but the result went beyond her expectation. She now had a large amount of mana that she could use at any time, making her mana pool artificially greater than her father's. Although, she would rather have naturally expanded her mana pool by physically growing through those few last years. On top of this practical aspect, the artifact was way fancier than she had anticipated, with it matching the color of her eyes. It wouldn't be strange if she were to wear it at all times. This is truly remarkable. Can I transfer the mana back into the pendant? You can. But now that it's marked, it will decay way faster. Also, only you will be able to use that mana. If you want to store it longer, you'll have to fill all of the artifact's compartments manually beforehand. I see. Really? Thank you. You will provide me with all the necessary liquids, right? Well, I will if you continue filling up my potions. Of course. Well, this was not the deal. Alice frowned, but Serena merely shrugged. There was no deal about the supply of the solution, though. I've designed and built the artifact, and you have filled up my potions. Now that it's done, we can just make a new deal. I refuse to fill up your potions all my life. Good luck making the solution for the artifact yourself, then. I'm sure you'll find the process in those ancient books of yours. You were probably thinking that I had become too dependent on you for my potions, but, in reality, you're the one who depends on me. I win. I will ask Victor to introduce me to another potion maker and I will buy the process for myself. By all means, try your luck. Maybe, just maybe, someone will figure out the proper solutions and adjustments within a year. That is if they haven't sold you to nobles by then. As a matter of fact, I've had to sell those mana-saturated potions under a different name. I'm sure all the potion makers in the kingdom are already searching for the source of all that mana. Serena's voice held a teasing edge, but the concern in her eyes betrayed a genuine worry about more people discovering their secret. Alright. I at least intend to continue filling your potions until I am an adult. That's in 2 months, right? Will you have to go to a temple even though you've already awakened? I am afraid I have to. I got the invitation before I even met you. It is in the capital, too. The capital? Huh? It's been a while since I went there. I would love to see Victor's other disciples that stayed there. Can I go with you? There is no way I let you take a spot. Securing a spot for Alistair is already challenging, so he takes precedence. Serena feigned a wounded expression, her hand over her heart. You would pick your brother over me? Of course I would. I'll see you next time then, my fellow comrades. Still, it's hard to believe you'll soon be an adult. I am nearing the end of my theoretical lessons. My etiquette is nearly perfect, and my magical skills surpass those of most adults already. I think I have matured a lot. Well, yeah, but you don't look your age at all. Like, right now, 12 is the most I would. I dare you to finish that sentence. I won't. Alice's face remained stoic, but her stance had shifted subtly. She was very clearly positioning herself to tackle her teacher at any moment with a quick activation of her strengthening spell. Serena wisely let the subject drop, knowing full well that persisting would have led her to suggest that Alice looked even younger than that to her. We should celebrate your coming of age some other time. Not a bad idea. This would be nice, a pajama party of sorts, I suppose. Pajama party? I was rather thinking of Victor inviting you and your family to his estate. What am I, 10? Yes, let us prepare something along those lines. By the way, what kind of place is the capital? You're denying me the right to see my comrades again and you still ask me that? This is beyond cruel. Sorry. It was thoughtless of me. Just kidding. I don't really mind. The capital is the largest city in the kingdom, and more than 100,000 people live there. Since this is where the royal family, all the ministers and basically the most powerful individuals live, the architecture is really something to see. The Valmont's manor is plain in comparison. This does pique my interest. Now I kind of want to see what style of architecture they use in the capital. If the style is so different from here, I can't tell what it is. I would like to see something that looks like Romanticism or Baroque revival. Frankly, this was another difference between Alice and her former self. While the latter traveled quite a bit and was completely indifferent to architecture, Alice was pretty intrigued but had to make do with those memories to satiate her curiosity. The ceremony will definitely be a hassle, but I guess it's fine if it gives me the opportunity to visit the capital. 12. Chapter 21. Departure. As the pivotal event in a noble child's life, the coming-of-age ceremony typically caused great anxiety among their entire family. After all, if the child was to awaken some awful element, the entire family's reputation might be weakened. The Ravendels, however, were already aware of their daughter's element. Well, partially at least. As such, they were not in a panic as they prepared themselves for the trip to the capital. Despite Alice's awakening having occurred nearly 3 years prior, she was still obliged to attend the ceremony, albeit without the customary magical expertise bestowed upon participants afterward. It was the same initial magical lesson during which novice mage would uncover their magic type while activating their mana veins for the first type. Victor had already taken care of this for Alice, so she did not need to do it again. As such, she relished the thought of spending an extra day wandering the capital's vibrant streets and basking in its rich history and culture. The only thing that worried Edgar de Ravendel was the expected mockery from other nobles, as the priests would declare out loud that Alice would not need to be awakened like the others. All those in attendance would promptly deduce that her awakening had taken place naturally prior to the ceremony, and they would think that her element was weak enough to not have been revealed to the public. Edgar had already forewarned Alice of the likely snickers and disapproving looks she would encounter during the ceremony, but his concern for her well-being far exceeded her own apprehension. Indeed, Alice did not really care about what others thought about her magic. To begin with, she did not want to stand out with an incredible power in a noble society. The only thing that would trigger her were the attacks on her physical appearance, especially her height and her hair. She had expected it, but her white hair was as rare as it was scorned. Although Alice had never heard any critic about it in her life, her mother, who had suffered a lot in the noble society because of the color of her hair, might have worked behind the scenes so that the people Alice would meet didn't make any remark about it. In the temple where potentially hundreds of nobles would assemble, however, the Ravendels had no control over what Alice would hear. The only thing they were able to do was trimming her hair and bangs to make their daughter's appearance a bit less blameworthy. Father, who will go to the capital? We shall all attend. Your mother, myself, and even Alistair. Oh, Alistair is coming too? This is great. Is he really willing to? There will just be boring speeches from the priests. We told him he could stay with the domestics for the week, but he insisted. He said that he had to do this so that you would come to his own coming-of-age ceremony. I understand. I would have attended his regardless, though. Still, there surely will not be enough seats for all our respective attendants, let alone the guards. The four of us will occupy one carriage, while the domestic staff will travel in the other along with the guards. The other? Can we really afford to rent another carriage? Lord Isaac has offered to provide one of his carriages, ensuring our comfort throughout the journey. He will even send 2 or 3 guards, so it will not be as costly as we thought. This is very kind of him. I will be sure to express my gratitude during my next visit to his manor. Kind? Yes, that might be so. You do not seem too sure about it, Father. Well, while the bonds between our families do have grown stronger with the camaraderie between you and their son, Lord Isaac's offer does not look entirely disinterested. Ah, I suppose you are right. While the two families did view each other as close friends, it was evident that they both reaped tangible benefits from their alliance. The Valmonts, for instance, had managed to create stronger ties with King Arlington de Aronia thanks to Edgar. Whether or not it would let them become a duke family like all those rumors predicted or not, it was an excellent move politically speaking. As such, Edgar was uncertain if Isaac was lending a carriage along with guards simply out of kindness. In the end, he probably wanted to strengthen even more his ties with the king by displaying his close relationship with Alice's family. Regardless, whether it was a heartfelt gesture or a political action, we will also benefit from being seen in a carriage with the Valmont's crest by other nobles, so we should just accept his generosity. I don't get all that noble stuff. Why do we need to do things so indirectly with such implicit agreements? Seeing her slight frown, Edgar patted his daughter's head with a smile and left to take care of all the preparations for the departure. As Alice was returning to the room, she caught sight of her little brother approaching and she swiftly adopted her customary stoic demeanor. Determined to maintain the facade of a mature and serious older sister, she did her best to keep her more light-hearted and goofy-sided from him. That poker face of hers would falter whenever she had to eat midranate, however, and her little brother always tried to make it seem like he didn't notice. "Good morning, Al. Did you finish your lesson?" "How was it?" "Hello, sister. These lessons are quite challenging for me. I am surprised that you willingly undertook them at the Valmont's residence. Doing nothing all day was worse, I tell you. If you need my assistance, just ask me. I would be happy to help you." "Thank you. I might do just that." "So, what are you doing in your free time, Al?" "I was planning to train my mana veins in advance at the training ground." "Eh? Do not do that. What if that triggered an awakening? Would it not be nice, though? I mean, you were already awakened when you were about my age. I feel a bit inferior." "Inferior? You should not feel that way. Awakening early is rarely a good thing. Remember how worried Mother and Father were a few years ago over my impromptu awakening?" "Huh? No, I do not really remember this." "What about me being sick for several days right after I awakened? If anything, I am the one who feels inferior at the moment. I am more than 3 years older than you and you are already so much taller than me. I am just a weak girl with a lackluster element awakened after studying merely a portion of the entire curriculum." Her energy-related magic type wasn't lackluster by any means and she knew it, but she wanted to convince her brother to bide his time. Alice's awakening only went well because she had this special knowledge. After all, do not speak so negatively about yourself, sister. You are amazing and everyone wants to protect you. And that includes me. Alice's eyes softened at her brother's innocence and she silently vowed to be the one protecting him. "Please do so." As the day of their departure finally arrived, the Ravendals busied themselves with packing and making the necessary arrangements for their journey. The Marquis could only lend 2 of his guards to the Ravendals, but Edgar was still satisfied with that. In terms of skills, such guards would be equivalent to B-rank adventurers, so it would have been quite costly to hire them. Nonetheless, 2 B-rank individuals were insufficient for such a journey, so Edgar enlisted a party of 4 D-rank adventurers. The route they would take was supposed to be safe because a lot of people used it. As such, bandits would have to take the risk of reinforcements arriving at any time to help the victims, so attacks were very rare. Still, the fact that a lot of humans went there meant that a lot of dangerous creatures lurked in the woods on each side of the road to prey on little groups of humans. This was why the bare minimum for nobles was one or more D-rank parties escorting them. If the Valmonts did not lend their guards, Edgar would have probably hired 2 C-rank parties as a count, partly due to all the fantastic stories that filled a good portion of her dreams and fueled her fascination for adventures. Alice yearned to learn more about this organization called the Adventuring Guild for which the D-rank party worked. If her goal was to become a hero and save people, she thought asking them all sorts of things about their way of life might give her some ideas to accomplish that aim. As her family was preparing for their journey, Alice seized the opportunity to gather some intel from the adventurers. They were talking to the household staff at the moment and didn't seem too busy. Excuse me, do you mind if I ask you something? One of the adventurers, a tall man with broad shoulders and a confident stride, approached her. He seemed slightly taken aback by her willingness to engage in conversation with commoners when she didn't have to. No problem, Mississippi. What do you need? I was wondering, what kind of magic do you all use in battle? I am curious about how you handle various situations and such. Well, the thing is, we don't. As commoners, we are not built like you. Our mana capacities are not that great. Some mages have offensive magic, but they aren't the norm. Within our party, we only have some support magic to aid in various situations. The man pointed at another one who was loading his bag into one of the carriages. This fellow can conjure fire. However, his magic isn't quite suited for battle, making his abilities somewhat limited. He's mostly able to use it for cooking outdoors. Like your one to talk, Patry. Unlike your measly water magic, I can at least scare away wild beasts. Huh. Touche. Alice listened intently, nodding in understanding as she remembered that fire and water were the most prevalent magics. After all, their usefulness made them almost indispensable, particularly for those with limited means. They were just categories, however, as there were several variants. Fire-based elements, for instance, could be divided into 3 subcategories. First, those who could trigger a combustion by making matter heat up. Even though the nature of matter was still unknown in this world, Alice was certain that those fire mages were unconsciously making atoms and molecules furiously vibrate in the system targeted by their mana. Their magic type was just doing the actual work for them. Besides starting a combustion, however, they wouldn't be able to do much else. This was apparently the case for the fire mage in this party. No wonder he fights with a sword. The second subcategory of fire elements consisted of mages capable of making the very air flammable. Alice was uncertain about the mechanics behind this one. Hydrocarbon, maybe? She hypothesized that this kind of magic type might be gathering the sparse hydrogen atoms from the air as well as the carbon from carbon dioxide in order to create some sort of hydrocarbon-like gas, thus making it extremely flammable with all the oxygen nearby. The mages would then be able to control flames and their intensity. Those fire mages needed an external way to start the initial combustion to happen in one way or another, but when the fire was ignited, they had way more control over their flames than the first kind of fire mages. This magic had the potential to be used offensively. There were probably better explanations for the working of this kind of magic, but her hypothesis was at least better than those written in books about magic, which didn't take into account matter at the molecular level. In the last category were the fire mages, who had only a very restricted spell that used the first 2. The most obvious example was those who were only able to throw a fireball. It technically was manipulating the flammability of the air and was triggering the initial combustion as well, but those mages lacked versatility. They could only throw their fireball straight toward a target. Needless to say, this kind of fire magic had very limited use in cooking. Without much control over their fireball, these mages would be risking burning down their own house. Offensively, though, those mages could be incredibly powerful in battle. In comparison, water-based magic types seemed plain. For one thing, they were never used offensively. No element could generate water either. After all, to create this matter from nothing, there would need to be an absurd amount of mana. So much of it that the entire mana pools of all residents of this world put together still wouldn't be enough to generate 1 liter of water. Still, it was possible with some water elements to gather the humidity in the air and save just enough to drink 2 liters per day. Most water mages used their magic to purify the dirty water that could be found anywhere, though in rare cases, some water-based magic types were more specialized in the manipulation of water and the casters could, unconsciously or not, manipulate the density of water to make it move in the air with mana. In this very special case, maybe a water-based element could actually kill someone by drowning them. However, Alice had never heard about anyone using water offensively in a direct manner. She was a bit disappointed since she had wanted to witness the power of water blades slicing through the air at least once. She hoped she would see someday someone use water magic to create a high-pressure water jet cutter. This thing was incredibly efficient to cut things back on Earth. In any case, with the preparations complete and the carriages loaded, the adventurers and Alice gathered for the departure. She had been able to ask them a lot of things, so she was satisfied. Alice savored the anticipation of the little journey ahead by breathing in the crisp morning air. The carriages set off with a nod from her father, leaving behind the mansion as they embarked on the road toward the capital. 12. Chapter 22, Coming of Age Ceremony, Half. As the sun started to get low on the first day of the journey, the capital seemed closer and a sense of calm filled the air. As expected, no bandits had attacked the two carriages. On 2 occasions, the D-rank party and guards cooperated to drive away or fend off small groups of monsters lurking between the road and the nearby woods, ensuring a safe passage for the carriages and any travelers arriving within the hour. Since there were only 2 carriages crammed with people, however, the hunters could not take the corpses with them. When we passed travelers earlier, what did you communicate to them? I saw all of you making some hand gestures. Is that a code that you learned at the Adventuring Guild? You noticed that from your carriage? Now, I'm surprised. Nobles usually don't pay any attention to us hunters or even speak to us during these missions. Well, I have not interacted with a lot of commoners, so I am curious about your lifestyle and such. That is all. Alice indeed had never met a typical commoner that lived in a town. The only ones she saw were the cooks or maids in the mansion. These were not representative of peasants and the like though, as they were trained to talk politely to their masters. To begin with, they were able to come into the mansion because their families were rich and close to nobility. Out of everyone she knew, Serena bore the closest resemblance to a typical commoner since she talked just like those adventurers. Still, she wasn't very representative either because she literally lived in luxury in the residence of someone from a marquis family. All in all, the only commoners she knew were those she encountered within the confines of her family's estate. Shaped by all those memories from a past life, Alice might have been conditioned to accept non-nobles. After all, she had lived in a country where nobility was barely present, and where the blood of someone had little to no effect on their value as human beings. Well, while it sounded progressive and open-minded, genetics was still important even in modern society where beauty was highly valued. Still, it went even further in this world because, thanks to their ancestors, nobles possessed significantly more mana than commoners. Throughout the establishment of kingdoms, those with vast mana reserves, and thus great power, were likely selected as representatives. After countless generations of deliberate selection, it was not at all surprising that nobles considered themselves superior to the peasants who only lived their life without betting on their descendants' mana or the complexity and versatility of their magic. Our initial exchange with the other party was about the pleasant weather. The weather? What? Is that not a rather lame subject to start a conversation with? Alice's mind apparently still harbored a few social traumas since she no longer planned to talk about the weather in any conversation for the rest of her life. She was shocked to hear that those D-ranks usually did just that. I wouldn't say it's lame. This kind of information is necessary for us to know if we'll have to stop the carriage and prepare for rain. When you put it like this, it does sound acceptable. Then, Kreese told them that we killed some monsters near the road and that they were free to collect all the materials they wanted. They thanked us and told us they saw no monster or bandit on their way. I see. This language is more deep and intricate than I thought. The party taught Alice some of the common signs and playfully included now and then some nonsensical gestures that made all of them laugh as Alice unknowingly mimicked them. But instead of feeling mocked by these commoners, Alice laughed with them. She was envious of them because they could be themselves all the time with their comrades. And here she was, being crushed by the burdens and expectations placed upon her as a noble. For the night, the nobles used the carriages to sleep into. They were completely emptied by the servants so that the masters could be comfortable. Alice slept with her mother, Countess Layla in the best carriage lent by the Marquis, while Alistair slept with his father in their own carriage. Even though it did not have a proper suspension system, it did not matter as they were immobile for the night. As night finally descended, a makeshift encampment emerged, with tents providing shelter for servants, guards, and D-rank party members. In shifts, the guards in the D-rank party kept vigilant watch for monsters and bandits, while the others caught some rest. After 3 days and 2 nights, the 2 carriages arrived at the capital. They had traveled smoothly, encountering few obstacles along the way. Moreover, the Count and Countess were happy that their children had so much fun, especially Alice, who might soon encounter some opposition from other nobles. Edgar informed the D-rank party they had 2 days before leaving, allowing them to engage in activities other than quests that might delay their departure. After the servants managed to take reservations in a hotel for nobles, all the family went to a restaurant also made for nobles by nobles. While Alice savored each bite, she still favored the cuisine from chefs working at the Valmont's Manor over this restaurant's menu. In comparison, Alistair's eyes widened in delight as he tasted the unfamiliar cuisine, clearly impressed by how good it was. I have never tasted anything like this. Father, can we not hire the chef who prepared this? As much as I would love to have this at home, I doubt we could afford it, Alistair. This is a chef working in one of the best restaurants in the capital. After all, Edgar was right. There was no way they could pay the chef for more than a week. In the first place, they went to a very good restaurant solely because the kingdom would pay for all the expenses in food and hotels for all the nobles that came to the capital because of the coming-of-age ceremony. For the rest of the day, the 4 of them visited the most renowned places to see in the capital, drinking in the sights and sounds. As Alice looked around this part of the city, she noticed only well-dressed, distinguished individuals. She quickly realized that commoners were relegated to the capital's outskirts, while the king's castle and noble district occupied the city's center. And, not far from this castle, there was the giant temple that Alice would enter the next day for her ceremony along with other noble future adults born in the same week. Mother, do I really have to wear this dress? It seems a bit much. You have to, ally. This is a standard for the ceremony, as all the girls will wear the same one. As I recall, it is supposed to represent maturity, but father mentioned that I will be wearing a ceremonial robe over it. He is right, but you will have to take it off as the cardinal calls your name. The robe signifies childhood, so the removal of it is the exact moment that you truly come of age. Even though I am technically not 15 yet? That is right, it does not matter. The ceremony makes you an adult, not your precise age. I suppose I have no choice, then. Do you think it will go smoothly, mother? Limit your talking, and try not to react if you overhear any unkind remark. I will not. I was expecting her to say that everything will go well, but she's already this pessimistic. Alice had heard from her father that her mother's coming-of-age ceremony was quite tumultuous, so she might not know what a peaceful ceremony was like. As dawn broke, the family prepared to step inside the temple's grand, imposing temple. Those seeing the interior of the temple for the first time were incredibly surprised by its beauty. Having seen grander cathedrals in her dreams, though, Alice appreciated the temple's beauty but wasn't entirely awestruck. Not long after they entered, Alice reluctantly left her family's side to join the other children on stage, before putting on the ceremonial robe. Though this task was simple, Alice couldn't help but feel the weight of the scrutinizing gazes from the families in the temple. That might have been because people recognized her, or because the ceremonial robe was available in only one size for all the children. It was way too large for Alice and it trailed on the floor. See crap, I must look like a complete child. Hushed whispers, filled with questions about her family background and her age, reached Alice's ears. She tried to block them out, envisioning the crowd as harmless potatoes. As expected, though, it didn't work at all. She was also hearing snickers from the girls next to her, most likely mocking her appearance. I want to disappear. Just before she ran away from reality by closing her eyes and observing the night sky, Alice saw everyone in the room stop talking and stand up. She turned her head to her left and saw a man at least in his 60s whose outfit made clear that he was important in this place. Just the fact that every single noble stopped talking midway through their conversation was enough to get that he was highly respected. I am the cardinal appointed by the king of the Aronia kingdom and chosen by the gods who created our world. Today, I will welcome these children as adults and personally help them awaken their mana veins. Such is the will of Alcia, the goddess of magic. I already awakened though. I hope someone told him that not everyone needs that. He went on with a long and pious speech, before addressing the instructions for the ceremony. Just like Alice had been told by her parents, the children would take off their ceremonial robes immediately after being called, and only then would they walk toward the cardinal. Kelton de Lockmond, first son of the Duke de Lockmond. Please remove your robe and come. As the priests took it off, a stylish dark blue suit, complete with a boatie, was revealed. The boy's attire is quite elegant. I'm a bit jealous. He looks far more impressive in this than in the ceremonial robe. Everyone in the room started to talk as soon as he started to walk toward the cardinal. Some were surprised to hear this name here, while others said things like, I told you it was him. Kelton was tall, incredibly good looking, and on top of that he was from one of the most powerful families in the kingdom. His hair was naturally crimson, which contrasted with his blue eyes. Many of the noble girls approaching their imminent adulthood appeared so visibly smitten that Alice felt second-hand embarrassment. As she sighed, she heard a similar sound beside her and glanced over. She noticed another boy, who appeared equally irritated by the young girl's adoration of this Kelton guy. Frankly, he was not as good-looking with his plain brown hair. His facial features were kind of familiar to Alice, though. Uttering a series of religious prayers, the cardinal presented a spherical device to Kelton. It emitted a bright light, and the cardinal immediately made the boy sit down on the chair behind him. The man finished the prayer, and the boy stood up to return with the other children. So, that's the famous artifact that artificially triggers an awakening. Surprisingly, it looks very machinery. I expected it to be a perfectly round ball containing divine power or something. Now I want to see it from close. Horace de Brangett, son of the Marquis de Brangett, come forth. That was the boy who sighed close to Alice before. However, because he passed just after this good-looking red-haired noble, there were noticeably fewer mumbles from the public. Wow, he clicked his tongue. Weirdly enough, Alice was impressed. She had tried countless times to reproduce this tongue clicking that she remembered from her dreams, but she had never managed to do it. At some point, she had even concluded that humans in this world were too different from those on Earth to perform this action. Upon witnessing someone else doing it in this world, Alice came to the realization that she was just terrible at it. Noticing the shift in Alice's expression, Horace de Brangett responded with a furrowed brow. He must have interpreted it as a mockery. Stop looking at me like this, you look like a villain. Is he that jealous of the Duke's son? The prayer was identical for each of the children, so it was incredibly boring for Alice. The only noticeable variations were in the artifact part. Some nobles, especially girls, appeared to almost faint as the artifact in their hands started to shine. While the first boy seemed entirely fine without even sitting on the chair, some girls would have surely collapsed on the ground without one. I feel a little less alone with my fever upon awakening by myself, although I slept for several days. Just as she felt this sense of camaraderie, the cardinal's voice rang out, announcing Alice's name, and the onlookers appeared a tiny bit displeased by it. Some priestesses took off Alice's robe and she walked toward the cardinal, facing all those nobles. Sharp, stinging words reached her ears, but she had to prevent those feelings from showing on her face. I want to die. Illustration. Collapse. 12. Chapter 23, Coming of Age Ceremony. 2 halves. What? Is the cardinal mistaken? Is she not the daughter of a baron? She is being called before my son? This small child with this horrendous hair? Ha! They seem confused. I suppose the order we're called depends on our rank in the nobility. Also, what's up with that last one? Rude. The more she got closer to the cardinal, the more she could hear nobles talking. Some openly questioned the rise of her family in the ranks of nobility even though it was their king's decision, while others just decided to insult her looks. Alice clenched her jaw and steadied her breathing, recalling her mother's advice to endure harsh words thrown her way. Still, the issue lay in the fact that their insults were not only directed at her but also inadvertently at her mother, who bore a striking resemblance to Alice. She must be having a really bad time in this sea of people. Hearing all that, as she looked around herself, there were many mean glares from children who had not been called yet, possibly angry that her family became a count one and not theirs. Alice positioned herself in front of the chair and the cardinal began his prayer. She did not know when she should tell the cardinal that she did not need the artifact. At first, she wanted to do this before the prayer began, but she missed her chance since the cardinal started immediately. She hoped the cardinal knew this beforehand and would not embarrass her in front of all of these people, forcing her to decline the artifact. And, as the prayer reached its conclusion, the cardinal slowly raised the intricate, steampunk-looking sphere, presenting it to Alice. "No, I do not need it. Thank you. I am already awakened, so..." The cardinal looked at her in the eyes for the first time and, after a few seconds of awkward silence in the whole temple, he sighed. "You're sighing at the first thing I say after becoming an adult? That's just rude." The man came closer to her and talked in a low voice so that only she could hear. "You should have informed me earlier. You've only succeeded in embarrassing yourself in front of everyone." "I am sorry." "Then you should give people a chance to interject before you start your stupid prayer." "You can go back among the others." Her cheeks flushed, and Alice slowly made her way to where she stood before. Most of the new adults giggled as they saw her crestfallen face. "Look at her sleeves. Does she think she is a diva?" "PFFT. More like a busker, if you ask me." Then again, with her backwater family, any amount of money she brings back home would help. A group of girls on Alice's left was whispering, but she could still perfectly hear them. "I'm right next to you, you know, and those sleeves were only added to hide the burn scar on my arm." Alice bit her lip, resisting the urge to confront them. Choosing to remain composed, Alice opted to silently imagine retaliating with her strengthening spell and smashing them to pieces. As she glanced around, Alice caught sight of the Horus guy from earlier. He stared back, mirroring the incredulous expression she had made upon hearing his tongue click. "Well, I suppose he assumed I was making fun of him, so I will allow it this time." I am so sorry, ally. This is all my fault." "Eh? No, it was not, mother. It was because of my hair." "Again with that?" "Good grief. I tell you, it was not. Most of their criticism targeted my stature, our family's noble rank, and my premature awakening. You don't need to concern yourself with their words. In any case, I like my hair, so I do not care if people do not." "Alice, I too am sorry that you had to endure it for so long. I even told the temple in advance that you did not need the artifact, but it seems they did not bother informing the cardinal. It is quite all right. It is not your fault either, father." "Are you okay, sister?" Rising onto her tiptoes, Alice gently ruffled her little brother's hair, reassuring him with a warm smile. "I am. Do not worry. Do not expect this to happen at your own coming-of-age ceremony either. By then, you will be a tall, handsome young man who will surely awaken a wonderful element in the temple, and I will be there watching." Though he still had a frown on his face, Alistair smiled back at her. He had been quite shocked by all the hate she underwent, especially since he thought his big sister was the cutest thing ever and believed just a week before that awakening years in advance was considered a feat. "It is a promise, then." The carriage Alice was in was progressing smoothly, seemingly unaffected by the uneven train. Since she had avoided the activation of her mana veins by an instructor as an already awakened adult, she was already by the afternoon on her way back from the capital. She had wanted to visit more of the city, especially the bustling commoner district, but her father's insistence on an immediate return due to his responsibilities at the mansion left her longing unfulfilled. Not even half an hour had passed since the departure, so the capital was still visible in the distance. "Farewell, capital." "Well, father swore that he would take me back there someday, so it's fine." Alice turned her attention to her mother and brother who slept uncomfortably against their respective window. "They did look exhausted this morning." "I bet they didn't sleep well because of me." At that moment, a soft voice murmured from her left side, capturing Alice's attention. "You can take a nap too, Alice." "I could not even if I wanted to, father. I am too used to staying awake during trips in our carriage." "I suppose it is usually difficult to sleep without a proper suspension system like this one." "It really is. I often have to use my magic to dampen all the bumping." "Do you?" "I will do my best to make your trips to the Valmont Manor more bearable." "That is if you want to finish your lessons." As he said that, Edgar awkwardly scratched his neck. Alice immediately picked up on that, as it was something she did from time to time. Is he probing me for information about what I'll do from now on? Can't he just ask directly? Well, I guess we'll have to address the elephant in the room one day or another. About that, I do not think I will. Now that I am an adult. Oh, I see. What do you plan to do instead of studying, then? I think I want to be an adventurer. Edgar became completely pale and, after several seconds, he heavily sighed. And here I was, telling your mother that she was mistaken. Did mother guess this? Indeed, she did. She was anxious every time she saw you talking with that D-rank party. I told her that you were just curious, but it seems I was wrong. Alice, why would you want to be an adventurer? To help people, I suppose. I also want to travel. Learning about the way of life of these men solidified those desires. I want you to renounce it. Renounce being an adventurer. If you want to help people, publish books like your magic instructor advised you to. If you want to travel, do so through your noble duties. You do not need to get yourself in danger. You don't even need money. But I want to help more directly. I want to use magic too. Keep it down, Alice. You will wake up everyone. I am sure you would rather not have 3 people arguing against you. I suppose you are right. You might not like to hear this, but you are not built to be an adventurer. To me, you look way too fragile for this. I may look feeble, but I am not. My magic makes me way stronger than you think. At the very least, postpone it until Alistair has his coming-of-age ceremony. At the moment, you are the only one who could inherit my title. If something was to happen to me, I cannot allow you to put your life in danger just for fun. Alice's eyes started to well up, making it difficult for her to think straight. She felt her throat tighten as the weight of the conversation bore down on her. This is not fair. He's basically saying that I will never be an adventurer. She took a deep breath before addressing the other elephant in the room, her voice barely a whisper. Father, you want me to wait more than 2 years? But you know what will happen after Alistair comes of age, do you not? Edgar's face showed his understanding, but he remained silent, urging Alice to continue. I will be married off in a political marriage. I will lose all freedom. Tears streamed down Alice's cheeks, but she stubbornly held her father's gaze. Edgar's eyes softened with empathy. I am glad that you are aware of your responsibilities as a noble daughter, Alice. Your mother and I do have reservations about forcing marriage on you, which is why you are still not engaged yet. Still, we cannot ignore the necessity of such a marriage for the sake of our family's future. Alice clenched her fists, her voice wavering. I am not questioning it, and I am even prepared for that. My point is that I can only do how I please until then. If I wait, I will not have any time left to be an adventurer. My window of freedom is that limited. Edgar was stunned by what his daughter said. She wasn't speaking particularly loud, but, even so, her words had a lot of weight. He understood that this was something she had pondered for a long time. Because he wasn't saying anything back, Alice decided to continue. Please allow me to be an adventurer. I will even come back to the mansion on the weekends. I will do my best to perform my other duties as a noble. The silence in the carriage grew heavy, the tension palpable between father and daughter. Edgar finally looked down, his brow furrowed in thought, before finally meeting Alice's gaze once more. If you are truly serious about becoming an adventurer, I will at least allow you to prove your worth. If you can show me that you are capable and strong enough, then I might reconsider. Alice looked at her father in disbelief, her eyes wide with a glint of hope. How can I prove that to you? Face me in a battle. We shall keep it a secret and hold it the day after we return to the mansion. I know I probably cannot defeat you in a battle. I have heard that you are a very skilled swordsman. Not to mention that your magic will make it even more difficult. I will consider it a loss if you can hit me once. It sounds almost too easy now. I just have to try until I touch you, then it will also end if I touch you. I heard your magic makes you quite fast, so I am sure you can dodge my sword. Wait father. One touch is not fair to me. How about a little more before I am considered defeated? 2 times, then. May I ask for 5? 3. What do you think of 4? 3. If you try to negotiate even more, you can forget my offer. 3 is perfect. Just know that I will not hold back. I want you to stay with us. I will not either. I will use everything in my arsenal. At last, they had found a compromise. For a few minutes, however, nobody was talking and the atmosphere in the carriage was just awkward. As such, Alice decided to fake falling asleep, and she eventually dozed off for real. Incidentally, her father did the exact same thing. 12. Chapter 24. Resolve. As the first light of Hifas peeked over the horizon, The Ravendell's mansion was bathed in the soft colors of dawn. Everything was quiet. It was a time when most remained in peaceful slumber, but for Alice, it marked the hour of a challenge about which she had spent a part of the night worrying. Her mind was clear, but her body felt heavy. In any case, she planned to rely mostly on her mana to make her limbs move. She stepped onto the training ground behind the mansion with a determined stride. The crisp morning air filled her lungs, steadying her nerves as she prepared to face the battle ahead. Surely, it would determine the course of her future. Upon reaching the training ground, Alice realized that someone was already there. Backlit by the rising Hiphus, this imposing figure seemed to dominate the scene. Father. Hearing the footsteps of his daughter, Edgar de Ravendell turned around. Their eyes met, and both of them entered a staring contest. Without speaking, it was evident they had both come to the same unspoken agreement. This confrontation had to take place before the rest of the family awoke. This silent standoff continued until a songbird finally pierced the silence. This announced the arrival of a new day. It was then that Edgar spoke, his voice firm yet gentle. Alice, I want you to know I will use magic during our duel. I am well aware that you have always been against me using it on you, but, as I told you earlier, I will not hold back. If you feel like you cannot endure it, give up. Alice's eyes narrowed, and she let out a disgruntled sigh. I know that. I will deal with it. Fine, then. Shall we commence our duel? You will find a wooden blade resting beside you. One touch, huh? Indeed. As for me, as we agreed on, it's 3. All right. The air between them seemed charged with anticipation, the tension building up as Hiphus continued its ascent. Gripping her weapon tightly, Alice sparked her mana veins to life and propelled herself toward her further without waiting a single second. Edgar blinked in surprise when he saw how fast his, supposedly, frail daughter was. Still, he easily managed to parry her strike and regain some distance. I realize that it is the first time I actually see your magic in action. Still, why would you throw yourself at me at the moment I am the most wary of you? This is not a good strategy, Alice, says the one who is talking during a battle. Edgar smiled a bit and his body seemed to ease up. Do not be so relaxed, father. I am not done yet. The clash between the two wooden swords resumed, but the result was identical. Alice was on the offensive, while her father merely dodged or parried her strikes. He's not taking me seriously, is he? Even after saying he wouldn't hold back. So you are choosing speed over skill. This might work against beasts and untrained bandits, but you have no chance of defeating any trained warrior like this. It will only wear you out. I can do this all day. I would appreciate it if you started attacking, though, and get tired doing it, please. As you wish. The moment those words left Edgar's lips, his body blurred as he dashed towards Alice. Her eyes widened as she struggled to keep up with his movements. Her further was fast and incredibly skilled. She felt like a child learning to walk as she parried and dodged his relentless assault. Every time she thought she had an opening, it would vanish in an instant, leaving her vulnerable. Those years of training with wooden sticks alongside Rachel feel so useless right now. Alice's strengthening spell made her body incredibly responsive, but her spatial awareness as well as her reaction time were the limiting factors. She had to focus all her attention on predicting where her father's next strike would land and then sending the order through her nerves for her body to move in consequence. Even so, she felt like he could still touch her at any moment if he wanted to. After a minute of their intense exchange, Alice spotted what she believed to be an opportunity. She gathered her strength and aimed a powerful strike at her father's exposed side. But just as she was about to connect, her vision blurred, and a horrible sensation overtook her. Her father had vanished from her sight, and she felt the tip of his sword pressed against her back. One touch to left. Her legs buckled, and her stomach churned. The sensation of her brain and perception being tampered with was unbearable. She barely kept herself from throwing up, and she slowly pushed herself back to her feet. Seeing his daughter's legs shaking so much after he used just a bit of his magic, Edgar couldn't help but sigh. Are you all right, Alice? Honestly, I did not think my magic would have that effect on you. This much is just enough to entertain Alistair. You would not understand. Whatever the reason, if you cannot bear magic that messes with the brain, then you should not be an adventurer. This kind of magic is not all that rare. Alice had been made to see her father disappear just before she struck. Most likely, he had still been there and simply dodged her sword. before circling his daughter. She had hallucinated. His magic type made him able to mess with an opponent's brain and manipulate their vision. Alice could guess that it was more specifically targeting the visual cortex located in the occipital lobe. Edgar's magic type belonged to a category called illusion magic. That sensation was awfully reminiscent of the glioblastoma that had taken her life in her former world. That brain tumor had not developed in the occipital lobe, but it still often messed with her brain and made her unable to rely on her senses. This deep-seated trauma was the very reason why she had never wanted her father to use his magic on her. Pull yourself together already. How do I deal with it? A mana to light armor to catch his mana before it gets to me? Nah. That'd be stupid and unusable. Do I have to endure his magic then? But now that he has decided to go all out, I can't just rely on my vision anymore. She couldn't trust her eyes. What was actually projected onto her retina didn't necessarily match up with the image reconstructed in her visual cortex. I just need to rely on my other senses. Then I'll go with mana perception. 3 birds with 1 stone. She had plenty of mana to use. After all, the nature of this duel meant that she wouldn't have to use half of her mana to protect herself from kinetic attacks, as she didn't plan to get hit more than twice. Currently, she was only using her mana to contract explosively her muscular fibers. Let us continue the fight, father. With a determined look, Alice put her hand on her pendant. As she did so, a small burst of mana was felt in the vicinity. Oh. Are you about to show me what you are truly capable of? Just mimicking strengthening magic would be boring, right? Spread. With a snap of her fingers, Alice sent the orb of mana pulsating before her into the surrounding air, causing it to scatter. As the foreign mana made contact with him, Edgar gritted his teeth. He tried moving sideways to leave the area, but it did nothing. It was as if the entire field was filled by an invisible mist. What are you up to, Alice? Resorting on mental warfare? Just so you know, I will not give up the fight just because of this. You are wasting a great deal of mana. Am I, though? With that, Alice gently smiled with her eyes closed. A fraction of a second later, Edgar realized she was dashing towards him. With her eyes still closed, this action was so unexpected that Edgar evaded her sword a moment later than he normally would. This dodging was made even more difficult because, somehow, his momentum was thrown off when he moved through this mana-charged air. Edgar stuttered, struggling to find his footing. What is happening here? My movements are sluggish. Is that your doing, Alice? You speak too much during a battle, father. This alteration was unsettling, leaving him off balance. The worst part was that the effects varied depending on the area. It wasn't much, but the accuracy of Edgar's strikes was reduced. Alice, who still had her eyes closed for some reason, didn't seem bothered at all. She was in her element, and quite literally, if a spectator was seeing this battle through a vision-enhancing artifact, they would have realized Alice and her sword were enveloped by a thin layer of mana that was interacting in some way with the sparse mana in the air. Before he knew it, Edgar was once again on the defensive. Even without looking in his direction, she knew where to strike and where to parry her father's sword. You leave me no choice. Edgar decided to use magic once again. She wasn't using her eyes, but she would still be affected. And, indeed, Alice paused and frowned immediately after. Even though no light was passing through her cornea, she was seeing a moving image of her father on a black background. Weird. But at least I know this one's a fake. Alice ignored this illusion dashing towards her as well as the disturbing feeling of her brain being manipulated, and she focused her attention on the mana everywhere else. Where is he? And immediately after, the false image of her father touched her. One touch remaining. How? Illusions are not necessarily fakes. Or rather, in this case, I was hiding within the illusion. I indirectly relied on my vision once again. This time I am giving everything I have, father. Good. I will do everything I can to keep you safe in our mansion. HMPF. Let's change the field. Once more, Alice touched her pendant, her fingers tracing its contours. As she snapped her fingers, the paralyzing effects suddenly became even more important. NGH. You were not using all your remaining mana. How much do you have? I told you that I could do this all day. Did I not? You can give up if you want. As if. Edgar tried to run but found his efforts thwarted by the invisible resistance enveloping him. A mosaic of differing effects painted the field, making it a somewhat unpredictable terrain. In some places, his movements were slowed down, while they were disturbingly sped up in others. Some regions were completely devoid of mana. These zones were so close together that Edgar could easily have his left leg frozen in place while his right leg would continue its trajectory with even more momentum than initially. As he circled Alice, however, Edgar began to see some kind of pattern in the disposition of the mana, its density, and its effects. Thus, he activated his magic for the third time and dashed toward his daughter. As he expected, her legs weakened a bit, which would surely make her too late in evading his strike. There are multiple fathers. Are they shadow clones? Edgar was sure he could get her in time. If he was right about the pattern, he was currently in a zone where his movements were only slightly slowed down. He would then enter a very restrained area where they would be greatly accelerated, and they would get immediately counterbalanced by passing through a region that was greatly reducing his momentum. Sure enough, he felt his speed going up and then down again. He was only 2 meters away from Alice, who looked like she was waiting for him with a smile. Converge. For the third time in their clash, Alice's fingers clicked. Most of the densest clumps of mana, which were all for some reason encircling Edgar, moved towards him, and almost entirely stopped his course. In the next second, all the mana in the field had reached him to stop him completely. Alice moved the mana in such a way that her father's head was freed, and that his diaphragm would still have room to fill and empty his lungs. For every other part, though, the more he strained against those invisible restraints, the more they powered the effect. I was almost like moving in a non-Newtonian fluid. NGH. What did you do? I gave everything I had, just like I said. This is nothing like strengthening magic. Alice glanced at her immobilized father, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. You could say I used some sort of motion magic. Your movements, your every step. I monitored and manipulated them so that I could limit your avenues of attack. Anyway, I win. Alice gently approached the tip of her wooden sword toward her father's torso, and it was halted about half a meter away from him. Ah, damn it. It's stuck. Still perplexed about his defeat, Edgar was forced to watch his daughter struggling to free her sword from the grip of her own mana. He couldn't help but sigh. What are you doing? End the fight? Already? I am trying, okay? That last move seems to have taken away the mana around me and my sword too. Ah. I guess I just have to put new mana onto it. Alice regained her calm, breathed in and out, and passed her hand across the wooden blade stuck. By doing so, it was able to move normally again. At last, the sword finally made contact. I win, father. 15. Chapter 25, Examination. The thrum of activity was flowing inside the old building. At this hour, voices, clattering tankards and the scrapes of chairs against the wooden floor were the norm. The establishment served 3 purposes. It functioned as an inn, a tavern, but most and foremost as a place where missionaries could sell their services and brave the wilds for profit. It was the adventuring guild. The heavily worn tables and chairs in the inn section were already populated by adventurers nursing their meals, and the reception area was about to go on break. However, just as the tired and starving clerk girl was wrapping up, the door swung open. From their position, most of the hunters engaging in their midday meal caught sight of an unsettling presence wrapped in a voluminous dark blue cloak gliding silently into the building. The form froze for a few seconds and just stood against the daylight. Surely, the adventurers thought, this person was appraising them. Even in the well-lit interior, an inexplicable darkness veiled the figure's face, sending a collective shiver through the crowd. A strange silence settled over the room as the ominous figure made their way toward the counter. The anticipation palpable. Well, the more they closed the distance to the reception desk, the more it became apparent that they were in fact tiny. In any case, at last, they shattered the quiet. Hello. I want to register as an adventurer. The softness of this voice did not match the eeriness of the silhouette. It was so discreet that nobody but the receptionist could hear them clearly. The slight frame hiding under the cloak did suggest a child, but there was something surreal about the obscurity beneath the cloak. Absolutely. With your approval, we can start you off at F rank. Is something the matter? F rank? Is there not a way to start with a higher rank? There is, but then, I would like to apply for this other method if possible. Although the figure had successfully hidden their face, they made no attempt to disguise their small stature or even their youthful voice. As such, As far as the clerk could tell, she was in the presence of a child trying to hide their identity. Maybe they were using light magic. While it was rare, the guild staff did see once in a while naturally awakened children who tried to negotiate their rank. Most likely, this one wouldn't get what they wanted either. Fine, follow me. Don't expect much, though. Together, they disappeared into a secluded annex of the guild. This was the cue for the adventurers to resume their meal. Am I about to place my hand on some magical crystal that will reveal my latent potential or something? Eh? There's no such thing. I thought so. How will I get appraised, then? I don't know. It will depend on Sir Will's mood, I guess. Is that the guild master? His brother, to be exact. Here we are. I'll do the talking. The woman lightly knocked on the door and did not wait a full second before opening it. Sir, do you have a moment? A grizzled man, whose blonde hair was partially touched with gray, looked up from his paperwork. He raised a hand in greeting to the clerk, his smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. Melisande. Always a pleasure. What brings you here? Someone would like to go through the examination test for the adventurer registration. Is that thing next to you the person you're referring to? Well, yes. Hello. What's up with all that clothing? I don't know. They must have a good reason. I don't have time to waste on a child. Go away, kiddo. I am not a child. Will frowned at that statement. He looked at the clerk to see if she could confirm, but she just shrugged. You sure sound like one. In any case, I can't make all the preparations for the test right now. Sir, you're just saying that because you were about to take your break, aren't you? Huh? I was merely about to suggest that we at least do a sword skills assessment. Another sword fight. Give me a break. Use a dagger or a spear if you want. I don't care. It's the fastest way to appraise your skills. If you've still got a problem with opposing me, just leave. Fine. The examiner was up against a strange opponent. As he had expected, this individual had no skill at the sword. Their movements were entirely predictable. It was as if they just wanted their sword to make contact with Will in any possible way, regardless of the wooden blade's angle, and without gathering enough momentum. If he wanted to, Will was convinced he could break their wrist. How unrefined. It's about time to end this. While Will was thinking this predictability made his opponent completely unable to win this, he was currently facing a slight issue. Damn it, you're fast. Somehow, that shrouded form managed to evade his attacks with astonishing speed. This went on for a few dozen seconds until Will finally got his opponent. He stopped his blade at a close distance from where the neck supposedly was under that long robe. You couldn't parry this one, huh? Well, you're pretty quick, so I guess you can start at. That simply will not do. What? What is up with all of you wanting to stop the fight with one touch? I have seen enough. You have not. I could not show you half of what I am capable of. Look. If it was a real battle, you would be dead by now. Do you think your opponent will wait for you to show your techniques? How can you be so sure that I would have died from that? Oh, aren't you a tenacious one? Will turned his head and looked at the clerk girl with a look of exasperation on his face. What's your call, Melisande? Our friend right here claims to be invincible. I'm at a loss on reasoning with such ngh. Sir Will, why did you suddenly stop? Oh no, has your chronic back pain flared up again? Ngh. The hooded figure calmly sidestepped the examiner's frozen blade, their weapon slowly tracing a direct path to his exposed neck. If it was a real battle, you would be dead by now. According to that criteria, that must mean that I am quite skilled, right? I'd say that it just means Sir Will is getting old! Exclamation mark. The concealed form snapped their fingers and, just like that, the examiner coughed and breathed again. What the hell was that? Oh, sir. Is your back all right? Stop saying that. Already, my back is perfectly fine. Let us return to our battle. I will concede defeat only when I am made to surrender, or when I can no longer stand. That is how a fight should conclude. You're nuts. You're essentially asking me to break one of your limbs. I invite you to try. You heard them, Melisande. This little one asked for it. A few seconds later, the examiner and the blue-cloaked silhouette were exchanging blows once again. At some point, Will managed to surpass his opponent's evasion skills and launched a strike at the elbow. He made sure the blow wouldn't break a bone, but it would still incapacitate them. However, just as the sword connected, it was strangely cushioned. He couldn't even tell if the wooden blade made contact. It was as if all the weapon's momentum disappeared in a fraction of a second. Before Will could understand what had happened, The figure managed to make the flat of their sword connect with his leg. Ugh, that hurts, damn it. Ah. It appears the sword is cracked. That was the flat. No way. That was even worse than getting whipped. At that, his opponent recoiled a bit. Even without seeing their face, Will could tell they probably had a disgusted looks on their face. No, it's not. HMPF. Let's continue. The dance of blades ensued in the rhythmic clashes of wood. On occasion, Will managed to hit, but his strikes met the same mysterious resistance. It wasn't even like hitting an impenetrable barrier. The best way to explain this phenomenon was that the motion got sapped from the sword. Instead of bouncing off this mysterious armor and receiving the full recoil, the blade remained almost immobile, regardless of its initial momentum. This effect also seemed to be both ways, making it difficult for Will to even remove the sword from the grip of this invisible armor. Each strike left the examiner vulnerable and gave the silhouette the time to retaliate by hitting him with the flat of the sword on his posterior. Damn it, stop targeting my rear already. Do not put it like this. What's up with these strange effects? Anyway, is that magic? How long can you keep at it? Well, you are maintaining it. His breath ragged, Will studied his opponent. He couldn't tell if they were bluffing with that statement or not, because he couldn't see any face under that hood. For all he knew, they might not even be human. Still, even though their speed was impressive, it had to take a toll. He resolved to wear them down, his strategy shifting from offense to a calculated evasion, hoping to drain their seemingly inexhaustible stamina. And, sure enough, Will could soon hear frustration seeping into their grunts. Hey, finally getting tired, kiddo? Cease the endless defense. And I am not a kid. With a swift, unexpected movement, the cloaked figure flung their sword skyward. This caught Will off guard, his gaze instinctively drawn in astonishment. Taking advantage of this brief lapse of attention, the elusive presence slipped by him and kicked him in the rear in an upward motion. Will had been hit once again, but, surprisingly, it didn't hurt that much. That much was good news. But there was now a problem. Without warning, the examiner found himself at an altitude greater than his height. Surely, that soft kick shouldn't have propelled him this high. He couldn't quantify it, but, most likely, the foot would have had to go extremely fast to produce that result. So fast in fact that he might very well have been cut in half by such a kick. After a long second of confusion, Will realized that his opponent had already caught their sword and was waiting for him to come down. Assuming a peculiar stance, the figure delivered an incredibly forceful upward sword strike when Will reached the intended height. This resulted in the most powerful impact he had encountered that day, and it caused the sword to finally shatter. The examiner screamed in pain and proceeded to crash a short distance away. In a way, even though that last strike had produced a sharp pain to Will's posterior, it might have protected his legs from the fall. Sir, are you alright? I'm not. What in the hell just happened? I broke my sword. Could I get another one? There's no way I'm doing another round. Damn it. I refuse to play along anymore. Does that mean you concede? Yes. Let's be clear. That doesn't mean that you're better than me. The matchup simply would have made this test last all day. Why, Sir Will was an A-rank adventurer before. If he had been in his prime, he wouldn't have given up the fight. Melisande, I know you're trying to cheer me up, but please stop. You're bad at it. But I mean it, sir. That's not the issue. Damn it. I still hold the A rank, and I'm not that old. So, what will my starting rank be? Upon being asked this anticipated question, Will scratched his head uncomfortably. His answer was bound to disappoint this aspiring adventurer. E rank. Wow. E rank? Is it not much too low? Well, children can't go any higher than that anyway. How many times do I have to tell you that I am not? You keep saying that, but you're as tiny as a child and you sound like one too. If I were to prove that I am of age, what rank would you assign me? It wouldn't be that much higher than E. Your swordsmanship is crap. Having to resort to being struck by an enemy to get the chance of hitting them back is simply unacceptable. Will continued reviewing their deficient sword skills for a couple of minutes and, with each critique, Melisande could see the figure squeaking and cowering. So I am crap after all. Further was right. Honestly, this defense ability, this strength and your speed would normally put you in C, or even B, but there's no way we're making you start at such high ranks from the start with your skills and experience. So, D rank? Even D seems too high to start with, to be honest. For now, drop your head and your mask so that I can see your face. The figure sighed and, an instant later, the darkness concealing their face dissipated. In its place, a young face with green eyes emerged. The person revealed themselves by removing their hood, and a girl with her hair tied into a bun was now standing before the two guild staff members. So it really was a girl. Sir Will, isn't she adorable? Upon catching sight of her cherubic face, Will froze. This time, however, it had nothing to do with magic. Her slender brows and elegant, refined nose subtly suggested a noble lineage. The most striking clue, however, was the radiant white strands of hair that gleamed under the surrounding light. Within moments, he sank to one knee and lowered his head in a bow. Sir Will, what are you, Melisande? Do not say another word and kneel. We stand before the Count's daughter. Keep it down. Illustration. Collapse. 13. Chapter 26. Probation. Upon being informed of the identity of the girl in front of them, the clerk kneeled next to her superior, and both of them remained silent. With each passing second, their faces grew paler. Crap. Now this is awkward. Why are you two bowing to me? Please raise your heads. I sincerely apologize, my lady. I harshly judged your looks, your voice, your skills, and I even tried to injure you. As one of your father's vassals, I have shown you such disrespect that I cannot possibly apologize enough. Please do not punish this woman. I do not plan to punish anyone. I disguised myself, so I did not expect to be treated as a noble in the first place. I only showed you my face because you asked for proof that I am of age. I thank you ever so much for your magnanimity, my lady. I am aware that you have recently had your coming-of-age ceremony, so you are no longer obliged to show your face to us if you do not want to. Now that it is done, I do not see the need to hide anymore. I only did so to be treated equally. So, what rank will you assign to me? Will's eyes darted away. His lips pressed into a thin line. From his expression, it was apparent that he wasn't sure about how honest his answer should be. Just ignore my status and make your decision only based on the examination test I just passed. As I said, I want to be treated just like anyone. Please, Lady Alice, try to understand that I cannot just ignore this fact. D and C ranks are those which bear the most deaths. The missions associated with these ranks often include the hunt of dangerous beasts and fights with criminals. I could not allow a young lady such as you to start from there. Please consider starting at D rank. Huh? That is discrimination, is it not? And here I am, telling you that I will not use my status to pressure you. I might just do it, you know? It is for your sake, my lady. I am sure Lord Edgar would agree. Ugh, he might be right. Can we not compromise on D rank? He is just too low. How about this? Either we make you start at D rank and you will be completely free to choose any quest you like, or you start at D rank but we will not allow you to participate in dangerous missions or missions alone until we deem you experienced enough. I cannot compromise more than this, my lady. Now we are talking. Are you eager to join a party, my lady? You decided on the second option quite quickly. I am not particularly enthusiastic. I just thought that if I want to increase my rank quickly, I will eventually need to join one anyway. And please, do not call me that, Melisande. I want to hide the fact that I am a noble from the other adventurers. Alright, I won't speak formally with you then. You should do the same if you want to maintain your double identity. You give off a rich daughter aura when you speak like that. Why yeah. You're right. I'll work on that. The two women emerged from the annex to do the registration at the reception desk. Alice's cloak still draped over her, the hood casting a shadow over her features. But now, her face was no longer hidden, exposed to the curious gazes around her. After all, using this spell impaired her vision. Oh, crap. Everyone is watching me. You'll probably want to register under a different name. Another one, huh? Who will even accept a girl like me in their party when I'm clearly hiding myself? Not a lot, I assume. You should ask everyone here to see if they are searching for new members. Do you have a couple of leads so that I can ask them in priority? Well, more like so that I don't have to speak to most of those present. A party in need. Oh, there is one. A party of one. More exactly, he is currently having trouble getting stars alone. So you're suggesting a loser? I pass. D, don't say it like that. He's actually experienced and skilled. It's just that he has been rejected from his party when all its members but him became C ranks. That's too bad for him. Anyway, do you know any party of GI sign? Can you come here for a second? Huh? I didn't give my approval though. Don't worry, Alice. Since you're shy, I'll do the talking. A tall man with brown hair rose from his chair, wiping crumbs from his mouth. As he approached the reception area, Alice could see his red, intimidating eyes. Most likely, he was annoyed to be called like a dog by the clerk. What's up, Melis? That little one here is registering as an adventurer, and I proposed that you accompany her during her first few missions. Is that all right? It isn't. Of course. Do I look like a babysitter to you? She is actually an adult. Also, Sewell gave her the D rank, so she's the same as you. Sorry, what did you just say? Did that shorty really get that rank in an hour? Well, her case is a complex one. Since she lacks experience, we don't want her to go solo for a while. That's where you come into action. This collaboration might just be the trigger you needed to regain your momentum. As if. I don't see how protecting a little girl will get me more productive than usual. I'm doubling your rewards for every mission you take alongside her. So, I do think it's important to assist newcomers. I would have appreciated someone doing that for me in the past. Let's do it. Wah. Does he have no shame in saying this now? I'm Sign. Nice to meet you. Oh. Likewise. My name is Al. Alice stopped her sentence midway when she saw the clerk girl wildly gesturing in her peripheral vision. I almost blew my cover with the first thing I say to him. Am I an idiot? Iris. The name's Iris. Ah. That one will do, right? The clerk was now making a thumbs up, so it was probably fine. I'll complete the registration for Iris, the D-rank adventurer, by myself. Now that you two have agreed to this collaboration, how about choosing a simple mission from the ones pinned to the board over there? Sign, please show her the way. Okay Tilda. Iris, come with me. Just like that, the young man left the reception area. In this vast building, it seemed the actual adventuring section was in the back. Multiple boards were positioned here and there, and various tools to sharpen weapons were free to use. Alice watched Sign walk away for a little while, and then she turned to the mischief who was evidently trying to force her hand. I still haven't agreed to anything though. You're difficult to please. If you want to search for another party in need of new members, there's this one in the corner. I heard those burly men were specifically looking for a woman. Just go talk to them. Oh. And no, thanks. I can't wait to go with Sign. How did it turn out like this? I've been had, haven't I? Alice, or rather Iris, was walking in the wild side by side with Sign, the supposedly experienced adventurer who would show her how to complete a mission. In this case, they just had to investigate the sightings of hordes of not too dangerous monsters and potentially hunt them. She had wanted something a little more challenging, but he ultimately chose an easy quest. He said it was for my sake, but, in reality, he's probably overcautious all the time. Why else would he stagnate at D rank for months? Will this collaboration even be beneficial to me? And yet, here he was with his over-the-top black and red armor, with a black sword in his sheath. TCH. I bet he just wants to look cool. Stop eyeing me like that, Missy. If you've got something to say, just do it. I was just wondering how much your armor costs. It doesn't look like a standardized one. You're right. I had a friend make it for me. It's cheap but it looks cool, so I'm satisfied with it. I see. He actually said it. What about you? Do you have any armor under that suspicious robe? I'm not interested in buying those ridiculous bikini armors. I can defend myself just fine. I wonder about that. I still have trouble believing that old geezer made you start at this rank. You didn't agree to any shady condition like servicing him, did you? No, it wasn't like that. I think. Then again, he did talk about getting whipped and such the first time I made contact with him. Simultaneously, Iris and Sign locked eyes, their expressions draining of color as a shared realization settled upon them. Am I in trouble? You bet you are. I'll talk to that degenerate as soon as we get back. Please do. Still, that means you're in fact not strong enough to participate in a D-rank mission. Let's go back to the guild. Huh? I'm not returning there empty-handed on my first mission. I would die from embarrassment. Let's at least take out one of those goblins and bring it back with us. We're fighting wyrants, not goblins. They do look alike, but wyrants are monsters. You do know the difference between animals and monsters, right? I don't. Did you live your entire life without leaving your house or something? I kind of did, actually. Monsters use magic, while animals don't. It's as simple as that. Even though both should have mana veins. That's right. It's just a classification used mostly by adventurers to know if one will have to take measures against magic while facing a beast. This denomination has no biological backing, then. I suppose it means monsters are more dangerous than animals. Well, in this case, wyrms are more dangerous than goblins. Most of them have a fire element which, although not very strong, can still burn a small village if they set up their traps beforehand. I see. They sound like vile and cunning creatures. Maybe it would have been better if you had asked for information about the targets before agreeing to that quest, you know? Well, from the drawing, I just thought they were red goblins. In any case, as I said, I'm not going back just yet. Listen, at this rate, we won't reach the location for another hour. I don't even know if you'll have enough stamina to get back to the guild afterward. I've got plenty of stamina. I'll let you know. We'll be there in 20 minutes. Less than half an hour later, they had arrived at their destination. Sign was gasping for breath with sweat trickling on his face despite having taken a break midway through their sprint, while Iris was investigating the corpse of a wyrm that was lying under a tree. Looks like the body was gnawed. Maybe some scavengers? Nah, there's too much blood. It probably got that part torn off while it was still alive and died from the bleeding. Ouch. Now, I'm curious to know what kind of monster did that. I'm not sure. Based on the injury, at least, it was caused by a beast with a large jaw. It would be wise to take the carcass with us and show it to the neighboring village, then they can adjust their request for the Gree. Sign stopped and froze, as if he had seen a ghost. Shit, it's coming back. Stay behind me. I'll take it on. What's that? An orc? Can't we just hide behind those trees? That's an Ordot, and its sense of smell is incredible. Surely, it already knows full well that we're two. I can probably manage to fight one. An Ordot, huh? Alright, if you need assistance, just ask. No thanks. I can't afford to protect you while fighting, so stay back. Fine, I'll just go over there. Why the hell are you so calm? Anyway, if I lose that fight, as a girl, your fate will be way worse than mine. Huh. An orc-like creature that defiles women, and a wannabe hero who's about to fight in order to protect a damsel in distress. Can it get more cliché? Please protect me, my savior Tilda. With its gigantic and vaguely humanoid body, the wild Ordot was finally charging towards Sign. It probably was a form of anthropomorphism, but it was as if it was harboring a large and eerie smile on its grotesquely disproportioned face. You don't need to tell me that. I'll show you how an adventurer fights. It was sarcasm. Get a hint and wipe that grin off your face. 14. Chapter 27, Extermination. The massive Ordot was rapidly approaching, so Sign unsheathed his black sword. Once he had readied his stance, all he could do was wait for the beast, as the distance between the two decreased. However, something felt off to Sign. The Ordot was running not toward him but instead toward the partner he had vowed to protect, who was calmly checking the contents of her bag behind him and on his right. Was it even the time to do this? I'm your opponent, asshole. Sign positioned himself in the creature's line of sight, and it tilted its head to keep its view on what was behind this new obstacle of flesh. This gesture might have seemed cute under different circumstances, like, for instance, if it wasn't an immense and creepy creature running while balancing its body from left to right. The seasoned adventurer wasn't sure of what to do. At this rate, the Ordot wouldn't break to fight him. If he was unable to stop it in its tracks, it would tackle him as if he were never here. Resolved to take on the Ordot, Sign looked back one more time. Iris, be ready to run if I tell you so. Alright then, be ready to clear the way if I tell you so. Again, don't join the fight. You'll be a hassle more than anything. Before Iris could retort anything, Sign returned to the Ordot. It was there. He lowered his center of gravity and slashed at its right leg before circling the enormous beast's body. His goal had been to sever its leg, but he only was able to create a shallow injury. Nonetheless, the gigantic creature shrieked with a high pitch and fell to the ground. That's what you get when you don't pay attention to your enemies. The Ordot slowly got to its feet, its gaze now focused squarely on Sign. What? He couldn't even cut a tendon or two with his blade? How tough is that thing? Could I even do anything to it? For dozens of seconds, Iris could only watch as Sign danced around the Ordot with efficiency. Despite her rudimentary swordsmanship, Iris could see the skill that set Sign apart. Every lunge of the Ordot's massive, scarred arms was met with a skillful dodge and a swift counterattack. Sign's blade traced arcs in the air, each one leaving a painful wound on the beast's coarse hide. Though his weapon couldn't deeply penetrate the Ordot's thickened skin, the creature's pain-filled grunts and the dark blood staining its body were clear indications of the damage being inflicted. Sign seemed to play with the Ordot, each twirl and sidestep bringing him closer to the beast's weak spots. Iris noted something akin to a rhythm in this fight as the savage beast's ferocious swipes balanced against Sign's calculated footwork and slashes. Then, in a sudden change, Sign shifted his stance. His feet splayed out wide, his sword held firmly in both hands. Iris could imagine he was about to strike. With a sudden burst of speed that caught the massive Ordot off guard, Sign rocketed himself forward. He sliced through the Ordot's defense and emerged on the other side. For a moment, they silently stood back to back, neither of them moving, as if time itself had paused to catch its breath. Just as Iris' expression was becoming a mix of anticipation and confusion, at last, the Ordot wobbled, its massive knee buckled, and the beast collapsed onto the dusty ground. Its fall was as though a towering fortress had crumbled, probably in a panic. It produced its highest shriek yet. What was the dramatic pause for? More like, why the heck is that thing playing along with this edgy theatrics? 8 strikes to make its leg give in. Am I getting rusty or what? Come on, don't say that when you look so proud of yourself. Sign slowly approached the Ordot now that he had incapacitated it, although it thrashed on the ground by agitating its massive arms. The fight was already decided. In just a few seconds, he had made both its arms unusable, leaving its neck exposed and vulnerable. He wasted no time and made his sword come down in a sharp arc, ending the fight. Sign stood victorious, with his sword now stained with the Ordot's dark blood in his right hand and holding the beast's head in his left. In the end, it was not brute strength but precision and strategy that prevailed. Ugh! Get rid of that thing already. It's disgraceful. What are you on about? If that Ordot massacred and ate all the other warrants, we might as well show that head as proof. Also, don't become an adventurer if you plan to remain graceful. What the hell? Why, you might be right. Sorry. Just then, several cries were heard far away. They sounded a lot like the ones from the Ordot Sign had just defeated. Why, you don't mean? Yeah. That shit must have called for them before I killed it. In the distance, enormous silhouettes began to emerge. 2, no, 3 of them. We're so done. They're still far. Can't we just get out of these woods? At that, Sign looked at Iris in realization. You're right. Run with all your might toward that nearby village. You're coming too. I doubt you can manage to fight 3 of those things at the same time. I'm not saying I'll win. I'll definitely die right here. Then, come. Listen, Iris. I'm not as quick as you and I'm exhausted from that last fight. Ordots are not only fast, but they also have incredible endurance. The only thing I can do is buy you enough time to escape. I think you're trying too much to sound cool. Hey, it's true that I'll be glad if you report to the guild that I died valiantly by protecting you from 4 Ordots. Don't you want to use me as bait and escape? The Ordot from before seemed interested in me. After all, what the hell are you saying? I might be brutally murdered, but your fate would be much worse if you were the one they caught. Now, go. I see. You're a decent man. Sign watched Iris distancing herself from him and picking up her bag. This was his cue to face the approaching beasts. Illustration. Collapse. Let's see how many I can take down with me. See? I maintain that you're trying to be cool. Iris, why did you come back here? Get the hell out already if you want to retain enough advance. Her expression was unreadable. She was utterly stoic, as if she weren't even afraid. Sign couldn't tell if she was excessively overconfident or a complete moron who didn't understand the situation she was in. Probably both. I'm not going anywhere. Running away and letting a fellow adventurer die on my first mission would immediately destroy my reputation. That's infinitely better than what awaits you, dumbass. I'll take responsibility. You're stupid. Damn it. Sign was at a complete loss about what to do. There was no point fighting those beasts anymore. His goal had been to buy her time, but now it was useless. He knew he couldn't kill them all. To him, the best course of action might be to kill Iris. After all, killing the female members of a party that was losing a fight against Ordots wasn't unheard of. When this happened, though, it was because the women in question explicitly asked their comrades beforehand to do it. In such a case, the only female member in his former party was such a woman. Right now, However, this stupid girl was talking about taking responsibility. Did that mean that she didn't want him to kill her? Sign couldn't think straight and noticed with a delay that the three giants had closed the distance even faster than the one before and were just a few meters from him. It probably meant that the one he fought wasn't even an adult Audot. He couldn't be sure since he had never actually fought one before. Before he was rejected from his party, he was always in the rear while the strongest fighter, Jin, fought with his spear. He could only laugh at himself for thinking he was a big deal not even 2 minutes ago. Sign, move to your left. In a daze, while he was reminiscing blindly following orders from the stronger members of his party, Sign instinctively did as he was told and sidestepped. A second later, a rumbling sound erupted right beside him. It came from the three Audots who were about to crush him with their arms, but it didn't sound anything like their unbearable shrieks. It was like thunder had struck right at the position they were in. At the same time, the three colossi fell and slid across the grass a small distance. It was as if they all suddenly lost their strength and continued their route with only their inertia. What? Now that he looked at them, they were punctured. They had been entirely fine just before, and they were now covered with holes. One had had its lungs and heart blown away, while another had been fatally injured in the liver and was agonizing on the ground. As for the last one, a part of its head had simply disappeared. That was for the lethal injuries. Other than those parts, there were several other holes here and there. Something sudden had done this. His right ear rang, and it had happened just after a feminine voice told him to clear the way. Don't tell me. Sign turned to see Iris hurriedly emptying a collection of rocks from her bag, as though trying to erase any evidence. She froze when she saw him look away in her peripheral vision. Did you do that? I can explain. Then do so. I'm listening. Oh, I was scared, so I suppose the adrenaline made me more powerful than usual. What? Are you saying you pulverized those Audots just by throwing pebbles in fear? How stupid do you think I am? Fine. I used magic. Magic? Wasn't your magic all about obscuring your face? It's kind of complicated. Launching such a powerful attack, that must have emptied your mana pool. I have a mana potion in my backpack over there, so sit here and wait for me. I didn't use that much, so I'm alright. I spent more earlier by running non-stop for so long. Running? That was magic too? Just what is your magic type, eh? Crap. Shut up, me. Never mind that. Anyway, now we have 4 heads to show at the nearby village. Isn't that a success? Well, yeah. There might be more of them nearby, including females and children. Let's get out of there quickly and report to the village guards. A minute later, Sign had cut the heads of 2 of the Audots. And what remained of the last one? You overdid it with that Audot, and that was just minutes after you said I was disgraceful for cleanly cutting a head. I am bad at throwing things accurately, okay? I just made up for it with numbers by throwing a bunch of rocks. Does that mean you could have thrown one of them at me by mistake? Please. Deny it. My aim is not that bad, I think. Don't ask me. Now minutes away from the nearby village, Sign was struggling under the weight of 4 massive Audots' heads in his bag, not to mention the 3 heads belonging to dead Wyrants they'd found outside the woods which he was holding in his hands. This time, Iris had judged it smart to hide the fact that she could carry that 50-kilogram bag with her magic. She was silently matching her speed to Sign's, thinking about what she had done while repeatedly opening and closing her right hand. It was the first time she had killed a living being with her magic. It had been much too easy. She merely needed to envelop each rock with dense mana, make it follow the projectiles, and activate on contact with the Audots. That changed them into weapons of destruction several times stronger than a bullet by giving them extreme speed, delivering in turn an extreme amount of kinetic energy. Or was it the other way around? In any case, although the whole procedure had cost her about 1/5 of her mana pool in one go, it had been awfully simple to put into action. Most likely, the corresponding spell encased several steps that Iris would have messed up if she didn't have that assistance from her element. While she could speculate on what some of those steps were, in the end, the whole thing remained a black box. That was because of the uncertainty inherent to the most fundamental bricks she combined into more complex spells. A few things felt off, but she didn't have the courage to look at what was truly inside those boxes. Anyhow, Iris didn't feel half bad even after taking these lives. While talking about exhilaration might be a bit too much, she felt thrilled. It might have mostly been because of the cocktail of neurotransmitters that helped her take action against those orc-like creatures, but she was also glad to have gotten rid of such violent and dangerous beings that were lurking so close to a human settlement. I may have overdone it this time, but it's still a satisfactory first step toward becoming a hero. Anyway, it's almost mandatory for heroes to accidentally display too much power in front of people. Iris was pleased to match the image she envisioned, yet she failed to realize she was essentially mirroring what she criticized Sign for. It might have been that her aversion toward his bravado unconsciously reflected that unladylike part of herself she disliked. Ah. It seems there really is a guard at the village's entrance. You're fast, so take the paperwork, run over there, and explain in detail what happened. I'll join you soon enough. What's that face for? Can I carry the bag instead? Stop joking around. I'm not Millie's. And I won't do the talking for you. You're on that probation thing, so you might as well start gaining experience. Fine. It's not like I can't do it or anything. Iris pulled the guild's paper from Sign's backpack. Her expression as somber as if she were heading to a funeral from her face. Somehow, this ordeal seemed several orders of magnitude more intimidating than facing 3 dots. As he wondered just where that little girl capable of one-shotting such tough opponents came from, Sign heaved a long and weary sigh. 13. Chapter 28. These stars are non-fungible tokens. Wooden wheels rolled over the uneven ground, occasionally jostling the passengers inside the carriage. A coachman and a guard were at the front, while Iris and Sign were sitting in the back. As it happened, the mayor of the village expressed gratitude to them for their successful mission by providing this means of travel for their return journey. I'm sure glad I don't have to overexert myself by running after you this time, Sign said as he looked sulkily at his partner. Don't make it sound like I would leave you behind. How can you say that with a straight face? I can't figure you out. Don't stare at me, Iris muttered, readjusting her hood. I'm merely looking at the person I'm talking to. You're the odd one for breaking eye contact so fast. Then, stop talking to me. HMPF. And here I was, thinking this life or death situation brought us a bit closer together. Just so you know, I wasn't particularly scared for my life back then. Since you've seen what I'm capable of, you must realize that a higher adventurer rank would suit me better. What a bold statement, especially coming from a girl who didn't even know the difference between animals and monsters before today. That's just specifics. Who knows how long I'll be stuck at D rank because of that old man. With a look full of irritation, Sign glared at Iris. Even if we assume that there's actually some basis behind this pervert giving you that rank, it still seems pretty darn generous to me. I've been an adventurer for more than 2 years now and I've got the same rank as you, who started today. I had to climb my way up from F rank like the majority of adventurers. 2 years. Will it take that long for me to gain 2 ranks as well? I don't have that time. That depends entirely on you. You don't know anything about the ranking system, do you? To you, what's a star? That must be a trick question. Let's see. Were there not 2 stars in the heading of this mission? Isn't it the difficulty associated with a mission that was accessed by the staff? Iris guessed. That's partly true, but you also actually get those stars as you finish the quest. When you've got 50 of them, you're eligible for the next graduation exam that will eventually make you a C rank. Think of them as currency. There's no length of service. Basically, the Adventuring Guild's ranking system was thought to be fair. Those who are underranked comparatively to their skills go up soon enough after having gathered a bit of practical experience, while those who have the appropriate rank will gather all their stars but fail the graduation exam. I just need to grind those stars, then. That is if you're as strong and unfairly ranked as you say you are. Knows that about half of the adventurers who currently have the necessary amount of stars to become C ranks have failed the previous exam. Incidentally, if you fail, you lose half of your stars. As if I'd fail. Let's get to C rank soon. I'll ask the staff to let me take the exam as soon as I'm eligible. Then, Iris declared, they won't organize a custom exam for any adventurer that wills it, idiot. It's usually a whole event with dozens if not hundreds of adventurers participating. For each rank, there's typically a graduation exam about every 2 or 3 months, I think. The next D rank one is in 3 weeks. With my soon-to-be 32 stars, I might barely make it to participate. That's unfair. If I don't make it, I'll have to wait 3 months to go up in the ranks. Glad at first that he had a competitive advantage that would let him reaffirm his seniority in adventuring, Sign started to sweat bullets when he heard Iris murmuring about buying stars from stagnating D ranks. Don't do that, Iris. Each star has a unique identification number that traces back to its corresponding mission. If the guild finds any inconsistency, you'll be banned permanently from all branches, or even arrested. They got NFTs in this world? Damn it, Iris blurted out. What? Forget it. With that, Iris scratched her head before silently looking at the moving landscape from the carriage. Ah, you two are already back. No errands found? Melisande said, seemingly bored at her desk. Don't mind too much, Iris. If we're talking about failing a mission, Sign's a regular. If you've got a problem with me, Melis, just say so. I'll let you know that we succeeded in the mission. So much, in fact, that the mayor wanted to meet us and gave us a ride in a carriage. Here's his letter. Oh, let's see. 4 errands were confirmed dead, and you took down 4 dots? How did you two do that? Sign glanced at Iris and, seeing her shrug, he decided to tell the truth. I got one of them, and the missy over there smashed the other 3 to a pulp. She freaks me out, to be frank. That's a bit too frank. She did that. Did she go easy on Sir Will, then? Upon hearing that name, Iris pulled Sign's arm with a pleading look. Right about that degenerate. Iris won't be his whore, he exclaimed at the reception desk as a dozen adventurers looked at the commotion with wide eyes. Iris informed me that he forced her to undress after her examination test. How fucked up is that? With clear panic in her eyes, the poor Clark girl looked in every direction for help and didn't know how to respond. For anyone present at that time, this was obviously a misunderstanding. Iris, however, was repeatedly nodding at what Sign said while holding his arm, with a look that screamed what he said. Was she lying outright to blackmail Will later? Had she been completely unable to read the room back then? Or was she naive enough to get caught up in Sign's biased understanding of what had happened? Unsurprisingly, within the hour, both Sign and Iris were forced to publicly apologize to Will, admitting their outrageous conclusions had been a bit hasty, as some of the witnesses had already left the guild before then. However, Will's reputation would still be badly damaged in the end. Don't tell me you're drinking water in a tavern. Sign sighed as he settled alongside Iris at a table with a large pint of beer in his hand. I'll stick with water. The cost of renting a room with meals for a whole week has almost depleted my earnings. Besides, if she couldn't handle her liquor, I don't think I can. I wouldn't want to lose control and start using my magic left and right. You got no savings? Were you thrown out of your house the moment you came of age? No, quite the opposite. My parents were against me becoming an adventurer, but I insisted and eventually had to fight my father, Iris admitted, carefully choosing her words to avoid displaying too much information. I won and they did agree to let me go in the end, but they insisted that I use my own money if I want to live on my own. That's funny, then. I too had to defy my father for being an adventurer, as he has already mapped out a life plan for me. Though I was older than you at that time, he said with a nostalgic look, before emptying half of his glass in one go. Making money at our rank isn't that easy when you're independent. We're both broke. But you did double your rewards by babysitting me. Didn't you? Treat me to a cup of tea. Tea? Are you a grandma under the robe, after all? As Sign grumbled and left for the bar, Alice decided to look at the 2 stars she pulled out of her pocket. These were wooden pieces carved into the shape of, well, stars. Wouldn't round tokens be simpler to manufacture? Seems like a lot of work for mass-produced items. They even had inscriptions written on them. All in all, the 2 stars seemed to be duplicates. She looked at some of Sign's coins in a pocket of his bag, and they had the very same inscriptions. Seems pretty fungible to me. Don't even think about it, Shorty. They may seem identical to the naked eye, but they are definitely unique, Sign said as he brought Iris her cup of tea along with little cubes of sugar. Did he just read my thoughts? Was that his magic? What's that look for? I'm not reading your thoughts, if that's what you're thinking. No, he is. Damn. Did I think about being a noble during our mission? Stop thinking about that now, idiot. Now give back my stars, you thief. I'll report you. As a new day arrived, Iris was lying with her eyes wide open on her bed in the room she was renting. These weren't the eyes of an adventurer who was itching to get started for another day of adventures, however. To begin with, There were dark circles around said eyes. The mattress she was lying on was so hard that even camping inside a carriage was like sleeping in a luxury suite in comparison. Yeah, I can't move. Moreover, she was feeling incredibly sore in her legs and more generally in all her body. It appeared that even she wasn't immune to the good old delayed onset muscle soreness. Even though she had been vastly assisted by mana, micro tears had still formed in her muscle fibers after running so intensely the day before. It would be lame to take a day off so soon, I'm sure. Iris nevertheless stood up and prepared herself in front of the mirror. After she had put on her large robe and set up her facade, she left the room and climbed down the stairs. "Morning, Lady Alice," exclaimed the clerk, straightening her posture as soon as she saw the small figure. "Do not call me that here, please." "Well, there's no one here yet." "You're up pretty early, by the way." "I could not tell what time it was. Someone usually tells me when I have to leave my bed." "Oh. Should I do it for you from now on?" No. Thank you. I just have to get used to it, that is all." "All right, Tilda. Anyway, it's a good thing that you're here. I needed to talk to you about something." The air changed, and Melisande had now a serious look that contrasted with the carefree attitude she had been displaying just a second ago. What is it?" "I'm aware that I pushed you a bit toward going into a mission with Sign, but a bit. Maybe you shouldn't team up with him, after all," Melisande suggested, her voice tinged with concern. "Wow. This poor guy sure is unpopular." Chapter 29, Fighting Shockwaves. After having encouraged a collaboration with the D-rank Sign with all her might, the Clark girl was now urging Iris to choose some other party. That came out of the blue. "Why bring this up now?" "Just to clarify, I have great respect for Sign. He's a seasoned adventurer and also a dear friend. My concern is that you're a novice, and working with him may present unpredictable risks." "Why?" "He was so overcautious that I cannot even tell you how many times he suggested going back to the guild promptly. The risks I'm talking about don't necessarily lie in his actions per se." "Do you recall when I mentioned he was somewhat kicked out from his former party as the others progressed to C rank?" "I do." Iris nodded. The common narrative is that their financial situation didn't allow them to skip the graduation exam and patiently wait for Sign to collect the necessary stars. Supposedly, they'll reintegrate him as soon as he finally becomes a C rank. Rumors however say that they used this opportunity to get rid of him. "Why?" "Even I can tell his swordsmanship is good." "Well, how do I put it? Statistically speaking, the missions he's involved in tend to go south, like the fact that all of a sudden you two had to battle several adult Audots so close to a human village. Let's say that it's not something that is supposed to happen." "What is she implying now? Are you trying to say that he is a bringer of misfortune or something?" "That's one way to put it, though I prefer to think of him as a bad luck charm. It would feel wrong to ditch him over a mere superstition," Iris said hesitantly, aware of the exact thought pattern this socially lacking girl was currently following. The clerk smiled at her and played her trump card. "I already discussed your potential integration with a party mostly composed of girls. By the way, if Sign does bring bad luck, I suppose I am worried for my well-being. It might be best to partake in missions with that other party for the time being." "You two are so quick to change your mind." The clerk sighed. "That party usually wakes up early, so they should be here soon." "Breakfast is on the house. What would you like? Do you have any nuts?" "Eh? We do. But that's more of an appetizer thing." "Do not mind it, that is exactly what I want," Iris insisted. A while later, as the guild's in section began to fill up and Iris continued munching on her calcium-rich snack, she noticed a trio, 2 women and a man, engaged in a discussion at the reception desk. "A majority of girls. Is that them?" "Crap. They do look like grown-ups." "I'd look like an intern alongside them." When they started approaching her, she pulled herself up, ignoring the dull ache in her back. Fortunately, she managed to swallow what she had in her mouth in time just before the man started to talk to her. "So you're the Iris that has been the talk of the guild since yesterday. I imagined you a bit bigger," the man said with a smile. "Be pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Iris." "Likewise. I'm George, and these two are Vivi and Kiara. The 3 of us form a D-rank party called the Mist Slicers. If you want to join us for the rest of the week, we'll happily welcome you. If you show potential, we might even consider recruiting you for real." "The Mist Slicers?" "I can't say I'm a fan of their naming sense, thank you." I'll do my best. I'm a dagger wielder and Kiara is a swordswoman, while Vivi is a water mage who can use a bow as well. What about you? I fight with magic. I'm a strengthening mage. Strengthening magic? I've never had the chance to see that in action before, George said enthusiastically. The trio of adventurers elaborated on the details of the mission they were planning to take, ensuring that Iris could handle it. As soon as the leader left to confirm to the clerk that they would take Iris under their wing, however, the two women immediately dropped their smiles. The one with brown hair, Vivi, looked for a few seconds at the half-eaten nuts left on the table and decided to address the doubts she had about Tyra's skills. Strengthening, huh? I doubt you could have overpowered an Audot, even with such a magic type. You're clearly stealing credit from that signed guy. I'm not. Then again, I can't picture that wimp taking down something like that either, Kiara retorted as she tied her bluish-black hair into a ponytail. Don't act like you're any better than him, Vivi spat. Huh? Don't give me that attitude. I don't think I've ever seen you kill anything with that bow of yours. What is happening here? The mood suddenly became deleterious. Not only did those two women trash-talked both Sign and her, but they were also at each other's throats. Their rant about each other's flaws lasted for what felt like minutes to Iris. Just as she was considering taking a seat to finish her nuts, the brown-haired swordswoman glared at her. Anyway, if you're a strengthening mage, how about you carry our baggage? Is she asking me to be a pack mule? I'd rather I'm back, girls. Everything's ready. And I've gotten a shield for everyone. You're so thoughtful, George, Kiara cooed. Indeed, we can tell you want to do everything to protect us. Well, it's standard procedure when fighting those monsters, George said, not realizing the sudden change of mood that had just occurred. It's night and day. Why are they acting like this only when that guy's here? Am I interfering with the love triangle or something? Is that what this is? Now that she looked at Kiara's and Vivi's expressions, they did look smitten with him. Chances were that they were competing against each other for his affection. Do they see me as a rival? Then I'm not interested though. This might have been based on conjectures, but it had the merit to explain why those women were antagonizing her for no real reason. It didn't feel good, but she was confident she could deal with it if she saw this as some form of hazing. It was a strange flex, but her former self had experienced it a few times when she was a freshman in college or during some of her internships. As long as it wasn't straight-up bullying, Iris felt that she could endure it. Yeah, causing bloodshed right here wouldn't be a good idea. While you were away, George, our little Iris volunteered to carry our bags with her magic. Oh, did you, Iris? I like your determination. See, calm down, Alice. Think about your reputation. We're entering the Bolfans territory. Take hold of your shields and stay vigilant. Iris, you can put down that bag. Oh, okay. Gar. Forget my soreness, my bones were about to crack. This shows that emulation will always be inferior to the real thing, and I used up quite a bit of mana too. Iris readied her shield like the others, and they positioned themselves in a circular formation. From the sounds in the nearby bushes, monsters were already keeping watch. I want to see their magic in action. Most of the Bolfans had supposedly the same element, although the documentation wasn't always consistent in its description. Some people referred to wind magic or sound magic, while others preferred calling it pressure magic. At least, all agreed to say this species used a spell to keep enemies at bay and intimidate them. That has to be shockwave magic. I wonder if I could take measures against that. Her magic, which let her target the energy of all sorts of things, should work in some way against those waves. They did carry kinetic energy with them. After all, her slight uncertainty came from the fact that her element seemed partially incompatible with regular sound waves, which were relatively low-energy acoustic waves. While she could strip away some energy from the perturbations caused by the waves, it always disrupted the compression rarefaction cycles from the air molecules that ensured the transmission of the wave in the first place. In other words, however much she used her magic on sound, it stopped propagating. Well, that was at least true for audible sounds. After all, in this world, it was difficult to confirm for higher frequencies. On the other end, she couldn't give more energy to a sound wave to make the sound higher pitched or increase its magnitude either. Just giving the molecules kinetic energy didn't produce the desired effect on those compression rarefaction cycles. Still, even if I have no control over mechanical waves, I can stop them. In the end, Shock waves are just acoustic waves on steroids. From the rustling bushes, a few Bolfans emerged from all sides, their purple fur bristling as they snarled at the group. Iris felt a pang of conflict at the sight of those monsters, which were closely related to the humans of this world. We're fighting dogs? These creatures were reminiscent of a Doberman, albeit way larger and with more hair. Did they even deserve to be killed? To begin with, they were only snarling at them because they thought their territory was in danger. Just as Iris was trying hard to resolve her internal conflict, she saw the Bolfan in front of her look directly in her direction, raise its long muzzle, and open its mouth widely. "Beware, it's coming," Kiara shouted. Iris tightened her grip on her shield and braced for impact, her eyes fixed on the creature before her. An instant later, multiple sonic booms were produced by all the monsters, indicating that whatever left their mouths had moved faster than the speed of sound. NGH. Or not, it does pack a punch, but just a shield is more than enough to block the wave. Then again, it attacked from quite a distance, I guess. Maybe this first wave of sonic booms had been a trigger, because the adventurers were now facing a sizable number of those dog-like monsters. Since the other three adventurers had been turning their back on the Bolfan that attacked Iris and seemed fine despite that, it meant that they had not been affected by the attack. That overpressure did not expand in all directions. A cone, maybe, or a linear trajectory? Regardless, it's a good way to focus the energy on your target and thus save mana, as well as protect the caster from their own shockwave. Magic lets you do just about anything, huh? Iris looked at the mist slicers, who seemed particularly busy fighting those huge monsters. George and Kiara appeared to be fine at close range with their respective weapons, but Vivi the water mage had trouble. Without any water nearby, she was hitting a Bolfan with her bow. Somehow, it seemed to be working. Did she attach a small blade on each end of that bow or something? Anyway, seeing that nobody but the monster was looking her way, she loosed the grip on her shield and activated a mild version of a different type of armor. The kinetic version of her mana armor. She would be seizing the opportunity to try out her ability to defend against those waves. Just as she had expected, the pressure applied by the shock waves increased the closer she got. She carefully analyzed the efficiency of her armor, confirming that it provided adequate protection against this localized attack. Still, Iris observed that the Bolfans displayed a certain level of stupidity. The intensity of sound waves followed the inverse square law, which meant that the wave's power decreased a lot more than the distance to the source increased. Well, depending on the way those magical shock waves propagated, they might not follow the inverse square law, but there ought to be important losses in energy to push away molecules and heat the medium the shock waves were propagating into. And yet, Bolfans only used their magic when they were far enough from their target, and they relied on their claws for close-range attacks. Given this inverse square law, it would have been far more strategic and efficient to favor their magic at close range. They apparently lacked this basic strategic thinking. How come evolution made these idiots get this magic type? Iris, get back here. It's dangerous. Go at the center of our formation, George called out as he withdrew one of his daggers from a monster's carcass. I'm fine. Don't mind me. She was busy pinpointing the precise distance at which a Bolfan would forego its magic in favor of its claws. That's the limit. Can't get any closer than that. Alright, doggy, show me what you've got. Iris was starting to get used to the monster opening its mouth as if charging a breath attack. Well, in a way, that was precisely what it was doing. However, before she could receive the pressure wave head-on, another figure interposed just as the sonic boom echoed, taking the brunt of the immense pressure in the abdomen. The brown-haired mage staggered and fell to the ground, gasping for air. Vivi. 11. Chapter 30. Returning home. Iris stared in a daze at Vivi, the water mage who had taken a hit to protect her. She was trying in vain to get to her feet, still conscious. In any case, she wasn't pretending. The shockwave had hit her head-on, at a distance even closer than the limit Iris had pinpointed. That meant that she genuinely was helpless and that the Bolfan that was about to lunge at her could harm her with its sharp claws. This happened because of her unnecessary heroics. Well, it's not the time to dwell on this. She's vulnerable at the moment. Iris had expended quite a bit of her mana pool between strengthening herself to carry the baggage and creating mana armor for protection against the shock waves. If she was going to protect Vivi from further injuries and retaliate against the Bolthan, it seemed prudent to channel more mana from her artifact. A kinetic armor large enough for both of us. That's the plan. When Iris touched her green pendant, a ripple of mana pulsed out. While the other three adventurers felt merely a chill, the monsters froze, their instincts reacting to the mana pulse. They proceeded to silently analyze the area and, as if they had managed to pinpoint the source of that mana burst with only their sense of smell, they all looked and snarled in the direction of Iris and Vivi as if to observe what would happen next. Ah! That was unexpected. What's going on, over there? Vivi, Iris, are you alright? George shouted, not getting why all the Bolthans, even the one he had been locked in battle with, had suddenly shifted their focus. We'll manage. As Iris began to shape the summoned mana into a demi-sphere, she noticed the front-line monsters retreating slowly, and when she tried to increase the volume of her mana even more, they squealed and ran away. Perhaps the alpha of the pack was among them since all the Bolthans followed them and disappeared in the bushes. That certainly simplifies matters. Vivi, are you alright? Kiara was the first person to attend to her comrade who was now in a sitting position. With a faint smile, the water mage nodded. Are they getting along after all? After confirming there were neither internal nor external injuries on Vivi's abdomen, the swordswoman helped her stand up and lent her a shoulder for support. Vivi will be alright, George. We should go back for now. Are we giving up the mission? Iris asked apologetically. Who do you think is to blame? It's your actions that led to her injury. Ease up, Kiara. She's still learning the ropes. You're too nice, George. Making a mistake is one thing, but voluntarily breaking the formation and approaching monsters without any intention to fight is another. Someone needs to make her realize that behavior was dangerous. Even Iris could tell that saying Vivi's help had been unneeded and even counterproductive would only further infuriate Kiara, so she remained silent with a grave expression as she carried the bag. A few days later, Iris was sitting at a table, mumbling to herself. Lady Alice, you can't drown your sorrow with water, the Adventuring Guild's clerk sighed as she sat in front of the now infamous hooded liability. Oh, Mel, please do not call me that here. You are the last one. This is fine. We'll close soon, so you should return to your room and rest. What would I need to rest for? I will be expelled for the 4th time tomorrow anyway. Don't be so down. You just haven't found the right party yet. I am begging you. Please let me go solo. We can't allow that. You need more experience. How many stars did you get in total this week? 3? This is not good enough. I know, right? I cannot possibly return to my estate with only this many stars and no stable party. In fact, I sent a letter today to tell my family that I was so busy I would come back later than planned. Good heavens. You've started lying to them already? It will not be a lie if you book me some solo quests this weekend, Iris said with an expectant look. That's still a no, even if you try to force my hand. You need to surpass yourself and socialize with others. Even as a noble, developing this skill should prove useful. Realizing that her puppy eyes had no effect on the clerk, Iris looked at her with determination. I know I sound like a typical loser by saying this, but I assure you I am capable of more than what I have shown. The problem here is that I was not alone. An influential philosopher once said that hell is other people. Are you saying it's the other adventurers' fault now? What I am saying is that I only look like a useless, suspicious, and reclusive hindrance in the presence of others, because they are here to perceive that image of me. If I were alone, I would not feel this anguish and I would be more competent. So you are aware of the image people have of you. Still, nobles really are something. It sounded deeper than it should have been. I know, right? This is called existentialism. The idea is to emphasize individual freedom but I refuse. You're just making excuses. Give it up. TCH. Somehow, invoking Sartre to bolster her argument had backfired. The only thing it had emphasized was Iris' disinterest in getting better in areas she struggled with. Iris the adventurer was strolling through the city. If her neutral face might suggest all was well, it wasn't the case. A handful of people would quickly understand that she was currently in turmoil. The day before, she had hunted some warrants with a party of men. She had felt incredibly alienated among the group of 4 who had known each other for several years. Every interaction she had with them had been unbearably awkward. If this continues next week, I may need to reassess my agreement with the guild and settle for E rank. Although she would have the freedom to undertake missions solo, there were many drawbacks. First, E rank quests were usually unchallenging and boring, and the next graduation exam would be in about a month. If she were to fail to obtain 50 E rank stars by then, it would take several months to get to where she already was now. Well, that's a decision for future me. For now, there is a complex family reunion that awaits me. At the end of an empty alley, the young girl snapped her fingers, and a couple of seconds after, a large black wall appeared out of thin air to block the view. She put her bag on the ground and exchanged her large dark blue robe for a plain dress that would make her look like the daughter of a rich merchant. The outfit's quality was such that Alice would at the same time avoid drawing attention in the city and being yelled at upon her arrival at the mansion. With her long white hair tied behind her head, Alice left the alley and casually walked towards the outskirt of the city. A few people may be surprised to see her hair, and a couple of them might even deduce who she was, but she was fine with it as long as nobody could connect her to Iris. "We have arrived, Lady Alice," announced the mansion's butler. "Thank you, Rupert. You can go now." The middle-aged man nodded and went his way as Alice skulked and opened the door. There, she found her mother, Layla de Ravendel, sitting by the hearth. Her eyes were focused on the dancing flames. At the sound of Alice's entrance, Layla turned to face her, a soft smile on her face, and yet her eyes betrayed a different story. A subtle glimmer of sadness and worry was apparent. "Ally, welcome home." "I missed you." "I am back, Mother," Alice said hesitantly. "Is father away?" "Yes, he set off yesterday for a mission. It is unfortunate that he is not here to assist you, given the part he played in your leaving us." Explicitly pointing it out is a bit unlike her. "Am I in trouble?" There was a long pause and, at some point, Layla asked the question Alice had been dreading. "Did you find your experience at the Adventuring Guild fulfilling?" "Do not be so tense, Ally. I do not plan to forcibly make you resign. I cannot say I had a leisurely time. Being an adventurer is hard, and I had to talk with a lot of people. Nevertheless, I do think straying a bit from my comfort zone is a good thing. I expected you to leave out the difficulties you encountered and only tell me that it was exciting," Layla said as she studied her daughter's face, searching for the truth. "I do not want to lie to you, Mother. I am currently still looking for a party to join." "I see. I suppose you intend to continue next week, then?" Hearing her voice wavering slightly, Alice could tell her mother had hoped she would change her mind and realize her place was here. Still, Alice's answer was immediate. "I do. I believe it is where I need to be." Layla sighed deeply. A part of her admired her daughter's newfound independence and motivation, and yet the thought of her being away, adventuring, and facing the world without her by her side was still hard to accept. "You are not putting yourself in danger, are you?" "I am not, Mother. Even if I wanted to, the guild would prevent me from participating in dangerous quests or on missions alone. Just remember that, wherever you may go, you carry our family's name and legacy with you." "I am aware of this responsibility." "All right. Given the hour, I assume you already had dinner? You should wash away the dirt and go to bed, Ally. We shall talk tomorrow after you had some rest. Have a good night, Mother." "Thank you," Layla said before remembering something just as Alice was about to leave the room. "You should write a letter to your instructor tomorrow. She was here the day before yesterday, and she seemed especially eager to see you." "Serena came by?" "Well, I suppose she would have expected me to be here 2 days ago." "Where is Mia?" "Anyway, Rupert said that she was busy looking for someone, but it's already past the usual time for me to take a bath." "Well, this week has proven that I can wash myself just fine, but it feels strange to be left out in the mansion." After a while, Alice closed her book and shut off the light radiating from her mana, before standing from her chair. Just as she was about to leave the room, she heard a noise behind her and froze. She slowly turned her head, but nobody was there. She sighed in relief. Wasn't it a rustling sound? From fabric, maybe? Alice looked at her bed, and she started sweating profusely when she realized there was a bump under her bedsheets. Someone is hiding there. What do I do? Without a sound, Alice took hold of a large book in her library and approached her bed. Just then, she lowered her arms and struck the figure where their head should have been. Ugh! A high-pitched scream echoed from the intruder, slightly muffled by the sheets. Alice was so scared by that sudden scream that she fell on the floor as she tried to distance herself. "Who is there?" "WH. What the hell was I hit by? The figure sat up, and Alice saw long strands of blonde hair coming down. Serena? Is that you? Alice? The instructor, who seemed to have been woken up by the hit, was trying to focus her eyes. Alice, you're finally here. I've been waiting for your return. Do not wait for me in my bed. You creep. Why are you even here for? Pajama party. I'm here for that pajama party you wanted to organize a while ago. See, congrats on becoming an adult. Go away. 11. Chapter 31. Pajama party. Honestly, I was hiding from your maid. Your room seemed like the last place she'd investigate, said Serena as she sheepishly rubbed the back of her neck. From Mia? Do not tell me you are the person she's currently looking for. Yup. That would be me. Why are you even trying to stay in this mansion? Do you not live in that house Victor gave you? Let's say I'm in a bit of a situation. Well, it's quite a mess actually. You see, I was expecting you to be back 3 days ago. What did you do? I may have sold more potions than we could supply to a rather large group, Serena admitted with a sigh. Alice sighed. Just give them back the money. You did not spend it, did you? Business growth requires investment. That's all I did. You are unbelievable. It wouldn't have gone so bad if you came back at the planned date, you know. I managed to stall the clients at first, but you still hadn't returned the next day. I tried to send one of my middlemen to smooth things over, but he was almost abducted. Well, sorry for him. 2 days ago, I noticed some strange men prowling around the area where I live, so I'm sure they're tracking me down. Hence why I returned to your estate, but that red-headed fool is hell-bent on tossing me out. At this exact moment, the door to Alice's room swung open, and her maid stormed in. I heard screams in here. Lady Alice, are you all right? As Serena slowly tried to retreat under the sheets, her eyes inadvertently locked with her nemesis. Have you no decency at all, mucking up the lady's bed? Mia exclaimed, her disgust apparent. She stepped forward, grabbing the older woman by the collar. This time, you are going out. How are you so strong? You were not even that much bigger than Alice when we first met. Any normal person would continue to grow after turning 15. You old hag. Oh, old hag? Me? That means I still have a chance to get a growth spurt. Alice exclaimed with a spark of hope in her voice despite the ongoing violent scene. Mia paused mid-rant to scrutinize Alice from head to toe. You are not normal, Lady Alice. Rude? That was not meant to be rude, my lady. You are perfect as you are, and growing as tall as me would not suit you. That is all. The maid stuttered. If you put it this way, I cannot get mad at you. As Mia sighed in relief, Serena looked at her in disbelief. If you're going to ignore me, loosen your grip so that I can escape. And Alice, help me already. All right. Mia, let go of her. We have things to discuss. But my lady, Serena is my guest. Please prepare a bath for both of us. Maybe she could borrow one of Mother's nightgowns? Understood, the maid dejectedly said before she dropped the blonde chemist back onto the bed. She then rushed out of the room. Well, let us get back to your situation, Serena. What do you plan to do? With a deep sigh, Serena glanced at the dim world outside. It's too dark to put your magic to work on the potions. I guess it will have to wait for tomorrow. As for the clients, I'll try to compensate them with a few free potions. Good grief. You should never use the money before it is truly yours. I learned my lesson. Don't worry. I may undo the expansion of the business afterward. Too much effort. That will not do. What will not? Keeping things as they were. Alice grinned. Let us strategize, boost production, and share the profits. Does that mean you're in? Well, I am in dire need of funding. Currently, I do not even know how to pay for my room at the guild going forward. Yay. Please do not rejoice over my being broke. Moreover, are you fine with conceding a part of the benefits? Absolutely. If you join, we'll be able to create a robust structure instead of stealthily saturating a few potions when I get to see you. We're partners now, Alice. I trust you will be dependable. Leave everything to me. Noble baths are something else. I feel like a new person. I get what you mean. A single week living as a commoner made me realize the opulence of this lifestyle. From what you said, you've had it rough. Is that the life you really want? It is not ideal, but it is only the starting point. Once I find a stable party, things will probably become easier. In your place, I would have left this branch for another one. They're putting too many constraints. Father insisted that I go to this particular branch since he knows the guild master. My first thought was to head for the capital, but he shot down the idea instantly. Honestly, it's understandable. Even though I know how potent your magic is, I can't really picture you as an adventurer. With your personality, you must have so much trouble integrating parties. Well, I do have trouble joining existing parties. I mean, they have known each other for years, and a nobody like me comes in. Everyone would get uneasy. You should quit assuming what people think. That would bring you peace of mind, as if it was this easy. To begin with, Serena began. If you have trouble joining a party, why don't you form your own and recruit individuals yourself? My own? Knowing you, it should be easier to create bonds with only one person at a time. My very own party? That does sound interesting, but finding D ranks willing to join me might take long. With our partnership, taking a break from missions for a while shouldn't seriously affect your savings. That is true, Alice started, then remembered something. Hey, Serena, did you not mention that you used to be an adventurer in the capital? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm only F rank. Well, I could have become an E rank if I decided to pass the graduation exam, as I have all the necessary stars. Or rather, had. I must have lost them since then. Why did you not pass it? Originally, becoming an adventurer was only an excuse to benefit from the rent reduction, Serena mused. Lodging at the guild as one was significantly cheaper than renting a room at a regular inn. When my branch realized I had no plan to make any progress in my rank, they basically threw me out. What an opportunist. What's wrong with seizing opportunities and making the most of them? See, you've got pajamas and I've got a nightgown. That calls for a pajama party, doesn't it? Give me a break already. Be more honest with yourself, Alice. You're smiling. Am I? Let's talk to our heart's content and reminisce about the good times. This counts as your graduation ceremony as well. Well, if this is my instructor's last demand, I can hardly refuse. What an obedient kid. You really were my best student. I have been your only student all along, dummy. It is time, Mia. I will now return to the city. If Serena still has troubles, please let her stay a bit longer in the mansion. She can even take my room while I am away. Certainly, if that is what you want. Please, do return on the weekend next time. I am sure the Count would love seeing you. I will. Thank you. With that, Alice left her estate and ventured into the commoner district of the city. Ducking into an alley, she emerged not as a noble lady but as a concealed adventurer. Stepping into the adventuring guild, Iris knew it was only a matter of time before her former magic tutor would reach out. Well, hello, Iris. You seem in high spirits today, the guild's receptionist said. Did something good happen? Good morning. You could say so, Iris responded with a smile. This good mood, however, did not last long. Iris, do you have a moment? We need to talk. She spun around and looked up to meet a familiar gaze. A tall woman with chestnut hair with whom she had fought magic dogs. Crap, Vivi. It's good to see that you're fine. What do you need? This place is too crowded. Can we talk somewhere more private? She's planning to yell at me, isn't she? Or maybe even beat me up? Iris shot a pleading glance at the nearby clerk, silently begging for assistance. But the latter looked away to read some papers on her desk. Oh, okay, let's do that. Vivi led Iris further away from the guild to a secluded place where few ventured and stopped. If she throws herself at me, this will be self-defense. The woman turned slowly, with a calm expression. Judging that she really was here to talk, Iris decided to say something first. I am sorry, Vivi, she stuttered, looking down and avoiding Vivi's gaze. For your injury. And I thank you for defending me. Stop, Vivi interjected firmly. Don't apologize. And about defending you. Well, there's something I've got to say. Iris gulped. The water mage had a way of making her feel pressured. Observing Kiara and George daily, I can see they don't have the best grasp of their mana, Vivi began, her tone thoughtful. In comparison, I would dare say that I'm good at manipulating mine, as I've been doing it for a decade. But you, Iris, you're different. Huh? Even when I was teetering on the edge of consciousness, I sensed something unique about your control. I couldn't help but notice your subtle gestures, your measured breaths, all while channeling a vast surge of mana. It was precise while pulsating in the air, and perceptible to both us and the monsters. I and your expression. It was like you were prepared to shield me from the entire horde. At that moment, you looked confident. That's just because of my expression. I was in a bit of a panic, I can tell you. Listen, Vivi continued, brushing aside Iris' protests. I realize you had neither sought my help nor needed it. And Kiara. She was a bit hasty in pushing you out of the group. It seems there was a misunderstanding. Iris blinked in surprise as Vivi met her gaze, her eyes uncharacteristically soft. If you're open to it, I could try to convince Kiara to give you another shot with the mist slicers. For a moment, Iris simply stared, taken aback. Then, a soft smile graced her face. I appreciate the offer, Vivi, she replied, her voice warm. But I think I'll have to decline. Vivi averted her gaze and started unconsciously fidgeting with her necklace. I get it, she mumbled, her voice softer. Kiara and I weren't exactly welcoming, were we? Iris chuckled lightly. It's not my main reason. For the time being, I've decided not to join any party. I'm going to start my own. She added teasingly. You're welcome to join, should you wish. A soft laugh slipped past Vivi's lips, her stern demeanor momentarily faltering. If your party makes a name for itself, I might consider it. As she turned to leave, she lifted her hand in a casual wave. Take care. As Iris watched Vivi heading in the direction of the guild without a backward glance, she had one thought. I can't just trail after her when she's made such a cool exit. Can I? Am I doomed to just stand here like an idiot? A few minutes later, Iris found herself stepping into the adventuring guild once again. Glancing towards the tavern, her gaze collided with Vivi's, who was seated with her party. The brown-haired mage quickly averted her gaze, her ears completely red. She figured it out too. Second-hand embarrassment is not as bad as the regular kind, but still, deciding that it wasn't her issue to handle, Iris walked through the vast building, studying its adventurers. She halted when her gaze landed on a promising recruit. Bingo. 10. Chapter 32, A Little Misunderstanding. Iris approached Sign, the adventurer she had partnered with on her inaugural mission. Since she was looking for individuals for her party, this young man was the first one that came to her mind. Considering he had already seen what she was capable of, Iris felt like she could use this as leverage in their negotiations. Plus, he is hungry for money. She stood in front of him, who was comfortably sitting in the most lit corner of the guild while being engrossed in a book. Ideally, Iris wanted him to see her and talk to her first. As a fellow bookworm, she disliked being interrupted by someone talking to her. HMPF, he's not reacting at all. What are you reading? She asked, striving to keep her voice casual. Sign glanced up from his book, his crimson eyes glinting. For a moment, he just stared at Iris, unblinking and unwavering. Why do you care? He asked coldly, his eyes narrowing. You've been ignoring me since your second day. Decided to try your luck with other parties, did you? He snapped his book shut. Well, there were a few reasons. How did your missions go this week? The last she had heard, Sign was 18 stars shy of qualifying for the next D-rank graduation exam, which would now happen in about 2 weeks. Not as good as I'd hoped, he admitted as he sighed heavily. Since last time, I managed to get only 3 stars and I even dulled my sword. At this point, becoming C rank within this month is like a distant dream. You know, I've been thinking about creating my own party. You could join me if you want. His answer was swift and blunt. Don't pity me. Besides, I can't join any party. He stared at her, daring her to challenge his decision. I know that, Iris said. I know that you plan to return to your old team as soon as you hit C rank. Even if it's only temporary, I'd be happy to have you. So you did hear things about me, Sign muttered under his breath while grumbling. Besides, you're fine with having me temporarily? Are you asking me to join just so you'll immediately be allowed on a mission? Am I just a tool? I can't say that this invitation is completely disinterested, she admitted. Still, you do seem like a good asset to have. Frankly, I was impressed by your sword skills while you fought that Ordot. Your style was a bit like Will. Sign raised an eyebrow, a bit of surprise in his eyes. I did train under that old man. I didn't expect you to pick up on that from that quick battle. You know, about your sword. If you join me, I'll buy a new one for you. It'd be an investment for the party, after all. Sign squinted at Iris. And where would you get the money for that? As far as I know, you're not exactly rolling in gold. And I didn't hear about you completing particularly profitable quests last week. Quite the opposite, in fact. Well, Iris began, a tad nervous. I anticipate some incoming funds very soon. A sort of lottery win, you could say. Sign looked unconvinced by her wavering voice, and his eyes were showing even more suspicion. A lottery win? You're not compromising your integrity, are you? He knew she had the potential to be tricked into doing things without realizing the implications, so he felt obliged to ask her. It's just luck, she answered, oblivious to his insinuation. So, will you join? Sign scrutinized her for a moment, reclining thoughtfully in his seat. I'm not entirely against it. I mean, if the guild's bonus reward is still available, a straightforward 2-star quest would earn me as much as a mid-level 3-star one. Are you supposed to say this to my face? Aren't you seeing me as a tool as well? Well, there is also the fact that for some reason I have a hunch you'd be able to handle any formidable foe we happen to face. He sighed and shook his head. I can't believe I'm even considering this. You're the typical example of the clueless adventurer who overestimates themselves and ends up severely injured during the following year. And I can't picture you as a party leader. I assure you, I'll learn everything there is to know to become a good leader. That would be good. Though I must tell you that I'm not joining until I've asserted something. What? You're suspicious. Sign began. A few things have been bugging me so far, but I've had time to think it over since we fought alongside each other last time. I think I've figured it out. What did he figure out? Care to elaborate? Your lack of common sense or basic knowledge. The fact that a girl as small as you are has enough mana to exterminate multiple beasts or run for dozens of minutes if not hours at full speed, or use some magic to hide your appearance. Heck, aren't you using exactly that last one as we speak? I can't make out anything beyond your face even though we're in the most lit area of the building. The fact that you can do all of this seemingly without breaking a sweat means that you must be better than most mages here. What if I am? Besides, the very fact that you are hiding your head under this hood is strange. It's as if you're trying to hide a certain feature. When we put all of this together, it's fairly easy to guess your real identity. I'm busted. Am I not? From all those elements, I'm pretty sure you're. Don't say it here, Iris exclaimed as she stopped Sign from saying it out loud. Your deduction is entirely correct. You are right. Well, I've read a lot about your kind, so it only makes sense that I would recognize one when I see one. Plus, people often say that I'm perceptive. I see. I suppose you will not join my party anymore, then, Iris said dejectedly. May I ask you not to tell others about my real identity? I don't see this as a reason not to join. On the contrary, that means you're a professional at magic and have a lot more experience than I thought you did. I feel like I can trust my back on you a little more than before. Is that right? This is good to hear. Honestly, I'm a bit happy to meet one in my lifetime. Is that really an achievement? Iris doubtfully asked. Overall, Sign's reaction was unexpected. It wasn't anything like the one the guild staff had had, with them prostrating themselves in fear of being punished for their familiarity. If, as he said, he had read about nobles to the point of recognizing one who was disguising themselves, he shouldn't be so casual. You bet it is. Your kind usually doesn't live in this kind of place. So, could you put down your hood, now that I figured you out? Here? I can't possibly do this. Right, there are too many people nearby. You can show me later, then. Still, how long are they? Maybe you can tell me right now. Huh. What do you mean, how long? What are you referring to? Don't make me say it out loud when you want to hide it. Sign began as he pointed to his ears with a grin. I read that they don't stop growing during your lifetime. With your apparent age, they have to be about the same size as mine, right? Perceptive, my ass. What the heck? He's totally mistaking me for an elf, isn't he? Well, I mean, most of his observations check out, but still. Her morals were urging her to quickly resolve this misunderstanding. However, if she did so and told him she was in fact a human noble, would he still say he didn't mind her true identity, or would he finally react like Will and Melisandre, fearing for his life and getting uncomfortable with speaking casually with her from now on? Albeit Melis was awfully quick to revert to being casual with me, but that might not be the case for Sign. Should she go along and pretend to be an elf, then? At this point, impersonation wouldn't be the greatest offense she had done toward the elves. After a long pause, Iris sighed and finally answered Sign. Right, about the same. I see. Can't wait to see their pointiness. Ah, Now he's getting excited because he thinks I'll actually show him. But I've got perfectly round ears just like everyone in our Aronia. About that I can't show you. My clan forbids its members to show their ears to humans while they're still so short. Oh. What if you do it anyway without being seen by your clan? My pride won't allow it. If I were to show them to you willingly, I'd be obliged to take my own life afterward. You choose to die for that. That's way too harsh. Well, keep that on your head then. So gullible. Then again, he had already convinced himself before we even had this conversation. Now that I've told you about me, will you join? Having someone loved by spirits like me doesn't sound like a bad deal, does it? Alright, I'll try my chance with you for a few more missions at least, and if things seem to go well, I'll stay as long as I'm D rank. It's a pleasure to welcome you in my party. Then, let's decide on a quest. I want to clarify that, even though you're probably way older than you look, I maintain that you're a complete novice when it comes to adventuring. I'll have the last word on what mission we choose. Fine. Iris and her fresh recruit advanced towards the mission board, pinned with dozens of detailed descriptions. Within moments, Iris enthusiastically proposed a 4-star mission and Sign rebuked her. See? I just knew you'd immediately choose the most dangerous one. Didn't you see the requirement part? Your party has to contain at least 5 experienced D ranks. Right. You should show the staff that you have a grasp of the dangerousness of a quest as soon as possible if you want them to build trust in your skills. Yes. Eventually, Sign selected a quest and unpinned the sheet before showing it to Iris. This one is much better. It's only a 2-star quest, but it should be a valuable experience for you. What is it about? We would accompany a noble towards another city tomorrow around noon. I was thinking it would be a good opportunity for you to try out some guarding missions instead of just hunting ones. Guarding a noble? Huh? What's their title? It isn't mentioned, Sign indicated as he handed her the paper. They're recruiting 2D rank parties. Must be a baron. A baron? Yeah, maybe. Hey, you seem knowledgeable about adventuring. For once. Way to go. I only am when it comes to nobility, though. Iris, the receptionist cried out as she ran through the building. Someone is looking for you at the entrance. Who is it? It is a woman, but she has a similar long robe to hide herself. Another elf from her clan. Sign was mumbling to himself, falling even deeper into the lie as he worriedly glanced at Iris. What will I do with him? Should I tell him the truth someday? 10. Chapter 33, The Darkest Black. Who is that? Iris found herself in front of a woman concealed under a long black robe. The figure was sitting at a table, with emerald hair cascading down from under her hood, and golden eyes hiding behind glasses. Glad to see you, Iris, said the woman in the robe with a familiar cadence. Those eyes, and that voice. What was her code name, again? Raven, Iris managed. I wasn't expecting you to come see me here. I wanted to see how your life here was with my own eyes. You should have considered another outfit. You're conspicuous, Iris cautioned. Are you seriously telling me this? She shot back, earning nods from the few people nearby. I mean, you're just creating more misunderstandings, Alice mumbled, furtively glancing at Sign. Your wig and the fake glasses were more than enough. Now he thinks you're an elf as well. Iris, Sign leaned closer as both of them sat down at the table. Care to introduce me? Alright, but contain yourself. This is Raven. She's the one responsible for that lottery lot I mentioned earlier. This Raven looked taken aback. Lottery? I came here to deliver your share of our collaboration's earnings, you know? Stick to the script, damn it. Anyway, Raven, this is Sign. He's my new partner. Oh. How enterprising of you. I didn't expect my student to become so bold and get a man. It's not like that, Mom. Iris is merely saying that we're fellow party members, Sign clarified. I know that. I was just teasing her. And yet, she's completely unfazed. I mean, Iris started. I know that you know. I even told you a bit about him last time. In a teasing mood, the green-haired woman turned to Sign. If you're free, handsome, what about a date with me? I must decline, Mom. The age difference is a bit much. PFFT. Iris cracked up upon hearing that. What? Just the other day Mia labeled me an old hag. And now this? Why are you calling me Mom, to begin with? Do I look that old? See? That's what I meant by you inviting misunderstandings. Iris added. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Fine. I'm leaving. Raven promptly got up from her chair, but Iris grabbed her sleeve. Wait. You're both pretty and elegant. The woman paused, flustered. Do you mean it? Now, about that pouch. Huh? Are you messing with me? Raven quickly tossed the sack onto the table before storming off, muttering about Tyra's being a jerk. A jerk? Why did she call me that? I was being supportive, Iris said, genuinely puzzled. Having assisted to that scene, Sign couldn't help but sigh. It's about timing, Iris. You could have waited a bit longer before asking for the money. Eh? Raven stopped at the exit, turned to Iris, and declared, "You were by far my worst student." And disappeared right after. Stop with that formulation already. Observing Iris frown, Sign changed the subject. So, how much was this lot? Right. Let's see. Iris proceeded to untie the knot and then opened the pouch. That sure is better than nothing, but, from the way you presented it, I expected a lot more. How do you plan to fund my new sword with that much? Did she lie to him about the substantial sum she had mentioned as leverage for him to join her party? From her expression, however, she seemed as surprised as he was. To begin with, if she was lying to him, she would have asked him to officially register as a member before she revealed the content of the sack to Sign. Chances were that Iris thought there would be more as well. I expected less, actually. Huh? Iris was baffled. Even with the little experience she had with this currency, she knew she could rent a room at the Guild's Inn for at least a week, meals included. Just how much does she make by selling those mana potions? This is just half the profit from the surplus potions we produced, and it's still this substantial. The intention behind the latest batch of magic potions was to pacify their disgruntled clients. To do so, Serena had even doubled the number of potions per client to make amends. As a result, the vast majority of these potions were essentially given away for free, supposedly leaving little for Iris this time. If she estimated correctly, this pouch contained earnings from barely 5% of the total potions. In the future, if they split the profit evenly, Iris would receive the money from half the production. So, a normal batch would usually earn me several times as much. From now on, I should be receiving 10 times this amount from Raven every week. That can't be right. What kind of lottery pays out weekly? Is this illicit money? After all, it's legit, I swear. You could retire from adventuring with this kind of profit. But I like adventuring. It's fun. You're willing to put your life in danger for fun? You must have a screw loose, then. Or maybe it's a cultural difference? Iris smirked. Definitely the former. Once again, welcome to my party. The next day, Sign and Iris were standing at the location that was indicated for the quest. In this upscale district, Sign felt like a fish out of water in a sea of well-dressed citizens. Iris, however, felt more at home than when she was at the Adventuring Guild. The passers-by exuded elegance and calmness as opposed to the poorer part of the city where people's demeanor was usually cruder and more familiar. The two of them were waiting for the noble client and for the other party that was hired alongside them. Oh, Sign, I did not expect to see you here. If it isn't Patry, is your party the other one for the job? It's been a while. Try. Where did I hear that name before? Iris turned her head toward the other D-rank party that just arrived, and she froze. Oh crap. It's them. What do I do? That man was the leader of the party she had met and chatted with for hours on a certain journey toward and from the capital a while ago. It sure has. You're usually not the type to accept a mission like that, though. Having trouble finding suitable ones? I'm here because my partner needs experience. It was only when Sign pointed at Iris that Patry seemed to acknowledge her presence. He stared at her for a little while, probably wondering if she was even an adventurer or if she was Sign's little sister. Nonetheless, he ultimately smiled at her. Hello, Missy. I'm Patry, the leader of the Sword Believers. What about you? The Sword Believers. What a lame name. Are they part of a boy band or something? If they told me their party's name back then, I'm not even sure I would have become an adventurer. After mentally ranting about the naming sense of the parties she had encountered, Iris looked blankly at each of the party's members. She was uncertain about how to answer the leader. The main reason was that she did not want them to recognize her as Alice, or else it might put an abrupt end to her adventuring life. Sup. The name's Iris. Glad to meet you all. Ultimately said Iris after an unnatural silence had installed itself. After gauging their reaction for a few seconds, They didn't seem to have made any connection between the noble they had protected a while ago and the young girl they had just met. Safe. Afterward, she proceeded to not say a word while Sign fervently talked with these men he seemed to know from a while back. Iris' silence stemmed solely from her desire to remain unrecognized and had nothing to do with her inability to hold a casual conversation. Definitely. Eventually, a carriage arrived. It did not look any better than her family's old carriage, so Iris was probably right about the client being from a barren family. A butler emerged from the carriage, extending a hand to assist a woman in her descent. After fixing her robe, a noble woman with brown hair greeted all the adventurers at once in a cold and measured tone, without smiling one bit. She was over 40 years old and looked quite rigid. All things considered, most nobles were probably like this. Greetings, my lady. I am Cal, a member of the Sword Believers. I can fight using daggers. Then, from left to right, the adventurers proceeded to introduce themselves to the client, starting with the Sword Believers. Sign. Iris whispered, "Is it alright if we don't have a party name yet? It's not mandatory, but it does help build trust with the client. Do you have anything that comes to mind?" While Iris was trying to find one on the spot, the other adventurers continued their introduction one by one. "How about the relativists?" Iris suggested, quietly enough to be heard by only the two of them. "What?" Then, it was Sign's turn to greet the client. Good morning, madam. My name is Sign, and I fight with a sword. I am part of a party with this fellow adventurer." "We don't have a name yet, huh? Didn't I just suggest one?" The Baroness turned to Iris, who was as usual hiding under her clothes. "Do D-rank parties allow children in? Nowadays, the guild is no longer what it was. You're only one of father's vassals, and yet you're disrespecting me." "Well, I'll let it slide since I'm currently incognito. I'm an adult, my lady. I am called Iris, and I fight with magic." "Doubtful," the butler chimed in. "Magic, you say? Is that stick you are holding for close combat?" "It is, sir. Do you not have any real weapon under your robe? Are you even planning to protect the lady from monsters?" "Let her be, Charles," the noble woman said. "Young girl, have we met before? Your face seems familiar." Crap. If she's really a vassal, she may be acquainted with Mother, who's essentially my spitting image. I do not think so, my lady." "Do you have clothes under this robe?" Yes." "Get it off then, so I can see for myself." Is that game over for me?" She will immediately recognize Mother's hair. Even if she doesn't, the Sword Believers will. Iris was shaking, unsure of what to do. "Well, I am waiting," the Baroness insisted. "Madame, she's barely of age," Sign interjected in Iris' defense. "There's little chance of." "Mind your business. I was not speaking to you." But the Baroness coldly shut him up. Sign's worry lay in the exposure of Iris' ears. He hoped that her hair was long enough to cover them. If it was not the case, she would surely disobey that noble lady. Still, to him, it was a much preferable outcome than Iris taking her own life afterward. Iris, however, did not even think about refusing the Baroness' demands and failing the mission as a consequence. All her brain power was currently in use to resolve the issue with magic. "I've got no choice but to try something. I've got no spell ready for this, so I'll have to improvise." "Yeah, let's go for a variant of the photon style. First, apply the mana evenly, as close as possible. Then, get rid of motion." After a few more seconds, Iris took her off her robe. Under it was just an ordinary young green-eyed girl wearing a lovely dress. Her hair, however, felt like an anomaly. It was the deepest black imaginable. It was so dark that it seemed to swallow light, even though Hifus was high in the sky at this hour. There was no reflection whatsoever, making it impossible to discern any depth. It was as if a flat image of absolute black hair had been put on top of her head. In addition to this unsettling hair color, the strands of hair and her bangs were completely immobile, as if they were unaffected by the wind. Illustration: collapse. As everyone seemed entranced by this unfathomable darkness, no one could utter a word. Iris was the one that broke this strange silence. "Does my face still ring a bell, my lady? May I have your permission to put my robe back on?" The noble woman said as if she had just come back to her senses. "You may." "I must have been mistaken." What's with their reaction? I didn't redshift the light beyond the visible spectrum. Did I? Crap. Did I? Iris had put as much mana as she usually did for a dark but still visible photon-style armor. In this case, however, she had applied it on a much smaller volume, making the mana denser and more effective at stealing energy from light. It resulted in an infrared light that could only be perceived by some snakes or insects. Well, what is done is done. That's still a successful first attempt for this spell. When it's finished, perhaps I'll call it Mana Armor, Hairstyle. Hey, I've got a knack for spell naming, don't I? 10. Chapter 34, Encounter. Your party specializes in guarding merchants as well as nobles, right? Sign asked Patry while shifting uncomfortably. Got any tips for enduring these lousy carriage rides? You just gotta roll with it, Patry shrugged. With our rank, we usually ain't riding in high-tier carriages. But yeah, even for our standards, this one is particularly subpar. The 2D rank parties had been cramped together within a cart for nearly an hour. Presumably, the client had procured it from a local peasant in order to save money. If we're lucky, the client might let us have a breather soon. One of the sword believers chimed in. True, but you'd think that noble could have tossed us a pillow or something, like for the job we did a while back. Ha! You mean that one from half a month ago? Ah, is it my cue to blend into the background? That's right. It was the young noble girl who had insisted we each get a pillow. Oh yeah, the kid with the bizarre hair. Hard to believe she's now an adult. Huh? There's no way she is. Wasn't it her brother's coming-of-age ceremony? No, Carl's right, Patry said. As surprising as it sounds, the girl was the older one. Flushed with embarrassment, Iris had no choice but to silently sit through the adventurers reminiscing about their past expedition. Eventually, Sign whispered to Iris. What's wrong? Your face is red. I'm fine. Ah, I think I've got it. Oh no, did he make the connection? You're just too bashful to admit all that bumping is getting to you, huh? Sign produced a jacket from his bag. You can use this to sit on if you want. It isn't much, but it's better than nothing. I should have expected it, by now. You're exactly right. Thank you. Just then, a whistle pierced the air. It had come from Patry, who looked alarmed. From the east, a carriage just emerged from the woods. Likely bandits. Here? Why? This road isn't even used that much by merchants. Another mission that goes south. Maybe Melis was right about Sign? What's that look for, Iris? Nothing. To be clear, whatever kind of rumors you heard about me, I'm not responsible for this. Bandits don't just spawn like insects. Sure, like insects. Don't tell me folks here believe in the spontaneous generation of insects. Well, I suppose it was Pasteur's experiments that contributed to disproving this concept on Earth. Should I give lectures on biogenesis? Maybe I could write a book about this and publish it anonymously? Whatever is going on in your head, stop it. Interjected Sign as he grabbed Iris' arm. Focus on the fight that is coming. Yeah. Still far away. The carriage was quickly approaching. To make it worse, next to it, there were brawny men on top of mounts. The carriage's driver was also a brawny man. Isn't this a lot? A heavy silence fell over the group, their laughter from a minute ago replaced with grim expressions. The sword believers began to discuss their options, their voices low and strained. There are about 20 of them, and I'm not even counting the ones who might be in the carriage. This is way too many. We have a chance if they're not too well trained at the sword. What if they are actually skilled? They are at least 4 times as many as us. What's your plan, then? Wave the white flag? What choice do we have? If we fight, we're most likely dead. If we do surrender beforehand, they should spare us after taking our weapons. I'm not surrendering, Patry said. The client's a woman, so they wouldn't let her go. What can we do about that? She would not hesitate to send us to our deaths if that meant she could escape. I don't want to die for a noble. Was it what he was thinking while guarding my family too? Half of the sword believers were thinking of surrendering without putting up a fight, even though it would certainly mean that their client would be enslaved. Although Sign knew they were probably right about their slim odds of winning, he didn't like how they were openly discussing this in front of a female adventurer. Hey, do I need to remind you that Iris is a woman too? Will you let her be enslaved as well? Well, what do you suggest then, Sign? Just as Patry said. I'll fight. You can just do your job and guard the client. You can surrender if we're killed on the front. Iris, Patry started. You can stick with them and keep an eye on the client. No way. I'll fight too. Well, they'll arrive in a minute now, Sign said as he worriedly looked at Iris. Is your baton really a good weapon? It's perfect. I needed something both sturdy and blunt to fight with only concussive force. Gotta ask, have you ever killed someone? By that, I mean an individual from any humanoid species. I haven't. Thought so. The very idea of choosing a non-lethal weapon to subdue an enemy without killing them says a lot about you. Like what? That mainly shows that you value life, and I think that's respectable. I myself would prefer to render them unable to fight without taking their life, he said with a bit of melancholy in his voice. Plus, defeated bandits earn even more when they're alive. That last part is your main reason, isn't it? However, he continued, sparing a bandit's life shouldn't come at the price of your safety or that of a fellow adventurer. Sometimes, you have to kill a bandit to save an innocent life. Be aware that they'll definitely try to kill us as soon as we resist. Just so we're clear, my concussive weapon can become lethal with a bit of magic. The whole idea is to reduce the risk of killing by accident. I don't particularly value the lives of worthless criminals. Choosing a weapon that restrains your destructive power. You sound awfully edgy and confident. Are you sword-proof as well? I don't want to hear this from you. Well, for the last part, I might just be. We're about to find out. Wait. Really? A blade that can't apply its work should be as harmless as a training sword. Now the real question is, will I be able to drain the energy fast enough? I'll need a denser armor than usual. As soon as Iris put her hand on her pendant and breathed in, all the approaching mounts braked at once, which made a few bandits fall from them. I forgot about this. I guess even animals who never use their mana veins can feel this. Looking at the bandits, one of them appeared to be unconscious on the ground, while another had apparently stabbed his own leg with the dagger as he fell. The third fallen bandit had stood back up but seemed to be limping a bit. That wasn't very fair play of me. Wait, is the one who isn't moving dead? Not even 10 seconds after I said I wanted to reduce accidental deaths. That sensation. You did this, Iris, didn't you? Sign tried to confirm, which made Patry look at Iris with round eyes. In a way I didn't use any magic on them yet, though. Unsure about this strange collective behavior from their mounts, the other brawny men came down and finished the short distance with their own feet. The leader of the bandits, a brute with a scarred face, stepped forward with a smirk on his face. Well now, youngsters, your best bet is to surrender. We promise to go easy on you. Sign smirked back at him, a cold glint in his eyes. After seeing your pals tumble off like idiots, I feel like you lack a touch of credibility. The leader's smirk turned into a sneer. Forget what you saw, they're still young. Anyway, there is no way the three of you could take us on. A quick survey of his men seemed to bolster his confidence. His gaze fell on Iris and he let out a scornful laugh. And you've got a kid adventurer with you. Ain't that cute? Bet you guys are E-rank. Sign's eyes looked at Iris, noticing her body trembling. However, he couldn't tell if it was from fear or anger. Her fingers were curled around her baton so tightly, they were nearly white. Pretty sure she's a girl. A voice rang out from among the bandits. Decent face, too. She'll fetch a good price on the market if we leave it intact. Last chance, the bandit leader warned, a dark smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Drop your weapons, and we won't harm you. In the blink of an eye, his smirk vanished, replaced by a look of confusion. He was staring at the adventurers standing before him, but only the adult ones were there. Before he could utter a word, a sharp crack sound reached him, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Ugh, what there? He looked down at his leg, which was now bent at an impossible angle, the bone jutting out grotesquely. A soft voice rang out at his left. Oh, so this much is too much. Standing next to the now falling leader, Iris looked at her baton, which seemed to be manipulated with ease despite its size and weight. Doubt and fear grew among the bandits at the sight of their agonizing leader. Iris was a bit surprised about how quickly they had become wary of her. From the looks of it, some were even suggesting retreating. She honestly expected them to deceive themselves and say things like the child got lucky, that's all. But they were in fact quite level-headed. For human traffickers and quite possibly murderers, that is. One of the bandits decided to slice at her with his sword in a panic, but she slipped away from his grasp with an agility that defied her small size and widened the gap between them. Apparently, these men had given up on the idea of not damaging the good. Their survival and freedom were apparently more important than profits now. Most likely, they would not hesitate to go for the kill. With that, The battle had begun. Sign squared off with one of the bandits, and Iris immediately smacked him from the side with her wooden weapon. Based on the sound it had made, one or two bones had broken. In search of her next target, her gaze locked on a big and rotund figure in the distance. That one looks tough. Is he the powerhouse? With a forceful contraction of her muscles, she explosively propelled herself toward the round bandit. Then, gripping her baton like a bat, she applied a significant amount of energy to his belly upon impact. His belly, however, seemed to absorb the blow, and her baton bounced back with equal force. Since the kinetic energy had been applied at the time of the impact, her weapon actually bounced back with significantly more momentum than with the initial strike. Be bouncy. With her hurting arms and a light frown on her face, she took another swipe at a supposedly more rigid part of his body. However, the energy seemed to be absorbed all the same. It wasn't like her magic, though, which made the energy disappear altogether. In the case of this bandit, his body seemed to deform itself on impact, store the accumulated kinetic energy, and then return it with an equal and opposite force. That guy can make collisions unbelievably elastic. That's neat, I must say. Though it's disturbing to see his bones deform themselves like that. The bandit finally decided to counterattack with a punch, but it made contact with her robe with barely any force. Its energy hadn't been converted into elastic potential energy this time, but instead into mana. He chuckled. Seems we're at a stalemate, ain't we? But Iris shook her head. I wouldn't be so sure. Yeah? Just try to get me, then. As for you, try to keep your spell activated if you don't want to die. To Iris, there was no such thing as a perfectly elastic collision outside of high school level physics problems, especially in this case where it relied on mana, a finite quantity. Let's see how much kinetic energy he can truly absorb. Sign and Patry were locked in combat, fighting back to back. Despite being outnumbered, however, their sword skills were superior and allowed them to hold their ground against the ill-trained bandits. It was evident these criminals relied on their huge numbers to win their fights. Suddenly, the bandits Patry was engaging were knocked to the ground by a large, round figure that flew by. Patry let out in confusion. It took a moment for the two adventurers to register the flying projectile as a human being. Bouncy Tilda. Iris' voice rang out as she followed its trajectory, her face lighting up with amusement, a stark contrast to the tense situation they were in. Watching that big man being tossed around like a ball, Sign muttered under his breath. She's not having fun, is she? Iris continued her playful onslaught, sending the big man flying toward other bandits every time he stopped bouncing. The number of conscious bandits was steadily decreasing. In a process invisible to the naked eye, a series of energy transformations occurred with every strike. From mana to kinetic energy, then to elastic potential energy, back to kinetic, and finally returning to mana. However, there was an imbalance between the first two conversions, with more kinetic energy applied than the man's magical defenses could handle, resulting in him being tossed around like a bouncing ball. As for Iris, she simply reabsorbed the recoil energy as mana, using it to power her next attack. Stop. I'm begging ya. I ain't got no mana left. I'll die, said the rotund bandit who couldn't even lift himself from the ground. It's a shame someone like you got such a nice element. Farewell. No, he cried out an instant before Iris' baton hit his jaw after following a swift golf club's trajectory. Well, she smacked him once she had made sure to deactivate any enhancement or offensive magic. As the trio of adventurers was slowly but surely gaining the upper hand, a rumble resounded. The back door of the bandit's carriage had burst open and a man was violently thrown out, only to be followed by a tied-up girl who landed deftly on top of the now unconscious body. From that man's trajectory, he had been knocked out even before he hit the ground. What now? The two young girls, each standing on top of fainted people, gazed at each other. It was a surreal scene. 9. Chapter 35. The tide turns. Iris stared at the young girl who was standing on top of the man she had landed on. That man was dressed just like the other bandits, so Iris surmised she was not another enemy. The young girl, with their cream-colored hair cascading down her shoulders, seemed to be 15 or 16 years old. In these conditions, however, age could be deceptive. Indeed, atop that hair sat a pair of triangular ears, reminiscent of canids like wolves or foxes. A beast folk. Iris couldn't help but follow the girl's swaying tail with her eyes. Given their unique metabolism, it was likely this person was in fact younger than she looked. After a brief pause, the beast girl looked at her tied-up hands and swiftly bit through her bindings with her bare teeth in a second. If she was tied up, then there might be other people held captive in that carriage. "Why are you, wench? Are you with them?" exclaimed one of the bandits who was located near the carriage as he lunged toward her. Iris glanced at the two experienced D-rank swordsmen who were pressuring three bandits at the same time, with one of them having been taken out. Iris had planned to assist them, but the beast girl's situation was more urgent. While she had managed to dodge the incoming bandit's tackle and retaliate with a punch, another one had harshly kicked her from behind, making her fall to the ground. Sensing danger coming, Iris decided to give priority to coming to her aid. And, just as she had feared, the bandit unsheathed his sword and was about to swing at her. "Watch out!" Iris screamed as she dashed toward the beast girl, but there was no way she would make it in time. Throwing her hand forward, Iris sacrificed a part of her armor and launched mana in the direction of the sword. She was preparing to cast a spell to reduce its kinetic energy and dull its momentum. Yet, just as the mana started enveloping the blade, doubt crept into Iris' mind. Was there even enough mana? Would it really prevent the blade from killing the beast girl? Sure, a punch would be stopped. However, the sword's surface of contact with the girl would be so small that the resulting pressure might very well let it penetrate her skin even with a reduced momentum. What do I do? At that moment, a part of Iris felt like there was another way, a quicker and surer way, a spell that would obliterate the threat in an instant. She started to feel relieved and was about to let her magic type guide her, but stopped when the realization struck her like a mass. In the first place, what kind of spell would be more effective than a kinetic reduction in this situation? How would she even obliterate the blade from this distance? One word seemed to echo ominously in her mind, synonymous with devastation and destruction. It was a spell she had sworn never to use again since it was too terrible and dangerous to wield. The terror gained her as she realized she had been about to unleash the power of annihilation, destroying not only the blade but everything in the vicinity. This was what would have happened if she had been a second late in coming to her senses. Panic flooded through her as she saw the blade arc through the air. Her breath came in short gasps and her hands were trembling furiously. In those conditions, she wouldn't even be able to cast any spell on the mana around the blade in time. Iris watched helplessly the sword that was about to complete its arc. While she wanted to look away, she felt compelled to face the consequences of her inaction. Against all odds, however, the blade didn't penetrate. It didn't even stop like with a kinetic reduction or bounced back like with that rotund bandit's spell. On contact with the beast girl's arm, the sword simply shattered into many fragments. Even the fragments that hit her left her uninjured. Astonished by what she saw, Iris didn't pay attention to her surrounding and didn't register that Sign was screaming, urging her to look behind her. It was only when the beast girl shouted and pointed at Iris that she realized something was wrong. "Take this!" She heard a man scream before he slashed at her neck with all his might. The few who could spare a moment to watch the scene averted their gaze. However, damn it, that hurts!" the supposedly beheaded girl exclaimed in a fury. What the hell are you made of? You monster!" Slipping a hand beneath her hood, Iris felt the sticky wetness of blood on her fingertips. Although her head was still attached to her body, the blade had still pierced through the skin before stopping at some point. As I thought, the thinness of the edge makes the hit too localized to be completely absorbed. Just how dense in mana the armor would have to be immune against that? Well, that sure woke me up. Iris looked around her, and when she saw nobody else nearby, she sent her armor toward the man and overwrote the mana with another spell. A moment later, neither the bandit's arm nor legs could move the way he wanted. What the hell? Let me go. I don't want to move too much, so I'd rather you stay still, Iris said as she was applying pressure against her neck with her robe. I said let me go. She recovered the mana and walked toward the beast girl. In the meantime, she had managed to stand up and defeat the bandit who had had his sword broken in pieces by her arm. You alright? Iris inquired as she saw the beastfolk's arm from up close. There was no damage whatsoever, even though the collision with the sword had been so violent. What about you? Your neck is bleeding, you know," she answered as she pointed to Iris' blood-stained robe. I'm fine. It has stopped bleeding, I think. Anyway, you can rest here. I can still fight." Iris looked at the battlefield. The remaining 6 bandits didn't look as confident as before. Still, they had decided to gang up on Sign and Patry, who had already been struggling against many foes at once. "Are they giving their all to defeat at least one of us? Even though there would be no honor in winning against only 2 men. All right, we'll go help my comrades over there then. You are immune to sword attacks, correct?" Iris asked as the 2 started running. Just a minute ago, you resisted that blade with your arm, right?" "I did nothing. Since right after you escaped being beheaded, I thought it was your doing." I didn't do anything for you. Or rather, I did try something. But I messed up. If you're not actually sword-proof, forget it. Go help the other people in the carriage you come from or something." "Why yes." The beast girl stopped in her tracks and returned to the carriage. As Iris was closing the distance, 2 of the bandits locked on her. Just this gave more leeway to the 2 D-rank swordsmen. Iris moved her mana swiftly and made the 2 attackers trip by messing with the motion of their legs. As she was starting to be low on mana, however, she couldn't completely stop 2 men in their tracks. She didn't feel like moving too much, and sparring with them was a good thing to do when she was injured, so buying time for Sign and Patry was the better move. If they ended up catching up to her, she would confront them. "I need more mana." "I didn't want to ever show that spell to other people, but I guess I'll have to cast Order Selice." Iris bid what little mana remained in her armor to start the factory-scale mana generator while she was still slowing down the 2 bandits with the rest of her mana. Just then, however, she heard the unmistakable sound of running from the Baroness carriage. As she turned, Iris saw the 3 other sword believers rushing into the scene as they drew their swords. "Really?" Iris couldn't help but mumble. "Isn't it a bit shameless to join when we have a clear advantage?" "Well, I guess we're even number-wise." Iris frowned, but this outcome was still beneficial to her. Therefore she cancelled the spell as 1 mana panel had already turned completely dark. With the combined strength of the 5 adventurers, the bandits quickly found themselves overwhelmed. One by one, they fell, until none remained standing. The first thing Sign did was rush to Iris, his face etched with concern. "Your neck," he began. "Let me see." Iris stepped back, noticing the various cuts and gashes on Sign. "You're one to talk. You're more beaten up than I am. It's different for a girl. We can't have you scarred." "Why, you make a good point." "Mother would kill me." "Remove your hood," Sign said firmly. "I can't. For obvious reasons." "Then put up your fake hair, like you did earlier." Fake? Whatever do you mean?" He gave her a pointed look, and she pulled her hood down obediently after a pause. From the corner of her eye, Iris noticed the beast folk making some people leave the bandits' carriage. Among them was a merchant and a small party of adventurers that looked sheepish. They exchanged words with the sword believers, but she couldn't catch their conversation. "Your wound isn't particularly severe, but it's not shallow enough for me to just suture it. You might keep a small scar after all." "Oh, I'm dead." "Or maybe I could get away with it if I insist to take my bathes alone." "Nobody would notice." After a few minutes, Patry approached. "My party will escort the client to her destination and bring those captives to safety. They'll take this opportunity to call for guards. Feel free to join them. I'll stay here and keep an eye on these bandits." "I'll stay too," Sign declared. "I should attend to some of them." "I'll remain here as well," Iris said. Sign nodded. "Patry, I'll tend to your wounds after I've seen to Iris." The 3 other sword believers, looking a tad ashamed, hurriedly left the scene and entered their carriage. "Can I also wait here?" the beast girl asked, seemingly reluctant to join her party. "Well, I suppose they immediately surrendered to those bandits despite her being a girl. I would have reserves to stay in the same carriage as those 3 sword believers guys too." "Sure, you can rest here," Iris softly said, a bit curious about what the beast folk had done with that sword earlier. Chapter 36, Impromptu Tutoring. "You're doing quite well," Iris told Sign as he was disinfecting her wounds and putting up bandages, "and you're well equipped too. Are you used to it?" "Kind of. Believe it or not, I was once supposed to become a doctor." "Huh, really? This image doesn't suit you." "I couldn't see myself in that role either. That's why in the end I became an adventurer instead of inheriting my father's clinic." "Oh. If your father is a doctor, How come you're broke? Same reason as you. I've got no financial support from him because I didn't follow the route he had chosen for me. Well, I'm done with your neck. Do you have any other wounds? Thanks. This was my only one. As Iris started to put her hood back on, Sign turned to the beast girl who sat uncomfortably at some distance and had not said a thing for several minutes now. What's your name? Rena. Nice to meet you, Rena. I'm Sign. Do you need me to check your wounds before his? He asked while he pointed to the party leader who was watching over the bandits despite showing multiple lacerations on his body. It's fine. He needs it more than I do. Alright, I'll tend to him first. Then, left alone, an awkward silence settled between the two girls. This silence wasn't like the comforting ones that she sometimes experienced with the people she knew, however. It was the heavy kind that made both of them uncomfortable. So. Your name is Rena, right? Yes. No follow-up? Ask my name, at least. Illustration. Collapse. Perhaps sick of having Iris staring at her ears, Rena decided after a bit to revive the conversation herself. Are you a mage? I am. Otherwise, there would be no way for a girl of my stature to defend against those men. So you did save me back there with your magic. In the strictest sense, it was not magic as the mana was uncasted. If you ask me, you did something. I did? I'm confident you are awakened. Seeing the girl tilt her head as she heard this term, Iris could imagine that it had no meaning to her. Just as elves referred to magic types as spirits, Beast folks might have used another term for the awakening. It was even possible they had no word for this. It refers to the moment you finally obtain your unique magic. I heard Beast folks don't bother artificially inducing the awakening, but it should still happen naturally at some point, probably sooner than us humans. I don't remember anything like this. Well, awakening isn't usually too eventful for most people. At least, Iris said while reminiscing the time she slept for days after naturally receiving her element. Awakening naturally is one thing, but I gather from what you said that your mana veins were never activated either. I don't know about this either. You would recall it due to its peculiar sensation. Still, it's a bit surprising that you could cast any magic like that without having your mana veins activated. Do you mind if I realize some tests to pinpoint the conditions for your magic? Go ahead. Rena declared, a tad of curiosity showing on her face. She's getting hyped by this. Well, it's understandable since Beast folks are said to be incompatible with magic. Their alleged incompatibility largely stemmed from the fact that their mana pools were only a fraction of an average human commoner's. Moreover, Beast folks supposedly had trouble manipulating their own mana outside of their mana veins. If she has enough mana to cast one protective spell in a dire situation, even once in a while, it's worth mastering it. Iris racked her brain, recalling the earlier events. At that time, Rena's arm had seemingly denied the blade's work. In a way, it had been the polar opposite of the spell the bouncy bandit used, which absorbed shocks. In Rena's case, the poor sword had received all its energy back in one go as if it had hit a boulder, which was too much for the poor quality weapon. Let's see. To explain this phenomenon, there are a few candidates that come to mind. I am sure it's not strengthening or reinforcement magic, at least. Even if her skin was incredibly rigid, her arm would have recoiled when it collided with the sword. You should be fine now, Sign told Patry. You should go see a doctor and show them that wound on your waist though. It's a bit nasty. Thank you, Sign. I'll attend to yours. Now, there's no need for that. I was only grazed by their blades. You should rest while I monitor those criminals. That won't do. Please let me treat you. Sign shrugged and sat down. Fine, thanks. Before he started disinfecting, Patry looked at the girls that were left alone. Do you have any idea of what those two are doing over there? Beats me. I just hope Iris won't mess up the bandage I put on her. At some distance, Iris was adopting a fighting stance while Rena was preparing to parry. Here I go, Iris warned. Chop attack. NGH. You felt it, right? I did. So it won't activate for any attack. Either your magic type will activate only for lethal attacks, or there is some other condition to activate it. Or maybe you don't have enough mana anymore. How much mana do you have left? I don't know. I figured you wouldn't know unless your mana veins were activated. Alright, I'll try to reproduce the conditions from earlier. Oh, okay. Chop attack, mana infused. This time, Iris sensed that something happened. That felt like hitting a wall, and I lost track of my own mana once again. Did you feel the strike? I didn't. So contact with mana is necessary for the spell. It must have activated earlier because I had enveloped the blade with my mana. What even happened to my mana? Iris crouched down, produced a bigger clump of it from her hands, and gently made it touch one of the beast girl's legs. What the heck? Only a part of it made contact with her, but the whole thing disappeared. Can you move your right leg properly? I can't. It's stuck. Rena cried out as if she had only now realized. She didn't react to the foreign mana touching her. That suggests that neither a hit nor even physical contact is a necessary condition for triggering the spell, and also that the mana hasn't just disappeared. We're making progress. Has she absorbed the mana, or is it still there, hiding its presence? Iris focused on the area where she last saw her mana and tried to think of it as an extension of her body, just like she did when she was retrieving mana from her pendant. It is there. I felt it for the briefest moment, but now I lost it again. Losing track of one's mana. The only comparable situation she could think of was the process of neutralization she regularly experienced while making her abundant mana react with chemicals to get rid of its color. Even so, while it was difficult to pinpoint the exact location of her neutralized mana within a potion, the imperfection of the process was such that it wasn't impossible either. Her unique signature remained, although it was faint enough to be overwritten by another mage. But here, there's nothing left. Can she overwrite the color with hers? But if so, I wouldn't have been able to take the mana back for even a moment. Then, has my mana been perfectly neutralized? Iris had been told that, besides some king tier artifacts, there was no such thing as perfect neutralization. If that young beast girl could make this possible and people were to realize it, there was no telling what would happen to her. I still can't move. What do I do? Right. We still need to determine the nature of that spell, Iris said as she approached her hands to Rena. Where do you think you're touching? I'm just checking which parts of your leg are frozen and which aren't. Please don't make it sound like I'm a pervert. I'm doing this for you. Fine. I expected Beast folks to be much hairier than that, though. Color me surprised. God, please forgive me for mentally picturing her as a Xolo. So, only the front is affected while the rest remains normal. Iris tried moving Rena's right calf in different directions. The affected area seems to be held in place. With barrier magic, I would expect completely different behavior. Unless this is an unheard type of barrier, I should probably cross it out. What is it, then? I have a few other ideas, but, before that, please break through your magic. Breakthrough? But I can't. You saw it. Believe in yourself, Rena. You're a Beast folk, so it should be easy for you to kick through. Oh, okay. For some time, Rena remained still, her face slowly turning red as she focused on this physical endeavor. Yep. Right now, she's just wasting all the work of her muscles. You, Raya! She exclaimed and managed a powerful kick in the air right after. Oh, so you did break through. I didn't think you would. Why did you tell me to do it then? Well, see this as a rite of passage. My magic tutors also made me do quite a few useless things to pinpoint the limits of my element. And I must admit that it's a bit pleasant to be the all-powerful instructor for once. I guess I can no longer blame Victor and Serena for messing with me. It appears as though your spell uses up the mana when a force tries to make the frozen part move. But it could also be that it's expending the mana continually and it just happened to run out at the exact moment you yelled. How can we make sure? There are a few ways, but the ideal solution would be to have you tell me yourself. For that, I would like to activate your mana veins. I will basically jumpstart your mana system for the first time. Some people call this the second awakening. Surely, the activation of the veins works the same way for Beast folks. If you're serious about becoming a mage, Iris continued, this is another rite of passage you'll have to pass. I'll tell you, though, that the first time can be quite unpleasant. That's why I need your consent. Consent? Yes. You could say that I'll be forcing my way into a part of you that has never been used for its true purpose before, so your body might instinctively try to oppose me. I won't know how intense your reaction will be until we do it. Rena's ears perked up, her tail moving back and forth. Forcing your way? Do it. It would of course be better to choose someone you know and fully trust for this, but you don't necessarily have to. In my case, it was a man I had just met who did it to me. Did I scare you with my explanation? Well, It might have been a bit rough, but it ended fairly quickly, so it sounds a bit messed up. Well, it's a pretty standard thing to do for instructors to their pupils, I think. It might just be customary to humans, though. But you're a girl, aren't you? Rena bashfully said. I am female, too. Iris tilted her head. What does that have to do with anything? Wait, maybe it is relevant. Victor, a man, activated both Rachel's mana veins and mine, after all. But I'm pretty sure Serena told me her first instructor was a woman. It probably doesn't have any importance. Seeing Iris in a sort of existential crisis, the Beast Girl felt like she had to clarify her remark. I am not judging you or your way of life. It just doesn't feel right to me. I suppose it all comes down to preferences. Do you want me to ask the guys to do it instead? Maybe one of the two has done it before. And no, I'm not even of age. S she isn't. B folks really are something. Well, I was a minor as well when I first went through it, Iris said. So long as you have awakened, I'm certain there isn't any problem with doing it at any time. You were. Listen, I won't force you, but I think you're missing a good opportunity. A bit of foreign mana in your arm might sound alien to you, but it is not that big of a deal if you mentally prepare yourself. Wait. Mana? Yes? What else would I put into mana veins? I responded before she was struck with realization. Oh, did you think I would put my blood into your veins or something? They might have a similar name, but mana veins aren't quite the same thing. Never mind. Can you explain the whole process from the beginning? Sure. Iris went through the entire procedure and explained in detail what she had experienced after she had her mana veins activated, including her newly acquired mana manipulation inside her body or the imagery supposedly related to her magic type when she closed her eyes with her mana running through her veins. You sure don't look as reluctant as before, Rena. I guess knowing my blood won't run into you has put you at ease, huh? Why yes. Great. Are you ready? Please do. Well, if you're fine with me, then. Iris carefully took hold of the Beast Girl's arm and started focusing while closing her eyes. NGH. As I thought, passing through the neutralization will make it much harder than it should be. Maybe nobody other than me would have ever managed to activate her veins because of that. Don't worry, I'll be gentle, Iris assured in a calm voice. Hearing Rena's audible sigh, she asked, did I do something wrong? It's nothing. Just continue. 9. Chapter 37, Leak. Next, wasn't I the one supposed to struggle? Asked Rena. The presence of mana veins in your body makes it hard for me to force the mana through your skin. I expected that much. Of course, but you have no idea how much harder that neutralization property makes this process be. I have to constantly infuse the neutral mana with my signature to regain control before I lose it an instant later. Iris sighed. I'm confident it's impossible to start your mana system with the usual method. As she saw the disappointment in the Beast Girl's left eye, Iris tried to imagine an alternative. If manually forcing my way past her skin is too hard, maybe I could use a spell? I suppose all magic types that affect one's brain can bypass those natural defenses. Father's illusion magic is one of them. Automation has to be the key. Let's go with plan B, but that same property might very well make it fail too. After all, spells are thought to need the signature of the caster. Now, maybe it just appears so because neutral mana is by construction not neutral anymore once it has been cast, and spells don't actually need a persistent signature. Iris focused on an area next to Rena and then slowly pointed her index finger toward the sky. Right after she did, the Beast Girl could finally move her arm freely. Following Iris' gaze, she looked up. Close your eyes, Iris said firmly. Immediately after Rena did so, she could make out a bright flash behind her eyelids. What? So it actually survived the perpetual neutralization. Iris murmured to herself, somehow almost as surprised. I suppose the theory of mana needs a revision. What Iris had done was fairly simple. She had taken hold of her neutralized mana long enough to cast a simple spell, and she lost control over it a moment later after it got neutralized once again. Yet, just as she had ordained it to do beforehand, the mana smoothly moved up before it turned into light. Well, plan B might just work out. I'll now introduce my mana into your mana veins to trigger a defense mechanism that will make your mana circulation truly start. Iris warned the beast folk. There must already be a weak flow of mana within your inactive veins, so I'll have to make myself detected by overflowing those veins. Ready? Ready. Up you go. NGH. Oh. Sorry, I may have overloaded your veins a bit too much. Are you alright? Yes. The pain lasted only a second. That is good to hear. I think we're done, then. See? It wasn't that big of a deal, Iris said as she gently tapped the beast girl's shoulder. Yes, indeed. Iris proceeded to teach Rena everything about mana control. Although Rena was part of a different species, it seemed most breathing techniques were still effective. After not even 10 minutes had passed, Rena was already able to tell where in her body her mana was concentrated and to make it move from one arm to another through her veins. You're a fast learner. It's a shame no mage ever took the time to teach you this. Being able to cast your magic on demand would have been useful in this career. Then again, I doubt she would have found a mage who just happened to have a spell that enters people's bodies with a strong enough output. I'm still an E-rank adventurer, so it will prove useful in the future. Rena smiled at Iris. Are you truly not charging me? I'm just happy to help. Plus, if you ask me, it's a much more interesting thing to do than monitoring bandits. Anyway, how about we truly make light of your magic type? Yes. Alright. Then close your eyes, circulate your mana throughout your body, and focus on what you see. It might be black for now, but try harder. What do you see? I can't tell. Lines, maybe? Iris nodded repeatedly to herself. I guess she is line magic then. As if. Why are magic instructors still using this unrelatable technique? That's no better than seeing shapes in clouds or doing a Rorschach test. During her magic lessons, Iris had heard that most of the time, the relation between what a mage saw and their element was understood after learning what the magic type consisted of, making it largely useless. Just forget what you saw. We'll try to eliminate one by one all the hypotheses. Oh, okay. Thank God. They're coming back, Sign said while pointing to several carriages coming in their direction. He looked at the bandit he was currently sitting on. I'll let go of you. Try to run off again and I'll break a limb. Right on time, said Patry as he was pointing to another bandit's face with his sword. To tie up the bandits, they had made use of the ropes that had bound the party of E-ranks adventurers. However, there had been too many bandits to restrain them all. Although their majority had a few broken bones that prevented them from escaping, a few untied bandits had tried to retaliate at some point. Do you need help? Asked Tyra, who was followed by a seemingly exhausted beast girl. They had finished what they had been doing for the last hour. You're asking that now? Are you two done playing around? Sign chastised her with an annoyed face. Well, we weren't messing around at all. I was teaching Rena magic. Magic to a beast folk? Patry pondered. Surprisingly, yes. Her element happens to be well suited to her low mana pool. Is this element the one that protected you back then? Sign asked Rena directly. MMH. Apparently. Good catch. Iris started. She is indeed the perfect shield. But that's not all. Under certain conditions, she might also be a sword. A sword? Sign pondered. Even the beast girl seemed surprised to hear that. Well, I'm not sure yet, so I can't give any details. I would have done more tests, but Rena is low on mana right now. I'll experiment more once she recovers. They're all alive. Disabling them all without killing anyone is an impressive feat for D-rank adventurers, especially when you are so outnumbered. You're good. A guard exclaimed as he was appraising the bandit's state. The praise would have felt even better for Sign and Iris if the guard had not been looking at the three members of the Sword Believers who had taken off by carriage. They didn't take all the credit, right? The three of them noticed the piercing gazes from their leader Patry. As I said earlier, sir, these three adventurers almost fought by themselves against these guys. The beast girl helped a lot too, I heard. Then, you four are quite skilled. Well, you should still get the same reward anyway. Just split it as you see fit. With brisk efficiency, the guards bundled up the captive bandits and loaded them into their wagons. As for the adventurers, only the Sword Believers came back with the Baroness' second carriage they had used earlier. The E-rank party to which Rena belonged was nowhere to be seen. When all the carriages started their trip towards the city, Iris decided to ask Rena, "Is your party dumping you or something?" Looks like it. Oh. I'm sorry for you. I don't really mind. I would have left myself if they did not dump me. I suppose she doesn't want to go on missions with people who she knows would sacrifice her to survive. You're E rank, right? How many stars do you have? MMH. I won't get any this time since I failed my mission, so 45. You're close to the graduation exam, then. I will not take it. I tried it a while ago but I failed. I can't use a sword. You don't particularly need to be a good swordswoman to be a D rank, Iris began. Look at me, I'm pretty bad. Why do you sound so proud about this? Sign asked, unable to bear listening to the novice who had started directly at D rank. Rena, don't listen to that idiot. You're vastly more experienced than her. Rena shifted in her seat, blinking heavily. I might be less experienced at adventuring, but my point was that she can make up for her weakness at close combat with her magic, if she trains accordingly. I'm sure she can pass the next exam. Rena, I can teach you the fundamentals as long as I'm here. What do you think? Rena started, pressing a hand to her temple. She looked paler than earlier. Noticing this change, Sign immediately attended to her. Are you okay? I'm not, she managed to let out, her voice growing shakier. Everything's spinning. Iris, how much did you make her use up mana? I made sure to stop before the first symptoms of mana deprivation. Iris defended herself. I also showed her how to shut off the flow. And yet, it does look like mana deprivation. How come her condition worsened without releasing any mana since then? Afterward, every subsequent little motion of the carriage seemed to drain more energy out of the beast folk. By the time they reached the city, the beast girl was so exhausted she could barely stand. Iris had her lie down on a bench while the others went with the guards. Currently, she had a glassy look in her eyes as if she was staring into a faraway horizon. It shouldn't be getting worse, Iris muttered, her brows furrowed. That is not how mana deprivation works. If Rena's mana pool was stable, her condition should have stagnated, whatever the amount of mana left in her body was. After triple-checking that the beast girl's mana veins were closed, only one possibility remained. Her mana is leaking out. A leak? The best girl let out as she heard Iris mumbling to herself. It's as if you have been constantly emitting mana since we stopped our experiments, with you looking more and more mana deprived. How do I stop it? You don't, Iris said as she uncomfortably averted her gaze. Or rather, you can't. I've had the same condition since I awakened and I tried looking for ways to stop this flow, but I haven't found one yet. You're the first person I've met that is the same condition. As a noble, though, Iris had a much larger mana pool than human commoners or beast men. Since the recovery rate was proportional to the total amount of mana, she only ended up metabolizing mana at a slower pace. As for Rena, however, it seemed her recovery rate couldn't keep up with the loss of mana. To make things worse, unlike Iris, Rena lacked the control required to reabsorb her escaping mana. For a beast folk, manipulating mana externally was challenging enough already. Combined with the neutralization, reclaiming her own mana became outrageously difficult. As Iris calmly explained to Rena the situation she was in, the beast girl's face became even paler. Why is it happening to me? I'm not certain, but Iris began, her eyes downcast. Whether you had this condition before or not, I'm responsible for your current state. Even if there always had been a leak, it had become a problem after Iris started the beast folk's mana system, just like a small unnoticed leak would become an issue when one opened the faucet to the maximum. Will I die? Rena slowly asked as she looked into Iris' eyes for an answer. I won't let that happen, Iris said firmly. Sure. If we do nothing, you'll die. Even if we recover all your mana pool right now, you'll still die within a few days. There are solutions, however. Solutions? A mage could force mana in your body just like I did earlier. We shouldn't count on doing it manually, though. Do you know some healing mages of something? Seeing the beast girl weakly shaking her head, Iris could tell she was the loner type. I'm back, Sign exclaimed as he ran to the bench. Iris, I've got what you asked for. Thank you, she said as she looked into the bag he was carrying and retrieved a small bottle. As for the other solution, here it is. Drink this. What it is? A mana potion. If the mana can't be brought to you directly, you just have to generate it inside your stomach. Rena gasped, eyeing the bottle hesitantly. Aren't those expensive? They're indeed fairly pricey, from what I heard. Sign. Were you able to buy only 5 potions with my reward share? I can only afford 4. Sign corrected. The fifth one's on me. After having inspected the bottle's contents despite her unfocused gaze, Rena glanced up at Iris. Can I really drink this? You won't force me to pay you back when I'm done? I won't. Please, drink it, Iris insisted. As I said, I'm the one who got you into this mess in the first place. Okay, Rena said before gulping down one potion. Ugh. The beastfolk's nose crinkled at the bitter taste of the medicine. In only a minute, though, after having downed 2 potions, her complexion finally returned to normal. Will I be forced to drink these for the rest of my life? I can't possibly afford them. Well, there's still the first method that involves having someone transfer mana directly to you. Who would bother doing that for someone like me? Rena sighed, her ears drooping. I would. If it's alright with you, Rena, come with us. Become a D rank and join our party, Iris offered. I'll even provide you with the best mana potions in the entire kingdom. Before Rena could utter a response, Sign, astonished by the impulsive proposition Iris had just made, turned toward her. Did you just recruit her? Just like that? Without asking me? What was I supposed to do? Leave her to die here? I mean, I did gather that her condition won't be solved right away, so I can understand why you would ask her to accompany us, Sign said as he put everything together. He moved closer to Iris and whispered, do you need to recruit her in the party though? To me, it looks like you're taking advantage of the situation because you're interested in her magic. In that condition, even an accident, that's pretty rude of you to suggest I forced her hand, she whispered back indignantly. I didn't want this, and I do feel miserable at the idea of making her abandon her life here, but I indeed shouldn't pressure her too much when she's overwhelmed by the situation. I've been a bit hasty. Iris turned to the beast girl and cleared her throat. For now, Rena, just come to Feziora with us. Whether you decide to join my party or not later on, I'll cover any expense related to your condition. After a long pause, Rena met Tyra's eyes and nodded slightly. I'll come too.